So it begins. Sadera. Setting. During the first Sadera raid when the Americans are saving 5 Earth citizens. Date: July 4th, 2025. The night is cold in Uros. The moon of this world is clear in the sky. Only a few clouds are blocking its light. Within the city, a large explosion as one of the enemy flying machines destroyed a building. Below the flying machine are other worlder warriors fighting the Royal Guard. Fascinating, Crisis said. He is up at one of the city keeps in his cloak, watching the battle. Everything the rumors seemed to be true, as Crisis expected. The other worlders flew past the impenetrable Sadera wall and defenses like they were not even there, flying above them with those strange and large flying machines. Soldiers came out of them while the thinner ones hovered above, firing at the Royal Guard large formations. The rumors are true, Master, Fren said. Their power is far superior to ours. Crisis watches as the battle unfolds. He sees what the enemy is doing. Because they do not need to leave through the city gate, they can leave from any location they want. This allows them to insert where they want and anywhere they want. He can see how these other worlders execute this strategy against the Imperial army on the battlefield. Power is not everything, Fren, Crisis said. Look at that. What Crisis is pointing at is a Grant mage using sky magic. The mist she created seemed to be misdirecting the enemy missiles somehow. In addition, all the enemy flying machines move away from the battle, like birds fleeing a threat they do not understand. I see, Fren said. They seem afraid of magic. I can think of 6 spells that can be used to counter this. So, the rumors are true. They do not have magic on their world, Crisis said. They are trying to figure out what to do. I never would have believed that, Fren points. A world without magic. As the Sky Mage tries to destroy the enemy flying machines, Crisis sees a blue-haired and dressed girl begin to fight the Sky Mage. During his time as a gladiator and a soldier, he had to fight dozens of mages. While he cannot learn magic, he understands the basic. The spells this blue mage girl is doing surprises him. He looks at his apostle servant and can see that he is impressed. Explain this. It seems like that girl is merging their knowledge and our magic into one, Fren points out. Crisis looks at his apostle slave Fren with a horrific look. The better the mage knowledge of the world is, the more powerful the spell is. If the enemy is recruiting Imperial mages and giving them their advanced knowledge, then the only major advance the Empire has will be neutralized. As the battle continues, he watched the flying machine high in the sky lay down heavy fire, wiping out the Imperial army reinforcements. In 10 seconds, one flying machine that he cannot see killed hundreds if not thousands. The explosion is large, Crisis feeling the intense heat and shockwave. Fren appears in front of him, shielding him from the attack. No wonder the Empire has suffered so many casualties, Crisis said, laughing. They have the range advance, and they can lay waste to advancing armies with ease. Our tactics are literally making it easier on them. He recovers as Fren takes his side again. How is your back? I noticed that and my back burns but will heal, Fren said. Are you going to tell them, Master? The soldiers at the fort in the Elise forest explained how a man rushed through Imperial swordsmen and cavalry forces to get to his men before they could unleash their trap. That man used their trap against them by luring the cavalry away for a large, flying machine far into the sky to unleash devastation onto them. Victory was stolen. Not yet, Crisis replied. They need to learn and feel desperate for my plan to work. And I need to watch this. I will not get another opportunity to see these other worlders' tactics unmolested. Once the game begins, you cannot stop. Based on what he knows, he realized getting into formation on open fields is suicide. That is how the Empire has lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers so quickly. For his plan to work, he knows he cannot fight the other worlders in open battle. He knows he has to fight smarter. Do you know what they call themselves? I think they call themselves Americans, Master, Fren answered. But they have many other nations among them, all with different names. Interesting. Crisis watches the battle. As the sun begins to raise, he notices something to his left. He walks over and sees Rory and Talon standing on a street. It looks like Talon defeat Rory in battle and is about to finish Rory off. But that is not what he is focused on. One of the enemy soldiers attacks Talon alone. One man against an apostle? Does he not understand? It would not be the first time, Master, Fren said. Rumors had it that Rory is helping these people, that she took interest in one of the enemy warriors. True, Crisis replied, watching carefully. That is when he sees another otherworld team. With that blue hair girl along the wall. They take the Scorpio that was used to destroy the building Rory was on. He is confused on what is going on. Before Talon attacks Rory and her comrade, the other soldiers fire the Scorpio, but the blue hair girl uses some strange magic to increase the speed of the ballista by 5 times. The ballista hits Talon before he could react. Brilliant, Crisis mumbles, not understanding the plan. This unknown soldier used himself as a distraction, so the other team could flank Talon. These otherworlders fully understood the capabilities of an apostle and knew they could not win in a straight-up fight. So, he tricked and outsmarted Talon. Impressive spell. I must meet this girl, Fren said. I do not understand why they didn't use their more powerful weapons. Were they at their limits? Possibility, Crisis replied as he ponders. Either they are out of their advanced weapons, or they did not want to risk hurting Rory, but they must know she can regenerate. Even with their advanced weapons, she would still recover. Surely they know this. Unless they don't consider it an option, Crisis thinks on that revelation and smirks. They came here to find their own people. They value each other's lives, and they were willing to think outside the box to guarantee an apostle's safety. I assume you see what you wanted to see, Master? Yes. It's time to get to work. Reference. Alnus map. https://wwattpad.com/846518959-gate-what-w-pictures-alnus-regional-map. Ely's map. https://887963010-gate-what-w-pictures-the-greater-Ely's-regional-map. 0. Chapter 45-46, Part 1. Support. Co-creative support. Tom Richmond. Palmeples. Discord. https://discord.gg/xe7nnhs. Operation Roundball. Newscast 1. Chapter 57. Date: July 27, 2025. With the recent treaty with the Elba fiefdom, U.S. Alnus Command recently gained a mapped-out region to the south of Alnus Hill. Up to this point, the U.S. military has only had a mapped-out region to the north and west. What Italica and Elba consider geological surveys, and with recent survey missions with the U.S. Air Force and NATO Alliance ground surveillance launched a joint RQ-4 Global Hawk to map out the Dumas mountain range. The operation will last a month with the objective to find a direct path through the mountains to the recently discovered capital of the empire, Sadera. The currently only known path to Sadera is the Dumas Pass east of Italica. The issue with the Dumas Pass is that the pass cannot support the tonnage or size of NATO armor. Only a week into the operation, the Dumas mountain range is believed to be nearly twice as wide as the famous Rocky Mountains in the western United States. Alnus Command believes the chances are low that there is another direct route through the mountains for armor and supplies can pass through. According to King Duran of the Elba fiefdom, there is a path that leads all the way around the mountain range to the south. NATO has stated they are investigating this alternative route. According to Elba, this path is deep to the south. The 10th Mountain, 3rd Infantry Brigade has been assigned to investigate. National interest. Newscast 2. Chapter 60. Date: August 4, 2025. The 10th Mountain Division, 3rd Infantry Brigade has launched Operation Roundball, led by Colonel Henry Campbell. There is now an understanding of how NATO can use the southern pass to loop around the Dumas Mountains and assault the east of the mountain range, setting the stage to assault the capital city Sadera. The second objective of this operation is to connect NATO territory and the Elba fiefdom. After securing the land around DBs, the city is being used as a staging ground to assault the imperial towns of Meray and Phyllisville. Meray is considered a primary target to be used to swing back north. Once Meray is taken, the Australian 7th Brigade and 1st Armoured Division to secure the flanks. The 3rd Infantry Brigade has already defeated an Imperial 2,000-strong cavalry force and destroyed the fortress of Rogian with minor casualties. With most of the air forces focused on the Ely's campaign, Colonel Campbell has stated that he has been impressed with the swiftness his unit has achieved their objectives. Free Alnus News. Newscast 3. Chapter 65. Date: August 17, 2025. The 10th Mountain Division, 3rd Infantry Brigade has captured the imperial city of Meray. The siege lasted for 5 days. The original plan was to have the M777 howitzer from the Battery E, 7th Field Artillery, 10th Mountain to bombard the city, taking out key defensive structures. However, with the recent heavy rainstorm, the highway, and the heavy weight of NATO equipment traveling on the Roma Highway, the highway has turned into a muddy mess. Locals say this is normal, that the rain clouds get trapped between the southern tip of the Dumas Mountains and the north tip of the Tube Mountain Range, creating a mud lake that stretches throughout the valley. 2 soldiers already died because of the mud lake, with 3 M1 Abrams and 2 M2 Bradley has got stuck in the mud and deemed unsalvageable. The troops said they ran into a mud hole that acted more like quicksand from the movies than mud. The 16th Engineer Battalion from the 1st Armored Division, 1st Brigade was rushed to assist the 7th Engineer Battalion, 10th Mountain, which were struggling in getting the armored convoy to the front lines. Both units are trying to build a makeshift road to Meray so vehicles can drive there. Because of how bad the terrain is, Colonel Henry Campbell was forced to only use light vehicles and infantry to lay siege to Meray. Forced to only use mortars, they began a 3-day, using RQ-11 Raven and MQ-9 Reaper UAVs as spotters. Once the city defenses were destroyed, the infantry, supported by heavily armed Humvees and light joint light tactical vehicle. Once the city defenses were destroyed by the 19th Imperial Legion, 3,000 Imperial soldiers. For the past 2 weeks, both the 10th Mountain and the 19th Legion have been battling throughout the region. The goal is not to level the city, but use it as a forward operating base to push north towards Sadera. This is part of a broader campaign to cut the empire into multiple pieces and from its primary economic source, agriculture. With a population of 15,000, 1st Battalion from the 79th Infantry Brigade, 40th Infantry Division of the National Guard will take over the occupation of the city and surrounding area. Colonel Campbell has stated that he is forced to pause Operation Roundball for 3 days until road conditions improve enough for the Strikers, Bradleys, and Abrams to arrive so they could make a push north. In the meantime, the 3rd Infantry Brigade will be securing the outer area. Free Alnus News. Newscast 4. Chapter 68. Date: August 21, 2025. NATO forces were forced to retreat during the Battle of Podet Lake. The objective was to cut the enemy supply line in half and to set up a staging ground for artillery. 2 infantry companies supported by an armored platoon were sent as a strike force with the intent to be followed up by a large force. Because of the mid-situation, the 3 Abrams and 6 Bradleys got stuck at different stages of the operation. This forced the infantry to protect them while engineers tried getting them unstuck. Besides attacking as one organized group, the formation was split up into 3 separate groups. While not far apart, the distance was far enough that each group struggled to support each other. Another company was deployed at the lake by helicopters. The military was hoping that deploying infantry by helicopter in advance would help offset the mud crisis. The air assault was successful. Ground forces failed to relieve them before the Empire came in force. The Empire attacked each group separately, keeping every unit pinned down. The Empire were using a specialized wagon that is designed to move swiftly on the mud, being pulled by a domesticated mole-like creature which can quickly move through the mud. Biologists are still trying to figure out what this creature is. This was also the first time NATO forces witnessed a large elven force within the Imperial ranks. While it is normal to see non-humans within Imperial ranks, humans have always been the dominant force. From soldier reports, the mud seemed not to influence their movement, allowing them to move around quickly and sustain a firefight with longbows. Mages were used, forming mud monsters, and using the mud as a weapon. Energy, sky, and lightning attacks strike the 10th Mountain position. This usually is not an issue, however the soldiers were forced to remain in their positions as they give the engineers and stuck vehicles cover. The battle lasted for 9 hours, with the only thing preventing the Imperial forces from overwhelming the entrenched forces was the Abrams and Bradley's turrets and M777 artillery support. With that, all forces were able to retreat to Meray. A recovery air assault force was able to recover the besieged company at the lake and bring them back to Meray. What allowed for a clear retreat was the arrival of US and Australian Apaches was able to force the Empire back long enough for vehicle recovery vehicles to recover the stuck Abrams and Bradleys. This battle is considered the bloodiest battle for US soldiers since the Battle of Philadelphia. 15 dead and 13 wounded. The brass believed the ground would be stable enough for a ground assault because of the lack of rain for the past week. Colonel Henry Campbell said he never saw mud and rainfall like this. Free Alness News. Newscast 5. Chapter 71. Date: August 25, 2025. Lieutenant General Charles Stanford has called off Operation Roundball and ordered all NATO forces out of the valley and returned back to DB's starting point. He deemed going around the Dumas Mountains to threaten Sadera to be out of reach for NATO forces right now. With the NATO defeat at the Battle of Podet Lake and the deterioration of the Roma Highway, NATO forces are unable to progress, removing all advantages they had going into this campaign. The goal was to employ shock and awe tactics against the Empire, however, because this farm region is surrounded by 3 different mountain ranges. This farming valley becomes somewhat of a lake of mud. This has prevented armored forces to move through the valley with the speed needed to attack the enemy, forcing infantry to march on foot the long distances to their objectives. Aviation units are assisting in moving troops around, however, they are overstretched as NATO aviation are currently overwhelmed with demand. The U.S. Army and Air Force is addressing the solution by building 3 more aviation bases as part of the buildup. This is not a long-term solution and does nothing to address the current situation. On August 24th, 1st Battalion from the 79th Infantry Brigade, 40th Infantry Division officially left the city of Meray. They were the last NATO troops to leave the city, officially surrendering the city back to the Empire. Most of the population celebrated the NATO withdrawal, however. Some of the population requested to come with the 79th, mainly slaves, demi-humans, with some humans. Most of them are from the lower end of society. All were granted asylum and allowed to come to Alness. This sparked outrage by the nobles, seeing their slaves being stolen from them. This resulted in a minor skirmish, however the short riot was ended quickly. The 1st Battalion will join the Australian 7th Brigade at Phyllisville. The farming town is key to connect Alness Hill with the Elba fiefdom. Now that the 1st Armored Division is no longer thrusting east to cover the 10th mountain flank, they will be pushing to Roroish Forest, the gap between the heart of the Tube Mountains and west point of the Beza Mountains. The Imperial Army is moving forces to that pass to prevent Elba and NATO forces from merging and working together. With the failure to take this valley, the Empire is free to move its forces and assault the east of Elba and feed its army. NATO needs to take this pass so they can build an airfield to assist Elba. With the Greater Ely's campaign heating up, putting up far bigger resistance than expected, 80% of NATO resources are being focused on that theater. Lieutenant General Stanford saw the potential of Operation Roundball, however Alness Command underestimated the environment, climate, and resources that were needed for the operation. National Interest. Day with Noriko. Sadera, Royal Palace. Date: February 18, 2025. Noriko looks around, confused and scared. It was another day with her family, being taken to school by her parents. Before she knew what was happening, everything went upside down. Strange men and monsters attacked them, killing her parents and sister, and she was taken through this strange structure with hundreds of others. Now she is in this strange room, sitting on the floor, wearing this loose dress. The only light is the moonlight leaking through the small window next to the ceiling. It has been hours since she was tossed in here, hungry and freezing. "Where are you, Mommy, Daddy?" Noriko says as she huddles up. "Where are you?" "Shut up. Even Aniko is not this week." Hearing a feminine voice, she looks around. "Hello?" She gets up and walks to the window with bars. On the other side is another room just like hers. To Noriko's shock, she sees this woman with long ears, a puffy tail, and gray fur all over her naked body. This woman looks like a bunny, but in human form. She can see scars, stains, bruises, and more. What are you?" The bunny looks at Noriko, confused. "So, you are weak and dumb? Everyone knows about the warrior bunnies." The bunny looks at Noriko. "You are from the other world, are you?" Noriko struggles to reply, not understanding the terminology. By now she knows she was taken to another planet, which is still confusing her. She never liked science fiction. "Other world? I guess I came from Earth." Then Earth will suffer the same fate of my people, the bunny said. I am Tayul, Zorzal personal slave. The word slave terrifies Noriko. She heard that word a lot as she was processed at the slave guild facility. These men came and bought her for a man called Zorzal. She was hoping that he would be a nice man that could help her get home. Seeing the quality of Tayul, she no longer believes that. I just want to go home, Noriko said, crying. Your home is gone, destroyed, Tayul said as she cleans herself. Women like you come and go through here. Zorzal rarely likes to keep the same-sex slaves. She then looks closely at Noriko. I have never seen a human like you before. Very exotic. Weak and exotic. You might not get tossed out like the others. How frank Tayul is speaking terrifies and baffles Noriko. She cannot understand how casual the bunny is saying this, like it is another day. This is something she saw on Game of Thrones or The Witcher, not in real life. How can you speak like this? Be happy, little one, Tayul said. Once your master is done with his sex slave, the Oprichnina takes them away. Trust me, when they come for you, you will disappear into Bosun prison. No one ever comes back out. Noriko shakes as she listens. Everything about Sadera is horror. How can you act so comely? Tayul stares into Noriko's eyes and then goes back to cleaning herself. What a strange question from a woman, especially by a human woman. Earth must be different for you to be this blind on how the world works. The strong rules over the weak. That is the law of nature. If you are weak, you will be dominated and controlled. Only the strong have value and respected, and you, my dear, you are very weak. You make a Nico look stronger. As Noriko listens, the main door opens. She looks and sees a guard walk in. This Nico walks in. Nico is the Japanese name for a cat person. She has seen this in manga all the time. Even Elon Musk joked about creating them. Girls love to buy cat ears headset or create Nico virtual avatars and so on. They become a cultural icon. Seeing one alive is shocking. Unlike Tayul, this Nico is well-dressed, wearing high-quality clothing, well-bathed and small, clearly someone of importance. Hello there. My name is Caslita, mid-level head slave. Please follow me. Crown Prince Zorzal has summoned you. Hearing that, Noriko wants to say something, beg to be freed, but her fear takes over by the guard. The guard grabs her arm and starts pulling her along. Walk, slave, the guard said. Noriko is tossed forward and starts walking. She holds her arms as she looks around. The hall looks beautiful in a medieval way. Red carpet and strange-looking paintings. Fancy torches moving down the hallway. When they turn around a corner, she accidentally walks into someone and falls over. Damn, slave. Watch where you are going. I am sorry, Noriko said. She fixed her robe-like dress and stood up. She looks and sees this burgundy-haired and eyes. She has a crown, a high-quality, colorful robe. You are lucky I won't order your crucifixion for touching royalty like this. The young woman pushes Noriko out of the way as she dashes forward. Damn, slaves. Hurry up, Hamilton. Following behind her is brown hair and emerald eyes. Princess, wait. Caslita laughs once the two women leave. You are lucky. Don't piss off Princess Pina. She is not ladylike, but more like an angry fire stone. Let me tell you this, slave. It is wise to learn to know your place around here. If anything like that happens, it is your fault. Never touch royalty, nobility, and free folk without permission, or you could be killed on sight. Do what you are ordered, and you will last. Pina? Noriko mumbles before being pushed. When they reach the Zorzal room, she is brought in. Caslita introduces Noriko to him. Zorzal walks over and pets Caslita on the head, rubbing her ears. Good girl. You are a good servant. Thank you, master, Caslita said and left. Once alone, Noriko gets this painful, cold chill moving down her spine as she looks up at the crown prince. She can feel his eyes and hands all over her body already, even though they have not touched yet. Looking up at Zorzal, she sees he is a massive man. Big arms, big chest, strong and dominant figure with his blonde hair. He has this cocky smirk. So, you are the other worlder woman, Zorzal said. The women over there are vastly different looking. I like the new look. This being the second time Noriko heard this, she realizes there must be no East Asians on this world. Now that she thinks about it, all the humans she has seen so far seem to be Mediterranean whites or Arabs like skin color. Not purely white like in Europe and North America or Arab like in the Middle East. I am Japanese. Japons, Zorzel tries to say before stopping, no longer caring. I don't care. You are my new personal slave. You will come here and serve all my wishes without question. He smirked evilly as she rubs his hands together. Now Stip. This man scares and confuses her. While Zorzel looks like he is in his late 20s, he acts like a 14-year-old boy like in her high school. She covers herself, holding the robe onto her body. No. Without hesitation, Zorzel grabs her by the throat and arm. He easily lifts her off her feet and rams her against the wall. He leans close and whispers, "Never say no to me again, or next time I will make sure you pay for it. Now strip. I like to watch for the first time." He then tosses her onto the floor. After hitting the floor hard, Noriko begins to cry again. What Tayul said is flowing through her head, that she is weak. She slowly stands up and removes the robing around her, scared to fight back. The next thing he sees is Zorzel taking off his white and golden robe. He walks up behind her. She feels his rough hand be placed on her shoulder and the other being placed on her left breast before being forced onto the bed, legs hanging off the side. Her eyes widened from a sudden sharp pain. Alnus Community. Date: May 20th, 2026. Noriko bursts up, breathing heavily, hands on her upper chest. She is breathing heavily, and she looks around. What she sees is her apartment, once Sharpe's apartment before moving to Fort Minnick. She sees her dresser, television, and the rest is her baby stuff. After calming down, Noriko realized that she was dreaming about when she first came to Falmart. The first time she met Zorzel and what the next 4 months was like. That does not stop her from crying as she feels the mental and emotional pain from it. That is when Noriko hears Tenchi in his crib crying. With a long breath, Noriko stands up and walks over to her baby. There, Tenchi. You like to be fussy, do you? Are you hungry again? She then sits down on her bed and takes off her tank top. Once comfortable, she begins breastfeeding her baby. Looking down, she is still surprised how a horrific experience could produce such a beautiful child. Tenchi does remind her of his father, always fussy, always needy. She is worried that he might end up like his father when he gets older, but Sharpe and Pina always tell him that will never happen, that she is a good mother, so nothing to fear. While Noriko is not confident in being a good mother, she knows she loves him so much and will always love him. Once you are done, we are going to go to the Columnalactaria, Carlin's temple. We are going to help the orphans since Mommy has the day off from the school today. Later, Selena will come over to the temple, and you two can play. You like her, don't you? She is so adorable, just like you. Noriko's friendship with Selena has been strange. Selena was her first friend in Alnus and helped her through her pregnancy. 1. Having Selena as a friend helped her recover after being freed, too. Since then, Selena has loved to play with Tenchi, which has helped with the overbearing of being a young mother. Yes, 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 Imi said in a panting voice. James continues to thrust quickly into the brown hair Nico. They both go at it as he moves her tail out of the way. That is right, soldier boy, Imi says in a sexy tone. Come conquer me. James moves his hand up Imi's body, moving through the fur. He then flips her over and gets close. He continues to thrust into her until he finishes. Once done, he takes a deep breath and pays his head on her breast. Imi moves her head through his hair as she catches her breath. You are more comfortable than last time. And aggressive. This is not the first time for Specialist James Ward coming here. Out of the 3 exotic clubs there are in the Red Light District, he prefers the Dancing Princess Strip Club. The primary business is the strip booths, serving food and other erotic entertainment. However, the brothel booths are in the back. As James lay there, he enjoys hearing the purring of Imi, finding it relaxing. Moments like this help him forget the war and the horrors he has seen. He has heard what people are saying over the internet. Soldiers with rifles destroying an enemy with swords. How hard can this war be? While on paper, yes, James has seen things that would terrify anyone. Soldiers being ripped apart, blood-soaked piles of civilians and soldiers who were caught in an ambush, goblins appearing out of nowhere and attacking, a man being eaten alive by an ogre, and more. Most in the media, legacy, and online seem to forget that while soldiers have superior technology, they must witness every day the horrors this world has taken over. There is no PG rating movie like Lord of the Rings or video game that to out the brutality, the gore, and the remains of victims. Vanguard 5. The unit James is part of returned from a mission 2 days ago. They were on a 1-week mission in the Leeward Forest, west side of the Tube Mountain Range. While far away from the front lines, the League has a small army working with the Alguna and Elba resistance forces. While not the primary threat, they use the Tube Mountains as a safe passage to move around NATO-occupied territory and conduct raids. Bailey's unit, Vanguard 5, was to assist the National Guard to help a battalion from the 79th Infantry Brigade, 40th Infantry Division. While the operation was successful and the forest was retaken, an engagement of Battle of Lee Creek was a bloody engagement for Charlie Company. If it was not for Vanguard 5 there, and with their experience and proper artillery support, James wonders if that platoon would have been wiped out by the enemy or by friendly fire. James recalls the order of the battle. Once half the platoon crossed the creek, Bridget blew up. This summoned a dirt beast with rock fists, then raised from the creek bed and ambushed the guard platoon. The 2 Humvees that crossed the bridge were taken out quickly, one being hit by a powerful fire spell, and the other having those armor-piercing javelin ballistas cut down the last Humvee that crossed the bridge. In the distance, catapults and 5 new mobile spear launchers being pulled by 2 centaurs came charging, firing more armor-piercing javelin ballistas. 3. To the right flank, 3 trolls and 2 hobgoblins charged at them as the summoned dirt monster attacks. The unit's support striker cut down all the trolls and hobgoblins before they got close, but the Parabessel ballista bolts punch heavily damaged the M2 Browning .50 caliber turret. Everyone knew the enemy was close thanks to the MQ-9 Reaper, which detected heat signatures up the mountain slope. Their mission was to annihilate them. However, it was discovered those heat signatures were faked with fire pits, fake bodies, and only a few real soldiers to help make the illusion real. The only thing that stopped the Empire was bold leadership, Captain Robinson and the company commander, Captain Stonewall, with proper artillery support. Once the Canadian Rapid Response Force with an Estonia-attached unit arrived to assist Charlie Company, was then the battle stabilized. A Chinook brought over a new bridge, and they were able to cross. At the end of the battle, Vanguard 5 had to be detached from the main force to recover 2 wounded National Guardsmen that were taken by 2 Leonoids. Both of their uniforms were covered in blood. That was the first time he saw a Leonoid, and he assumed they were just stronger Nikos. He was wrong. They were far stronger, faster, and more warrior-like than Nikos. One of them almost killed him if it was not for crazy Delilah and her enhanced abilities because she is pregnant. Sorry, James replied as he rests. Just been a rough week. People forget that while we are trained for this, we are still human, people. So much death and blood, all because some drone pilot at a computer made a mistake and assumed the enemy was to do May to trick our thermal tracking. Burned corpse, never having a chance to get out of the vehicle to defend themselves. I am sorry, Ami said. Just rest and sleep. Feeling relaxed and safe, James takes a short nap. After a few hours pass, he gets dressed and pulls out his wallet. He pays her $210 plus tip. While this is the second time with Imi, he has come here 4 times now, slowly becoming irregular. Hold on, Imi said as she counts. You didn't bring a condom. Remember condom, remember? Now pay up. Shit, James mumbles angrily. He pats her an extra $5. Kind of a rip-off. Imi giggles and shrugs it off. You know the rules. If you did not bring one, you had to buy from me. You didn't bring one, so it's your fault. But you were on the pill? You should be safe anyway. Annoyed by that comment, Imi rolls her eyes as she puts her clothes on. Look, James, the first like you. But this is business, not love. You come here looking for comfort, and I do this because I want to help you guys. And this is how I choose to help. I have seen some of you soldiers come back after seeing something barbaric. A little comfort goes a long way, but I am not risking a baby with someone I don't love. Once the transaction is finished, James grabs his personal goods and leaves. He passes a female high elf Lyenaru and a human woman Benki. They say hi to him, and he returns the gesture. Once he gets to the main dance floor, he sees 2 of his comrades, Private First Class Daisy Wallace and Private First Class Adam Hopkins. What are you 2 doing here? Daisy looks away from the bunny dancer. I don't know. You and Adam here talked about this place a lot. I wanted to see if they had some sexy men eye candy to look at, and she forced me to bring her. Adam adds, I wanted to see if you wanted to check out the new shipments in town. They are opening a new theater here. I know you were kind of a bastard kid, but you don't have to follow in your father's footsteps, Daisy said. What Daisy is referencing is that James's father met his mother at a strip club when he was in the army. And then his grandfather met his grandmother in a brothel in Vietnam before being her to the States. Both his male father figures, especially his grandfather, has a history of such activities. What? James said. You of all people say enjoy life. Being what, a hippie? Libertarian hippie, Daisy corrected. Got to add that first part or people will think I am a pussy. James shrugged, never seeing a way to win. Always have a response. Ladies' night is on Tuesday. Both Rangers are his teammates from Vanguard 5. All three of them were replacements for the losses Vanguard 5 suffered early in the war in the Elys Forest and first raid on Sadera. Daisy, or Diz, she came from money. Her father owns a logistic company in New England. She always jokes around that she got caught with drugs, so she enlisted into the army rather than going to jail, which no one believes. From what James knows, she is a free spirit girl than most of the Rangers, ditching college and enlisted. She saw college was a waste of time and boring, and though the army would bring more excitement, who knew she would end up being right? She never likes fantasy or science fiction, however. She enjoys the diversity of Falmart. Different bad guys to kill, better stories to tell. Adam, always been more of a follower and believes that it was Daisy who dragged him here. He was the one who introduced James to this place. Usually a quiet guy. Once he gets some drinks in, he likes to become the life of the party. That is why so many like him at parties. Unlike Daisy, he felt like he did not have a choice. Grew up in a poor family from West Virginia. He wanted a way out of poverty and saw the army as his only chance to get out and gain some trade skills. James shrugs. I believe this place has male prostitutes. You must talk to the head manager, Meray. After the adventurers assaulted Aniko and trashed the place, she has been vetting her customers. I actually respect that, Daisy said. I was surprised how clean and decorated this place is. I was expecting some dirty, looking gross and smelly. Not this flower scent. Food is not bad either. I see why our superiors came here. Far quieter than I expected to. Expected nothing but groans. Shut up, Diz, James said. Meray wants this place to be a legal and safe establishment, Adam said. She lobbied hard to establish this district here to help the economy and escaped slaves and prostitutes like herself. I don't care, Daisy said as she stands up. Whatever excuses you can come up with to make yourself feel better. But, I admit, this place feels nice. Now let us head into town. The three head out. It is a cloudy day, but nothing serious. The town of Alnus is busy like always, and foot traffic consumes the streets. James turns around as he describes how cool a recent film that was released was. Distracted, he feels someone rams right into him. His training kicked him, and he ended up on top of this woman, holding her down. Getting a good look, he noticed it was a Japanese-American woman with short bob-cut black hair and copper-brown eyes. Her eyes show that she is terrified. To his shock, this woman is beautiful, more beautiful than the other fantasy races. James. Hearing his name from Daisy, he snaps out of his trance and helps the girl up. I am sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you and toss you onto the ground. Brushing her shirt and shorts off, she grabs the stroller from Adam. Thank you, sir, and I am sorry. I thought I saw. I am late. I've been around soldiers. I know you were only acting on reflexes. James noticed that she changed her story halfway through. He looks at his teammates, and they seem confused. Whatever you fear, you don't have to worry about us. We are Rangers. This is Daisy, this is Adam, and I am James. The woman looks away and looks back at him. Yes, I think so. I think I just saw something, but I must be wrong. Daisy elbows James to get his attention. She points to the woman's wrist. James sees a scare bondage mark on her wrist. Paying more attention, he sees some scars, mostly hidden by makeup. He understands what happened now. She was once a slave. Okay, ma'am. The woman looks at them all. Vanguard 5, Captain Bailey team. I thought you guys look familiar. I hand out with Vanguard 7 all the time. Oh, you are that girl, Daisy said. Cute baby. Love the eyes. Thank you. My name is Mochizuki Noriko, but you can call me Noriko, Noriko said. Again, I am sorry, but I should go. Hold on, James said, and then realized he sounded needy. Would you like an escort to your location? I got nothing going on right now. Off duty. Noriko looks at him closely, then plugs her nose. She looks behind them. Dancing Princess Strip Club. I can smell it all over you. Thank you but no thanks. I cannot handle. I don't know. Sorry again. She bows and leaves. Not knowing what to do, he stands there, watching Noriko leave. He takes a depressing breath and then smells himself. I do smell like sex. Need to shower. Adam walks up behind him and pats him on the back. I wouldn't bother, man. Broken goods. She has a baby, so you are better off finding someone else. Hey, that is rude, Daisy said, slapping Adam's arm. She then walks to James' side. But he is right about one thing. You should look elsewhere. That is Noriko, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe's little side project. If you want to bang that, you would have to get both the captain and Sharpe permission, and no way Sharpe will grant you that. Better off woody hookers. After a frustrating breath, he starts heading out, but for some reason, he feels like he cannot drop it. Selena's special surprise. Fort Minnick. Date, June 2nd. Another early Monday morning. Selena is in her room, fully decorated with posters, dolls, toys, and other decoratives of Sailor Moon, ducks, flowers, Hello Kitty, and more. Besides the clothes tossed on her white dresser, a 52-inch TV playing season 23 of SpongeBob. Two wooden statues to the TV's left and right side are a unicorn and Pikachu Pokemon. Selena, get out here. Lelei yells. Breakfast is ready. Selena glares at the door. I said I am coming already. Such a Nemo. Gretel, Selena's new griffin pet, lets out a yawn. It was sleeping in a bed on a small desk next to her bed. There is a patch on his side from where the spider stabbed him. He should have died, but Selena's healing magic saved him long enough to be treated by a veterinarian. Such a cute kitty bird, Selena said as she runs the griffin's side. Selena stops and looks at her hand. She still cannot believe that she is a mage. Carlin said it is rare to have this type of magic. Carlin and Lelei have tried to help her do that spell again, but she has been unable to activate it so far. Only the most loyal of Merida followers can become a healer mage. However, Carlin also states it has been centuries since she has seen one. Standing up, Selena adjusts her pink nightgown and puts on her slippers. She looks at her mirror and takes a deep breath and grabs an object on the desk. Let's do this. After leaving her room, she sees Lelei in the kitchen frying up eggs and bacon while Yao makes some coffees and breads. Rory at the table snickering. Tuke is in the bathroom, taking a shower. Her father walks in and sits at the table. Thank you, Lelei and Yao, for breakfast, Sharpe said. It is no problem, Lelei said. I enjoy it. And besides, we won't let Rory into the kitchen after she tried to kill you, too. Rory stands up, slamming her hands on the table. I didn't know the difference between soda pop and baking soda. They are both called soda. She then sits down and crosses her arms. Not my fault. Seeing that everything is normal, Selena walks into the room, hands behind her back. Morning. After getting greetings from everyone, she sees Rory's approval wink. Selena takes a breath and smiles. Hey Daddy, I have big news I want to tell you. Sharpe lowers his tablet. Let me guess. It is either about you knowing magic. You haven't shut up about that. Or you will tell me there's another group wanting to kill you. That wouldn't surprise me at this point. Or you found a dragon you want to adopt. Sina blinks, shocked by his answer. The truth is, she knows those are all possibilities. She moves around in an adorable way. Nope. Sharpe looks at Selena, confused. All right, I will bite. What is it? Selena gives a big smile. Merida pleased me. Remember you told me to take care of Namen 2, 3. Well, I am carrying his child. She then holds out a pregnancy test. See, it has a blue plus. That is what that means, right? Sharpe just stares at his daughter. 5 minutes later, Selena is on the ground, holding her father's legs. Sharpe grabbed a baseball bat and was almost out the door before she grabbed his leg, trying to stop him. Stop. Don't go. Get off me, Selena. I just want to talk to him, Sharpe said as his hand grips tightly to a baseball bat. Don't kill anyone, Daddy. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. That brat has gone too far. Selena holds on tight as she is dragged through the grass. Up ahead is the base Humvee. This is not what's supposed to happen. There is an order of events you have to follow. You're supposed to be happy. And I will be happy when you're not 13, Sharpe states as he gets close to the Humvee. What is going on here? Selena looks up and sees Colonel Young and General Stanford standing there. Sharpe stops and looks at his superiors. About to commit a deadly assault, sir. We'll send you a list of witnesses, but they probably won't make it the day. Seeing her opening, Selena stands up and rushes to the Humvee. She blocks the driver's door and holds up her hand. I was joking. I am not carrying a baby. Rory and I thought it was funny. I am not with a child. I don't have a Naminta child. So please don't kill him. Rory told me to pick him because we thought you liked Namito. Don't kill him. Selena picked Namintu because out of all of the boys she is friends with, Namintu is Sharpe's favorite. Her father told her to be his best friend and take care of him because of his family. She had no idea that she might be the reason he dies today. In the background, everyone can hear Rory laughing hard. She is holding her cell phone, recording everything. Selena looks over at Rory, pissed. Rory told her that this would be a funny prank on Sharpe. To make it believable, Rory even stole Sarah's pregnancy test. Now she sees that she was set up all along. Damn you, Rory. Rory falls onto the ground laughing. Sharpe begins chasing her around Lelei. Lelei and Yao stand there confused about what is the big deal. Yao even states that Sharpe should be happy that he might become a grandpa. Tuke laughs as she is in a towel. I see, Stanford said. Once you are done playing, John Wick Sharpe reports to the command office. Before he walks away, he looks at Selena and winks. Now, who is the fool princess? Spirit of America. Tales of the Clanless Spirit of America. Tales of the Clanless. Philadelphia, United States. Date: March 14th, 2026. The warm sun shines down on a group of travelers. They just arrived on new land, eager to explore this place that promises so much. A tall, thin figure takes his first step onto this new place. An elf with a handsome face, blue eyes, and long golden hair that glistened in the sun. He wore a collared, loose-fitting, milky white shirt which slightly parted at the top, revealing a part of his chest. A worn-out black belt seemed to be the only thing holding his plain navy blue pants up, and some knee-high laced black boots to complete his wardrobe. He begins to take a look around, taking in everything he could. A small blue aura darts right beside the elf. A cute little fairy with long silver-black braided hair. A yellow one-piece sleeveless attire that ended in some puffed-out shorts. She had a royal blue long-sleeved bolero that wrapped around each thumb with matching thigh-high slipper stockings and a bonnet. Well, look at this place, Alden. Everything is so huge. The fairy exclaims. The elf turns to face the fairy and can see the captivating expression on her face along with her other companion, Molina. Alden chuckles and says to the fairy, well, in your case, everything already is, Sebel. She leans forward and sticks her tongue out at him as he shrugs and just chuckles. Seriously? Even in another world, you two can't stop picking on each other, Molina says. Well, he started it. Sebel stated annoyed as she crosses her arms and pouts. Why aren't you just scolding him? Alden pokes at the little fairy. Well, maybe if you weren't so easy to pick on, Sebel, he says as he continues to poke while she tries to dodge or push his finger away. All right, enough, Molina shouted as they both suddenly stopped and faced her. They could see the annoyance painted on her face. Her left ear up in the air, twitching just slightly but enough to know not to continue with their shenanigans. Arms crossed and leaning on one hip, she continued. I swear you two can act like small children at times. I need you two to focus and remember why we're here. Her scary demeanor that comes with being a warrior bunny, contrasting with the white t-shirt she had on, a ridiculous one with a smiling flare on the front of it. She wore black jean short shorts and dark flats on her feet. Her hazel brown hair, shorter than what most warrior bunnies would have, just reached her shoulders. I know, I haven't forgotten. Alden answers annoyed. We're meeting up Nellia and Kriyun who went ahead of us, and to see what more we can learn about this place and these Americans, Sebel adds. Good, looks like you two can pay attention, she says and smirks. Now let's get going and see if we can catch up. We're already attracting a lot of attention as it is, she points out to the crowd gathering. The US and its allies decided that eventually the residents from Alnus and Allied controlled territory needed to engage with citizens of their respective nations to eventually get these people integrated within their society. They pushed this program to let small groups venture in and explore the nations they would hope to be a part of in the future. There were mixed results at first as rules were pretty loose to give the visitors a sense of freedom to go where they wanted, which resulted in too many disputes and conflicts. In response, stricter guidelines had to be put in place and a more thorough screening process. This group of residents was some of the lucky ones who were allowed to cross over and explore what their choice nations had to offer. They were taught the basics like how to navigate throughout the city, following the signs, how to purchase items with their credit cards, and how to use their cellular devices to contact one another or emergency services. As they continued, Molina was surprised. She had known Alden for a few years now and seldom had he been so quiet. But she couldn't blame him for being so shocked. There were architectural spires that seemed to touch the very heavens, and each spire seemed to be covered in glass, a material known to be reserved for nobles, and yet they were decorated on every building. If they hadn't been told beforehand, they would have thought this was their capital. She couldn't find anything made completely out of common materials such as wood, clay, or hay. Everything was just so alien to her. This place is something, isn't it? I mean, look at everything. I haven't seen any naturally made building. Everything is just so. I don't know. I don't even know what I am looking at, Sebel comments. Heh, I guess everything the knights said weren't just stories after all. Alden adds, look at all these shops and people. I didn't even know humans came in such variety. Yeah, and I don't think we've scratched the surface yet either. Might have to keep that in mind, or every little thing is going to surprise us. Agreed, little friend. Well, now that we're here, we have a plan on where we're going after we meet up, Alden says while looking over to Molina. Molina was looking at all the metal vehicles passing by. There are so many different kinds of them, she thinks to herself, her ears pointing in all directions, hearing people talk about so many different things, mostly useless banter and occasionally about their group. Sebel flies in front of her. Hello? Huh, what? Molina asks, surprised. Hee, she giggles. Your mind's wandering again. We're almost at the store where Nellia and Creun are, but are wondering if you have a destination afterward. Oh yeah. Sorry, there's just so much to take in. The sights, the sounds, the smells. It's just all so new. Did you know as people saw us, I kept hearing children talk about this Tinkerbell fairy and referring to you. And these creatures are known as furries liking me. I don't know the full details, but I was led to believe only humans existed in this world. Has our intel been wrong? I have so many questions. Alden and Sebel looked puzzled too, not knowing how to respond. Well, that's what Sarah said, and she didn't seem like someone who would lie. Maybe her knowledge is Lemi dash. Sebel responds before being interrupted. Hi, Tinkerbell. Surprised, the group turns to where that sound came from. They were so distracted they didn't realize a group of children had walked up. They had these amazing looks on their faces, pointing at little Sebel. Tinkerbell? Sorry, my name's? She says while she spins in a little circle around them going up, displacing some type of dust that just sparkled, and shouts, Sebel. She stops in front of her companions with one leg bent back and arms straight up in the air as the children giggled and looked around in amazement. Alden and Molina just stand there smiling. If there was one thing their group had a weakness for, it was children. Their innocent view of the world was something that had to be protected and nurtured, they thought. Alden kneeled in front of a few of them and began doing this little wind spell controlled in his hands while they just pointed and watched in awe. Molina soon followed as she too kneeled, allowing them to touch her ears and answering any question curious children might have. Their parents soon gathered, taking pictures and videos while they talked amongst themselves until some approached, some apologizing for their children coming up and some asking questions about Uros. It was weird being surrounded like that, usually not ones being the center of attention, but it felt nice. The innocence and curiosity of the people from this world were reassuring. It was also so very peaceful. Good to know soldiers in Alnus weren't just full of it. As they continued to interact, Molina felt another hand begin touching her ear from behind. Thinking it was another child, she let them until she heard purring. Mimachimimit is soft, a voice behind her said. Recognizing the voice, she turns her head around and sees this orange-haired, brown-striped Nico now pawing at her fluffy tail. She wore a light green spaghetti-strapped tank top with white summer shorts and black sandals. She had twin tails coming down in front, while the rest of her hair fell behind her back. Molina stared at her quizzically as the Nico continued to paw at her tail while giving back a cheeky smile. Knock it off, Molina yells while jumping up. The Nico stands also and giggles as she reassures the frightened children around them. Everything's all right, kids. She's just being a little grumpy head, that's all. She teases while pointing at her. The children begin laughing again as they join in on the fun, pointing and teasing Molina. Grumpy head. Grumpy head? Molina looks down, face visibly red. Nellia, let's just go, she mutters as she begins to storm off. Don't you want to go this way? She smirks as she points towards a siren sitting on a bench deeper into a park. Molina turns around with her face still facing down, now heading towards the siren. Okay, bye for now, little kitties, Nellia says as she smiles at them. It's bye for us too then. We've got to go deal with that grumpy head. Alden adds. Sebel giggles as she waves at the kids. Bye. A blue-feathered siren sat at a park bench humming a song she'd heard at the store she was at while swaying back and forth. She wore a blue crop top with a loose-fitting pink skirt, complete with a plastic black belt that appeared to be just for looks and a black fashion cap. Taking a sip from her drink and sung, not thinking about tomorrow, singing sweet, oh hey Molina, I thought you two were at a store, not this forest, in the middle of a town, she asked, puzzled, and looks around. A park? It's called a park. And well, you guys were taking forever, so we came to find you. Lucky we found you so fast, huh? Kriyun responds. But hey, you have to try this. I think it was called ASL. Slaw. A Slurpee, Nellia says as she and everyone else comes up. I would have gotten you some, but I maxed out my card. And mine, Kriyun adds while Nellia winks and sticks her tongue out slightly. Molina sighs. I thought you two were digging up more useful information about this place, not sightseeing and shopping. And we have been, Nellia responds. And all this stuff you bought? Alden says as he and Sebel look into the bags set on the benches. All completely necessary and valuable. The Nico responds defensively. Sebel flies into a bag and comes back up with a feather attached to a bell and other shiny trinkets. What's this then? She asks as she lifts the cat toy. A necessity, she protests. Right, Kriyun? Don't include me. I already warned you and all that stuff is mostly yours. And besides, I actually took note of things. Oh, well, what about you three? I saw you playing with those children when you were supposed to be meeting with us, Nellia says and smirks. We did what we came here to do. There's only so much you can learn in places like museums. Thinking maybe it's mostly propaganda. You have to really dig deep to actually find answers. And what better than the locals? As everyone nods, Molina continues, for commoners, they seem to live a luxurious life compared to Falmart's standards. Any of you notice the clothes they were wearing? Yeah, I can see what you mean. No wear or tear. And they were clean too. Didn't catch a whiff of any bad stenches coming from them either. Alden agrees. And they seem to have a strong sense for family, like Sarah said. I saw fathers there too. Some even got a bit defensive when we started showing off our magic. I guess those soldiers mean what they preach. Sebel adds. Nellia stands there baffled. How did you get all that with just one encounter? Well, whatever. I noticed how rich this country is. Rich enough for common folk to own metal vehicles and other luxuries. I saw people wasting money on non-essential items just for entertainment. Sebel rings the bell she's still holding before setting it down as Nellia clears her throat, quickly looking in another direction and mutters, essential? Well, while everyone is sharing, here's what I got. Kriyun chimes in. Whatever we decide on how we engage these Americans, I strongly recommend avoiding outright war with them. I bought a map of this world and I learned how truly massive this nation is. I learned we are nothing more but a second thought, a distraction. Molina looks at her puzzled. What do you mean? Kriyun hands her the map and begins to unfold it as everyone else gathers behind her. Their eyes widened and jaws drop. They began asking questions in disbelief. This can't be right. Are you sure this is right? This has to be fake. Afraid not. I had a long discussion with many people on this, and their stories all lined up for this to be some mere lie. But this nation is basically a continent as well. They must have hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but there can't be that many in. Molina's mind trailed off as she thought of what she just said. Alden finishes her thought. And we've only seen but a small fraction of it as the rest are stationed all across this nation protecting its borders. Well, you're half right. Let me explain from the beginning, Kriyun says as she walks up and points on the map. Most of America's allies are here. She points to the European continent, further shocking the group. And some down over here in Asia, she says, pointing in different parts is Asia. But those nations are whole oceans away. The Empire is basically fighting this entire world. Molina shouts, surprised. Hee hee, guess the Empire really stepped on the griffin's tail here, huh? Nellia jokes. Indeed, Kryun continues. And everywhere America has an ally, there's sure to be some type of American military presence. In short, most of America's military is stationed outside of her borders. As this revelation began setting in, they began thinking maybe they shouldn't have come here. If they really wanted to, this nation could wipe them out without a second thought. Their people could be in danger as all the worst scenarios began playing in their heads. Molina began to feel so small. Like this world, this place, America could swallow them up. Maybe we should get going and warn. Molina began. Hey guys, Sebel interrupts. What happened to the city? They all turned around and saw what she was talking about. The city was just gone. A long dirt road with bushes and trees was where the park entrance once was. The bench the siren was sitting on had disappeared along with all the bags. They were so invested in their conversation they hadn't realized the environment around them had changed. They each began checking their phones, only to realize that they had no service either. Where do we do now? Sebel asks. I don't know what happened, but it looks like the path is clear. Let's see where it leads, but be on guard. I don't want any more surprises coming at us. Molina orders. They nod in agreement and get into defensive positions, moving slowly up the road. Although they are weaponless, it didn't mean they were defenseless. It looked like they knew what they were doing. As they continued on the road, it didn't feel like they were in any danger. Everything was calm. The trees' shade protecting from the bright flare and a warm breeze. As they ventured on, they noticed a wooden structure out in the distance, sitting all alone atop a hill. Looks like that's our destination, Alden says. Are you sure? Nellia asks. Maybe. He continues. How do you know? Sebel adds. Ladies, focus here. Molina orders. Alden turns to face Molina. You heard what I said. Eyes ahead. Alden grunts and faces forward. They begin to slowly approach this old wooden building with their guards still up. As they got closer, they realized the state of the place. It looked old and worn down, paint chipping off all over. There appeared to be a brick path, just as old, that went around in a circle and paths intersecting, meeting up in the middle. Two of the paths led down toward each side of the hill. One path leading straight up to the old structure, while the last led back to them. The lawn had overgrown a bit with an old rusted pole that stood proud, albeit crooked. On the very top was an all too familiar sight. A tattered old flag, the American flag. Although this place was old, it looked like someone was trying to maintain it. A sign barely hung from atop the building with writing that was barely visible but read Courthouse. What surprised them about it was that it wasn't in their language, but they could read it perfectly. Everything about this didn't feel right, but never once did any of their instincts kick in like they were in danger, and it was nerve-wracking. As they continued to look on, Sebel poked Molina's shoulder. Hey Mal, there's someone over there. Sebel says as points to an old wooden table with two benches on either side and an old man just sitting there. Was that there before? How come we didn't notice it as we walked up? Kryun asks puzzlingly. The old man had an aged and worn-out face. He had long, unkempt gray hair with a matching chest-long gray beard. He wore a stern look like he'd seen so much throughout his life. The outfit he was fitted with was a darkened, torn old suit. You could tell it was probably vibrant at one point, but that wasn't the case anymore. No, I don't think so, Alden stutters. Seeing they weren't going to be able to do anything just standing here, Molina began walking towards the old man while everyone followed. As they approached, Molina felt calm, safe. She didn't know how to describe it. Thinking he probably brought them here, he'd be the best bet of sending them back. When she arrived a few feet from him, she didn't know what to say. He just kept staring at that courthouse, not even acknowledging they were there. She takes a deep breath and begins. You know, your old courthouse is kinda run down, Molina says, hoping to get a reaction. But there was just silence as he kept staring at it. She thought he was ignoring them until, finally, he responds in a tired tone. Nah, it'll do for our little town. She was happy to just get a response, but before she could say anything else, Nellia adds, and your flagpole? It's leaned a little bit, and that's a ragged old flag you got hanging it. At that moment, The old man breaks his gaze and stares directly at the group. His stern face made them feel a bit uncomfortable, thinking they might have offended him. Before Molina could apologize, the old replies, "Have a seat," he says while motioning to the table. Molina was about to protest but decided against it, not wanting to offend him further. She looks back at everyone. "Let's just go and hear what he wants to say." "Sure about this?" Kryun asks. "Yeah. None of this feels right at all," Alden says with concern. "I know, but he might have been the one who brought us here, so he might be the only one who can send us back, so let's not offend him further," says Molina as she looks back at the man and he motions again. "I think it's okay," Sebel chimes in. "He doesn't feel threatening at all." She flies up to the bench and sits on the table in front of him, legs crossed. The rest soon followed as Molina and Kryun sat in the middle with Alden and Nellia on the ends. Mal tried to lean in and apologize, but was stopped as the old man raises his hand. He looks at them individually, but not like he was looking at their physical appearances. No, he was looking at something else, something deep inside. He kept looking as he stroked his beard. When he was done, he sat up straight and says, "Let me tell you a story, but first, let me ask, is this the first time you've been to our little town?" They looked at him, puzzled. Wasn't he the one who brought them here? Before anyone could ask, Nellia speaks up. "But W? Yes, I believe it is." She nods. "I don't like to brag, but..." The old man says as he slowly raises his left hand to point at the flag and continues, "We're kinda proud of that ragged old flag." As the group turns to face the flag, there was a tear on it that began to glimmer, and it only got brighter until everyone was enveloped in that light. When it finally faded, the sun had set. It was dark, but they could see running water and some mist rising from it. It was then they saw boats crowded with people. They looked like some type of soldiers. On one stood a proud-looking man, and with him, the flag with the hole still lightly simmering. But the flag was different. The same basic design was there, but the number and arrangement of stars were different. The group still sat there in disbelief at what was happening, still feeling like they weren't in any danger. "You see, we got a little hole in that flag there when Washington took it across the Delaware River." "Washington? As in George Washington?" Kryun exclaimed puzzlingly. Molina elbowed her gently and looked at the rest of her companions, slightly shaking her head, as if telling them not to interrupt. She felt if this story was this important to tell that they were brought here, then let him tell it. Perhaps they could find the answers they were looking for. "And it got powder burned the night Francis Scott Key sat watching it writing. Say, can you see?" The old man continued. The vision changed to a sight that shocked all of them. The flag flew high on top of the White House as it was set ablaze by an invading army. More of the flag began to shimmer at the spots it was being burned. However, the sight quickly shifted to a magnificent song being played about how tall the flag stood despite it all. It felt a little reassuring that despite its power now, it had small beginnings like many others. But the idea that a nation this powerful was not just attacked, this nation's capital was burned, was unsettling. However, the people still came back stronger and prouder than ever. They didn't know why, but they felt a small sense of pride from that, even though they weren't a part of it at all. As the old man proceeded with his tale, the flag continued to change while different parts of it glowed wherever it was damaged. What they witnessed next were massive battles throughout America's history. And it got a bad rip in New Orleans with Packingham and Jackson Tuggen at its seams. Two generals fought on open plains, one adorned with red coats and the other blue. It was much different from the fighting they seen occurring on Falmart. Musket rounds whizzing past the group of other worlds, but they phased through. And it almost fell at the Alamo beside the Texas flag, but she waved on though. The battle then seemed to freeze as if painted within the pages of history and moved on to a tense fight between two opposing forces. It was an intense fight, a siege where it looked like the defenders had no chance of winning, but defeat never showed on any of their faces as they fought on. All the sounds of battle suddenly ceased, and the party looked on at open fields. They saw what appeared to be slaves working the fields, and some being whipped. "This can't be right. Are we still looking at America?" Alden asks himself. Molina was about to answer him until she witnessed a slave auction, something they've all seen all over in Falmart, some even being on the receiving end. Before they could ask anything, they witnessed intense fighting. America had split into two while runaway slaves, risking everything, fled to the north for asylum. The sight brought some tears to Nellia's eyes, knowing the feeling all too well. Before they even had a chance to process their feelings, the scenes changed to death and destruction. The Great Wars, the true horrors of war being displayed in front of them, began to shake them to the core. The hail of bullets shredding people apart, poisonous gas suffocating soldiers, artillery bombarding defensive positions, tanks rolling over armies, flying metal beasts darkening the skies, leviathans dominating the seas, and finally the Holocaust. The same feeling of fear and insignificance began taking over. Sebel shook uncontrollably as she took cover within Molina's fingers-crossed hands, herself in disbelief. However, the sight of Allied perseverance in beating back the enemy and liberating death camps brought some relief and hope back. As the old man continued, showing the Allied forces fighting back those who would dare stand up to oppress others, Creune, though also terrified, did a better job of hiding it. She was more focused on taking in as much information as possible. A repeating pattern she's seen throughout America's history was their determination. No matter how bad the situation was or devastating an enemy attack was, they always came back to meet that challenge. She also learned that in a prolonged war, America will outproduce and outlast any adversary, including the Empire. He followed throughout the Cold War era with their struggle against communism and its devastating effects on social life in America, whose legacy lasts to this very day in the guise of socialism. But the flag still stands despite it. He stopped speaking for a bit as the images fade until only they and the bench were left. They all look back at the old man. He then continues. Now they've about quit waving her back here at home, he says as he lets out a disappointing sigh and starts again. In her own good land here she's been abused. She's been burned, dishonored, denied, and refused. He spat with frustration. And the government for which she stands is scandalized throughout the land, and she's getting threadbare and wearing thin, he says as a small grin begins form on his face. But she's in good shape for the shape she's in. And though she's bled again in Philadelphia, it ain't the end of America. 'Cause she's been through the fire before, and I believe she can take a whole lot more. So, we raise her every morning. We take her down every night. We don't ever let her touch the ground, and we fold her upright. The group watches on as the images start up again. The courthouse and flag in its prime rising on that pole. Millions of servicemen throughout America's history stand in formation as far they can see, saluting the flag as it goes up, its folds catching the first rays of flare. On second thought, I do like to brag, the old man exclaims. The group feels the bench move a little and turn to face the old man who got up from his bench. His hair no longer messy, beard still long but neatly kept. He wore a white button-up shirt with a bright blue coat over it, red and white striped pants with shiny polished black shoes. He puts on his now white top hat with a blue streak and stars going all around. 'Cause I'm mighty proud of that ragged old flag, he states as he walks up to some serviceman with familiar uniforms, but the ones wearing them, they could tell were residents from Uros. Molina had so many questions, but before she could answer, the flare began to get brighter and brighter until she heard. There you all are. A stranger shouted with a flashlight in her hand. There was two other person with her. Huh, wait, what? Alden asks as he looks around. Everyone begins looking around, and they see that they're back at the park, but night had descended. Hello. You all okay? We've been trying to contact you all day. We thought something had happened, the person said. Molina continued to look with Alden as Sebel flies out of her hands to look as well. Nellia and Creune turned to face the woman. Alexis Galima was the person assigned to this group to assist if they ended up in trouble, or find them if they somehow went missing. Sorry about that, Creune responds. We just got lost, it seems. Then why didn't you call or answer your phones? She asks annoyingly. They didn't work, Nellia defended as her phone lit up showing the missed calls and messages. Oops, she says while she winks and scratches the back of her head to look cute. Well, whatever. I don't know what happened and I don't care, so I'll make you all a deal. I won't tell anyone where you went as long you don't tell anyone I lost you. I don't want my superiors thinking I can't handle the simple task of babysitting otherworlders. Alden overhears and quickly changed gears. Maybe throw in a night together and you got a deal. Alexis shot him a glare that looked like she was mentally strangling him. Or not, it's fine. The deal's good as is. Molina finishes looking and agrees. Yes, that's fine. I think we found what we were looking for here. Thank you for this experience, she says. It was a great opportunity, and I think I got a better understanding of America. All right, everyone, let's get back. I'm tired. They began picking up their bags and headed back to their hotel. Written by Pariah. Teacher's new assistant, Tales of the Clanless. Written by Pariah_ya. Alna School. Date: April 21st, 2026. Hapiya. A small fairy yawns as Sebel stretches from her miniature bed. Sebel rubs her face as she looks over to her roommates' beds that were empty. Huh. Wait, what? What time is it? She asks herself as she faces the circular device hung up on the wall. She squinted as she read the time. 10:37 a.m. Wait, crap. Sebel shouts and quickly darts out of bed and checks her wardrobe. Grabbing her clothes, picking out this cute little white dress decorated with an assortment of flowers and a large bow attached to the lower back. After picking it up, she races to the bathroom to wash up in the tiny shower specialized for smaller races. After one last look at herself through the mirror, she smiles as she looks at herself all dressed up, letting her hair down this time around. A new look? She thought. Sebel grabs her small purse and begins flying towards a place she recently volunteered at. A place that offered children of any race an opportunity for a higher education. At first, she thought the idea to be ludicrous, but after observing how quickly the children adapted to this, her mind about it began to change. She observed the school day after day and eventually thought about helping. She approached Sarah after class and offered her services. Sarah was reluctant at first, but after some internal debate, Sarah began to see the benefits of having the locals actively helping out towards the school and didn't want to discourage such behavior. Today at 8 a.m. sharp was supposed to be Sebel's first day, but she was now running just a tad bit late. She hurried through the small town, attempting to reach school as fast as she could when she hit someone. An orange-striped Nico began rubbing her forehead. "Watch where you're," she began as she was interrupted. "I'm sorry, Nellia," said the fairy as she rubbed her face. "But I gotta go," she adds as she takes off again. She begins to reach the school as she sees the structure begin to enlarge. Almost there. A few moments later, Sebel floats there. Arms droop down as one hand grabs the other. She faced the floor while she was scolded by her new boss. "I know you're just volunteering, but I needed your help this morning. As instructors, we have an obligation to these kids," Sarah began as she continued to grade some of the schoolwork. I know. I'm sorry. It's just, I haven't done something like this before," and she tries to say as tears begin to form. "As their superiors, we need to set an example. It is hard enough that half of their parents don't want them here and dash da." Sarah stops and thinks to herself, she is just volunteering here. I don't need to be this rough on her. "Look, I'm sorry," Sarah says as she slightly pats Sebel on her back. "I appreciate that you decided to come help out, that you've taken time out of your life to help, and I don't want to discourage you. This is very important to me, and I need all the help I can get to make this work, not just for me but for Alnus. Do you understand that?" Sebel could hear the sincerity and passion in Sarah's voice. Sarah genuinely cared about what she was doing here. She was frustrated she didn't realize it sooner. Then maybe she would have put more effort into this. She quickly shakes her head and lightly smacks both of her cheeks to regain her focus. Confused, Sarah began to speak, but was interrupted by Sebel's regained cheery attitude. "I understand now. I'm sorry. I promise I will do better," she says enthusiastically while fiddling with her fingers on one hand until she thinks she found the right one, and proceeds to give out one of the most awkward thumbs-up Sarah had ever seen. A smile begins to form on Sarah's face, which slowly turns to a chuckle. "Did I not do it right?" Sebel asks, confused. "No, that was good," she says, still chuckling. "Okay, well, if you're serious, I could use some help grading these papers. Here, let me show you what to do." The rest of the day went along smoothly. As Sebel was much too petite to use writing utensils, she was given a stamp to mark incorrect answers on schoolwork. She watches intently as Sarah engages with the students. She had a motherly method to her teaching, Sebel noticed. She taught while never discouraging their personal growth. Even when the kids would make obscene comments, instead of dismissing them outright, she would challenge them to view said matter in a different perspective. The fact that Sarah could keep her composure really impressed her. "Right, Sebel? Oh, yeah, sure." Sebel nods in confusion, not knowing what's going on. The children begin to laugh. "Huh. Just making sure you're paying attention, Sarah says as she winks at her. Now do you want to introduce yourself to class? Without skipping a beat, she flies up to the front of the class, distilling as much sparkling dust as she could. Hello all. I am Sebel. Glad to be meeting you little kitties today, and I'm looking forward to spending more time with you all, she says, floating in front of the classroom and spreading her arms out. Sparkles dispersing from her arms and gently float to the back of the classroom, drawing admiration from the children. The little fairy floats there, puffing out her chest with pride when suddenly, "But you're a fairy, aren't you the little one?" one of the children mocks, a boy sitting close to the end of the class. Sebel continues to hold her smile as she closes her eyes, her face twitching just slightly that you could see the frustration. Nasiko, if you have the energy to be a prick, then you can give me 15 push-ups after class, Sarah orders, staring directly at Nasiko. She was picturing the face of a certain blonde-haired elf from her own group, one who would constantly tease her on her size, and it soon began to get to her. She wasn't expecting the same treatment with children. Kids can be brutal, she thought to herself. She was getting ready to respond when she was interrupted. Sensing where this might be going, Sarah takes control of the class, pointing out the fact that although she may appear to be small to them, they all would be considered small in the presence of something like a Valrolden. She flies up beside Sarah. "Thank you," she sincerely says. "I almost lost my composure." "Do not worry, they can be a handful, but you'll get the swing of things in no time," Sarah warmly reassures. Sebel turns to face the class one last time. "Thank you all for having me. I'll do my best to help out." She then returns to grading their papers. After a few hours had passed, the class ended with children heading back to their homes, except for Nasiko doing his push-ups in the back room. Sebel notices Sarah with one of the students, Selena. She thought her name was. I wonder what they're talking about, she mutters to herself. She decided to fly in close to say her goodbye for the day and figure out what was going on. She carefully and quietly moves in closer as they talk about how the day went. She noted her improving on mathematical problems, but she needed to practice a bit more. She didn't understand the big deal. When would such a trivial subject serve her in the actual world? As the two continued their conversation, Sarah noticed the ends of Selena's hair begin to float up, confusing her. "Yes, and I think you can benefit Fro," Sarah began before trailing off while noticing the sight. "What?" Selena asks, confused, but she quickly realizes what Sarah was looking at as she notices her own hair floating up a bit. What's going on?" Selena says, feeling a bit uneasy, slowly reaching for something she had hidden away. "Wait, Selena, don't worry, it's just a little fairy with a little too much time on her hands," Sarah points out while crossing her arms. "Hee, I didn't think you'd catch me that fast," the small little sprite teases. "Oh hey, Sebel," Selena shouts gleefully. "I didn't think you would still be here, knowing you almost got 2 in the chest and 1 on the head." "2 in the what?" "Ignore that. Something that unfortunately rubbed off from her father," Sarah said, rolling her eyes, and then lectured Selena not to say such things. "Well, okay. I just wanted to see what was going on. You two seem awfully close for a teacher and student," Sebel points out. "Well, she is my soon-to-be daughter, Sebel," Sarah replies while giving her a slight hug. "So I have to make sure she's on top of her studies." "MMHM. So Sebel, what made you want to be a teacher?" Selena asks, quickly to change the subject. The petite fairy quickly realizes and follows along. I don't know. I just felt like there was, something. I don't know." Sebel struggles, replying. She starts thinking, why is she here? Maybe she wants to help out the kids here too. Maybe, Sarah adds, she wants to find some meaning in her little life. Sebel quietly mutters. What was that? Nothing, the fairy responds. "So I know why you're wanting to teach already, but how do you keep yourself so composed in there? Some of the stuff theses kids said in there would have bothered me, and it slightly did when they started picking on my size. I am a captain of the U.S. Army, Rangers, Vanguard 7. That's how." Sarah responds quickly while Sebel and Selena give her a confused look. "I handle situations like this all the time in the army, and I deal with those children on a daily basis. What's a few more from Alnus?" Realizing what she meant, both girls begin to laugh. "Even Daddy?" Selena asks with a smile, already knowing the answer. "Especially your father." "Heh, that major guy, right?" "It's Lieutenant Colonel now," Selena proudly corrects. "Yes, that guy." I'm surprised that a warrior of that caliber would decide to begin to settle down, to adopt, marry, and start a family, the fairy solemnly says. Is that common where you come from? Hearing her change in tone, Sarah asks, so stuff like that isn't common on this world then? But to answer your question, yes, it does. It's just something harder to get but easy to lose. So I can't say I don't feel envious. She ends with a slight smile. But enough of the serious stuff. How is this Sharpe guy? Sharpe. My daddy's name is Sharpe. Selena corrects once more. But isn't there an E at the end of his name? So shouldn't you say it as Sharpe like that writing tool? Selena was about to respond but didn't know how. From what she's learned, it didn't make sense, so she looks up to her mom for help. The E is silent in this case, so you would just pronounce it as Sharpe. The English language is filled with complications like this. That's why it's the hardest language to learn. Still doesn't make sense. I mean, why use the E then? Never mind. No reason to bother over it. There are a lot of confusing instances in the English language. Sarah responds with a chuckle. Then I don't want to know more. I'm fine with the language I know now. Me too. Selena jumps in and adds, which earns glare from Sarah. After getting a chuckle out of Sebel, she chimes in to save Selena. You know, it's been an eventful day. If you two are free, would you like to continue over some food? I'll pay, she says with a smile. Please, Mama, Selena asks with a pleading look. Not missing a beat. Sebel flies next to Selena and pleads next to her. She rolls her eyes but gives in. All right, let me just tell your father. Maybe he can join us too. She begins to take out her cellular device and fiddles with it. While they wait, Sebel begins to get Selena's hair to float once more and sprinkle more sparkling dust around her. Selena just giggles and tries to catch the fairy with all the stuff going on. All right, he says he'll meet us there. He's just about done with his training with Gray, so let's get a table ready for him. The two stop playing as a big grin forms over Selena's face as they begin to head into town. They begin to head to Alnis's popular spot, Apex. Asteriskum. These two would have been enough, but talking to the guy himself, how fortunate. Let's see what I can learn from him. Asterisk, the small fairy thinks to herself as she flies to keep up with them. Imperial Generals. West of Rondel, 14th Legion Command Post. Damn, it is Aaron all over again. I cannot believe the Otherworlders would do such a thing. We could use this to convince Rondel that NATO is the enemy. An infected outbreak like this is impossible for us. Only they could know how to weaponize this curse to this scale. General Perios, a citizen of Rondel and the Empire, leader of the Legion that is campaigning in this region. His sole responsibility is to defend Rondel against NATO. While other cities have fallen to this mighty enemy, Rondel is a crown jewel city, one of 9 such cities within the Empire, so its defense is a must. A noble of Rondel, but once Valtris fell to the enemy, he took command of the 14th Legion to defend his homeland. Perios knew one day the enemy would figure out the value of Rondel and move north, so he had been preparing the defenses. The fact that some of his people invited the enemy to the city is an insult and proof that the war has finally come to this region. Even worse, the famous Vanguard 7 is leading this diplomatic effort. By law, once they reach the city, he cannot attack them, so his plan was to prevent that. However, the current situation has thrown all his plans into chaos. Peprio reached out his hand, and a female human maid handed him a cup of wine. After a long drink, he sets down the cup. NATO did not do this. Noticing the reaction from Peprio's senior centurion and centurions that NATO did not do this, he quickly explained, there is no reason NATO would do this, especially if they are trying to bribe Rondel to join them. It is easy to blame anything new on the enemy. However, his experience over the past year is telling him this is not enemy action. There is an easy explanation of this crisis, General, a centurion said. They released these abominations to scare Rondel elites. Then they kindly offer their assistance to remove this new threat, becoming heroes. The adventurers do it all the time. What the man said made logical sense, however, it did not fit how NATO has fought. Up to this point, NATO has not done something this insane, and why would they? Maybe if they were losing the war or at a standstill, but they are winning. We must assume NATO understands what the infected are and how dangerous they can be. And from these reports, these infected are a new breed. There must be a new course afoot. While NATO probably has the capabilities to make a new curse, I don't see why they would. It would only backfire on them, and besides, The outbreak is far too spread out than what would have been needed. If they didn't do it, then what is going on? The senior centurion said. They came from somewhere, and from our last report they are spreading north. At least 5 villages have already fallen to these infections. We must assume Crete has fallen too, another centurion said, pointing to the map. A centurion with a scar on his cheek pointed to Crete. Maybe so, but my scouts have reported seeing the other worlders hovering dragons here. I think we can assume the enemy are occupying the town. Maybe so, but our northern cohorts are being overrun, a Minotaur centurion said. From the scroll, the centurion in command is afraid to get into formation to stop the curse from spreading because of the other worlders' flying machines. Large groups make easy targets. And when they do engage against this curse, the letter states they don't know how to cleanse this new curse. What about the enemy emissaries that are heading to Rondel? The senior centurion asked. We set up ambushes along the Gallo Highway and alternative routes. We will stop them from ever making it to the city. Hearing that, Perios slammed his fist into the table as it glowed blue. If we keep the Legion down here, then all the villages up north will be killed. This new curse will spread, and we will never be able to stop it. Looking carefully at the large map, Perios then pointed to his cohorts. Tell the desert dogs Ticaret that we are pulling out. We will let NATO deal with the infected around Crete, while we move north and regroup with the 22nd Legion. Then we will counterattack these abominations. General, what about the emissaries? Vanguard 7, the senior centurion asked. If we pull out, then there is no chance of stopping them before reaching Rondel. Vanguard 7, the American famous warriors. While a small unit, their success has spread throughout the imperial ranks, surpassing even the best of propaganda in hiding this fact. They fought in Sadera twice, engaging and beating apostles, played a major role in capturing Halfcrissen and the fortress of Legrath, saved Italica, and more. People of note, Rory Mercury, apostle of Emroy, joined this unit, which explained much of their success against apostles and monsters. A native Rondel girl called Lelei Lalina, a student of Cato L. Alteston. According to the recent debate in Rondel and military reports, Lelei has revolutionized magic into a new force. 2 elves, Tuke Marceau and Yauha Dusher, have brought the once loyal elves to NATO's side. While small, a growing number. Most importantly, their leader, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, a man who continued to defy all odds and come on top. A man that even the rebel crisis went out of his way to ignore his banishment and challenge this man and NATO at large. From what Perios understand, while the girls that follow Sharpe are deadly and should be considered a threat, the fact they follow this man into the most dangerous of battles against the passive nature of their sex say everything. No woman would ever follow a man into danger if he was a fool, which implied all the legends and stories behind Sharpe are true, which was why he hoped to stop them before they reached Rondel. While facing this legend from the other word is the Imperial General Dream, the current situation reminded Perios of his duty to protect the citizenry from the forces of darkness. Our allies in Rondel will have to deal with them, Perios said. But I am not surrendering this region to the Horde. We will march against them like our ancestors did, and once we are done I will go to Rondel and deal with these emissaries. Somewhere in the Erugi ruins. How could you have run away like that? Shut up, Gagnog, Fabius said, setting down his cup. The point was not to fight the enemy. The dwarf slammed his fist onto the table. You cannot win battles if you flee. When did the Imperial army become cowards? Annoyed by the dwarf's arrogance, Fabius looked at Gagnog's Sandshield, a Ticaret Conglomerate dwarf from Sandshield Deep House. When the Ticaret army arrived into western Elis, he was so happy for the help, but this dwarf has been driving him crazy. All Gagnog wanted to do since arriving here was to attack NATO forces. Fabius thought of their encounter, their air power, and how easily it destroyed their formation. However, it all proved that Gagnog wanted to be on the offense more. And you cannot win battles if you are dead, Lord Gagnog, Fabius replied. I will not march my army into battle just to die. We cannot win on the battlefield against this enemy, so we must fight smart. All you want to do is stand around and do nothing, Gagnog yelled. Hearing that, Fabius pointed to the map. We are not standing around. We are deployed all over the western part of Elis and our supply lines from the Gerda region. As long as Thaluilas remains in our control, we are still in this war. A war is two opposing sides fighting each other, Gagnog yelled. Not let the enemy walk over you. What happened to your balls, Legatus? Silence, dwarf, Albin commanded. This is not a war either of our people have ever faced. We cannot blindly face them in open battle, the dark elf Albin Dac Calf said. Albin is the sanctum commander of this Ticaret expedition here in Elis. The second sanctum is the closest of a professional military the Ticaret have. While feared, they spend most of their time keeping the powerful houses within the Ticaret in check. Fabius is not surprised there is this much disagreement between him and the Ticaret leadership. For 300 years, both sides have hated each other. To his surprise, Albin has been the most supportive to his war strategy. Rumor has it that the Sanctum barely supported war, not because they believed in the cause, but to help maintain the balance with the conglomerate. Here you go. Hearing a sweet, calm voice, Fabius looked over and saw this purple with blue faded striped cat person standing there in a humble but beautiful color, Trabia. She handed him a new cup of water. Thank you. Slave cat, get some beer, Gagnog demanded. Hearing that angered Fabius. That slave cat is my wife, dwarf. Disrespect her again, and you can sleep outside in the mud where you belong. You married a lesser race? Gagnog asked, shocked by that fact. Cat people are weak, only above dark races. They are slaves to be maids or for pleasure, nothing more. I cannot believe the Empire promoted someone who married an inferior creature like her. Disgraceful. They might be weaker, but they are still above ground compared to you, dwarf, Fabius quickly replied. Your kind lives in the dirt rig alongside the worms. Before speaking like that again, remember that you have to look up to speak to a man. You should know that NATO is making the cat people into formidable warriors just like the bunnies. Reports state that some of them took part in the second raid on Sadera, so you better start changing your attitude, or you might end up killed by those so-called inferior creatures. Now, get out, dwarf. The anger was fully visible on Gagnog's face as he opened his mouth to respond, but giving it a second thought, decided against it. He grabbed his mug and stormed off. Albin laughed hard. You humans always continue the fight, but I have to say, I am also shocked they would promote someone who is married to a lesser race. The dark elf took a drink as he thought. It does prove how desperate the Empire is. Fabius hated to admit it, but Albin and Gagnog were correct. His wife Lartia Aulus was once a slave, but he fell for her the moment he laid eyes at that beautiful woman, breaking every social tradition. He was forced to serve the Empire in the Gerda region, a poor villa. The only reason he was able to move up the ranks was because of Legatus Propraetor Pellium Wilk. While Mwilk did not approve of Fabius' wife, he respected Fabius' skill at warcraft. It is true, Fabius replied. During Zorzal's coup and when Legrath fell, most of our senior leaders were killed. Elis is too important to surrender, so the Imperial Army needed a legatus to continue the war in this region. Interesting, Albin said as he looked over the war map. I hate to say this, but Gagnog is correct. We cannot win a direct fight. That is clear, but we cannot just sit around and wait for the enemy to ravage our forces. The enemy almost caught you. A few days ago, NATO launched a surprise attack on one of Fabius' hidden forts by Yaman. If it was not for those two Talos knights who gave their lives to buy time, he probably would have been taken or killed. Your silence says everything, Albin commented. What are you waiting for? It is clear you are not a coward. I still remember, what did you call it? A flying warthog? Anyway, it slaughtered so many of our men and wagons with one swoop. But the Agarant stream will not protect you forever. Everything Albin said was true, and Fabius knew it. I am waiting for something. We cannot beat this enemy with force of arms, and the war will not be won in the West. I have little communication with Sadera, only by sea or north trade routes. I do not know what the East is doing, but all I know is that they have a plan. For me, I want to keep as many of my men alive until an opportunity, a signal, something appears. I don't want to risk attacking when I don't have to. You want to wait and see which side will win the war? Albin said. That is one way of looking at it, Fabius replied. But as long as we keep the other worlders occupied in Elis, means less troops they have in the East. I don't need to fight to do that. He stopped there to allow Albin to mull over his words, and caught a glimpse of his wife still waiting there, patiently. He felt he said what needed to be said and departed. "Now excuse me, I'm going to spend time with my wife," he finished saying while signaling her to follow. Minnick Dojo. Fort Minnick Dojo. Fort Minnick. A charging human male swings his fist. With a quick dodge, Shino was able to get behind the man and kick him. "Got to do better than that." The soldier shook his head and smirked. The man charged forward, throwing punch after punch. Shino easily dodged them all and then swung a kick. To her surprise, he caught it. The man twisted her leg and lunged her in the chest, knocking her on her ass. As Shino got up, she held her chest. She did not expect his counterattack and realized she no longer could goof around. "All right, big guy. You want to dance? Let's dance." Seeing the threat, Shino ducked, dodging the sword attack. She grabbed that arm and flipped the man around. She placed her knee on the guy's back and held him down. "Enough," Chief Master Sergeant Carlos Cruz ordered. "Good spare." After a quick celebratory laugh, Shino helped the soldier up. "Good job, Manpiv. Good fight." For the past few months, Shino has been helping train the Alnus militia into a fighting force. Some are farmers who never fought before. Others are ex-slaves who want revenge or to fight for their freedom, like the Black Americans during the American Civil War. Luckily, at least a third are trained fighters like adventurers and defector Imperial soldiers. The issue has been each group has its own problems to sort out. As part of the cultural exchange and influence scheme, many martial art associations and authorities back on Earth in many countries have approved the recognition of the natives of Uros in the official ranking system. As a result, so far, many militant members have attained formal belts indicating their skills in martial arts like Delilah and Wolf with red belts in and judo, Tayo with yellow belts in Kyokushin karate, and not so surprisingly Rory with a blue belt in judo, which she against Giselle during the Battle of Mount Tube. Manpiv has been one of Shino's star students, quickly achieving a red belt. Once an Optio of the Imperial Army, a rank appointed by a centurion from within the ranks to act as his second in command. The U.S. equivalent is a modern first sergeant. He was captured by British forces at the Siege of Karush. Once the city fell, he was an insurgent for a few months against NATO. However, his fellow insurgents wanted to harm the people of his city, and that was a line he refused to cross, so he switched sides and warned the British occupiers. From there, he was allowed to join the Alcatraz knighthood. "Thank you," Manpiv said. "Still not used to throwing punched at a woman, but good fight." "I get it," Shino said. "It is not natural unless you're a dick. But good job on your form. Don't go back into the brawling habit, and remember your judo training. The point of judo is to counter people like you. Pay attention, everyone," Carlos said to all the other students. "Take a lesson from this fight." While leading Private Shino Kurabayashi is smaller in frame and size than Manpiv. However, strength and size are not always the most important. Understanding your opponent and using his weakness against him is a must to become successful warriors. As Carlos lectures about the merits of soldiering, Shino looked at the large crowd of recruits. "It is impressive." Looking to Shino's side, she noticed Honorary Captain Gray Co-Aldo of the Rose Order of Knights. "What is impressive? I only kicked his ass because of advanced martial art I know." "Not what I mean," Gray said. "I never thought to see so many recruits. I always assumed you Terrans would fight this war alone." "That was the plan," Shino said. "Even though this post was designed to train natives until warriors that we can work with, it was always intended as a pet project. The only reason your Rose Knights are so active is that Pina is a princess, and they are working directly with Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe." "I expected that," Gray replied. "But what happened at Siopi Romsha? Changed things?" Shino heard the stories from Siopi Romsha. "It was a massacre at the outpost, and construction of Highway Eugene Raybould has been delayed for a week." "I know. My people bombed Pearl Harbor back in 41, and all it did was piss them off." "I am getting that vibe. The Empire made a mistake." Gray crossed his arm. "Over 30 dead, almost a dozen wounded." General Stanford became military governor of the region, and one of his first acts is to reform the Alnus militia into the Alcatraz knighthood and asked for recruits. Reaching out to the city-states and other allies for more knights, since the Italica Knights were key in saving the outpost from being overrun. "Yup," Shino stated as she reflected. "Broke rule number 1 twice, and now the Americans want blood." The Empire might have had a chance if they laid low and turned this into another forgettable American war like Afghanistan, but that option is gone now. Not hearing a reply, Shino looked at the old man again, confused. What is bothering you? Wishing you were in the fight? After a moment, Gray spoke. While a part of me wishes to be out there with the Rose Knights, that is not what I am thinking about. I am surprised to see so many different classes of people here. Many races, freedmen, and ex-slaves. I guess what Sharpe said at Italica the first time was correct. Peasants able to control destiny and fight. Wish I was there, Shino said. If it was my people, they probably would have just sat back and waited to see what happened. She looked again at the crowd. And I think that is why so many are here, as a blessing or as a fault the Americans act and it attracts, Gray said. It is why Pino was consumed by the ideas of a revolution, why cities like Italica switch sides, and why these people are here. For the first time on Falmart, these people see they have a future and are willing to fight for it. No, they see they can. In the future, I believe Romsha will be seen as a blessing, Gray said. Wars are always filled with important battles that influence society. The sight of NATO soldiers beating some of the worst monsters Falmart have ever seen, the ghouls. Besides them, a knight fighting side by side, both needing each other to survive and win. With a chuckle, Shino enjoyed what Gray said. I am surprised, Gray. That was very deep. It sounded very romantic in a military way. Looking back at the crowd. Still, only 200 here. And next week will be 300, Gray responded. And next month will be 1,000. And that is why we are here, Shino replied. All right, now for the Brazilian trainer turn. Any takers? Carlos asked. I will, Wolf said. He walked forward, taking off his robe and red belt. These fancy dances are effective, but how do they do against a beast race like me? Let's find out. After organizing the recruits and starting the next round, Carlos explained what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is. A special forces instructor is currently teaching another recruit the arts of it. With Stanford's new plan to raise a new Alcatraz knighthood, he needed many specialized close-quarter instructors to teach the recruits. The ban on giving native firearms remains in place, as NATO has a planet of soldiers fulfilling that role with reserves on Earth. The Battle of Romsha proved NATO needed a more diverse way to counter other threats in this war. Shino watched as the Brazilian trainer dodged around Wolf, using Wolf size against him. The truth is she would not want to fight a beast like Wolf. She knows if this were a real fight and fighting this close, she and other NATO soldiers would be dead without a firearm. Even as a black belt, she knows he would not last that long in a fight alone. But that is why NATO is investing in these training classes, to prevent that from happening. As the training event continued, Shino watched as the Brazilian trainer stayed out of Wolf's reach, struggling to do so because of how long Wolf's arms. Wolf reached out and the Brazilian trainer moved in, getting on Wolf back and starts bringing him down. Then Wolf with his long arm grabbed the Brazilian man's leg and ripped him off and tossed him onto the ground. Match, Carlos said. He then walked into the pad. Take a lesson from this. I do not want you all to think these techniques will make you into a god. As you can see, Staff Sergeant Mantovani was able to counter Wolf, forcing Wolf into the defensive. However, the fact that he is a beast gave him the upper hand in the end. The beast technique can still fail if you do not understand your opponent. Against a far stronger opponent like Wolf, you might want to consider doing a 2-on-1 or more. Carlos then pointed to Shino. Get in the ring. Shit, Shino said. Well, let's kick ass. Tales of the Clanless, a new opportunity. Sometime before the Gate invasion, darkness had descended onto this land known as Falmart. The night was still, calm as any normal person would naturally be fast asleep at this time. However, this wasn't the case at a forest a little ways from Alness Hill. A man ran desperately as if trying to get away from something. He wore the Standard Empire's uniform heading towards the nearest encampment. From the look of the scars that littered his entire body, you could tell he was no stranger to combat. No, he was a veteran that had seen some glorious battles, which contrasted to the terrified look on his face as he kept running. He kept glancing at his rear, looking for his pursuer, and though he couldn't see it, he knew it was on his tail. He stumbled over a branch that laid on the ground, but quickly jolted up and continued his escape. He could see the camp just up ahead, the light from the campfires still visible in the distance. He ran until he finally reached it and looked around in horror. He stood there, gasping for air from his run as he saw the bloodbath that was his camp. Bodies were littered everywhere. The corpses were torn apart by what seemed to be some kind of animal. Body parts were hung all over in full display. The faces of these poor victims had fear and shock painted all over them. Hope had disappeared from eyes. He knew he wasn't going to return home from this. He wasn't going to get to see his beloved daughter anymore. As he begins to get lost in his thoughts of his child, anger begins to swell in him. My compatriots, they deserved better than this. To be robbed of a glorious death in battle and instead slaughtered like animals. Well, they will not have me so easily, he thinks to himself. Just then a javelin flies at him as he barely rolls out of the way to dodge it. He quickly regains his footing, taking out his slingshot and prepares to fire in retaliation. As he scans the area and sees something move from behind the bushes, he launches his projectile from his sling. Hearing a short yelp brings a satisfactory smile to his face. He hit his mark. As he prepares another shot, an arrow strikes at his shoulder blade, causing him to drop his weapon and grabs his right shoulder. He quickly drops and runs straight for cover behind a wagon stationed nearby as he struck again on his thigh. He sat behind cover panting and holding his new injury as he gritted his teeth. He knew pulling them out would do more harm, so he proceeded to break the arrows for now and leave the heads in. He notices a sword lying near a dead corpse and begins to reach for it quickly to avoid being shot again. Unbeknownst to him, the sniper, a concealed male elf, had already repositioned himself to get another shot and was ready to take it. But before the assailant could fire, he heard a rapid rhythm of footsteps approaching behind him. He quickly turns while dropping his bow and beginning to draw his knife when he feels an intense pain for an instant. Shock was frozen on his face as his head slowly detaches from his body. As his life begins to fade, he catches a glimpse of his killer, a warrior bunny donning a tribal battle outfit. She wore a carved-up metal chest plate with fur lining that covered her chest and upper back with matching forearm and shin guards with the same fur lining. She had an armored belt and loincloth that ran pretty low. A sturdy headband wrapped around with cheek guards attached on it. Feathers jutted out of different parts of her armor piece with tribal markings completing her look. She lifts her leg to push the body away from her as it drops lifelessly and continues to move through the bushes. The Imperial soldier watched the spectacle unfold, uncertain if they're turning on their own or if this was an entirely new group. But he wasn't going to let this opportunity slip and began to stumble along, picking up one of the numerous shields still littered on the ground. He continued to move in the direction of a town that the Empire's troops had passed a few days ago. Another javelin flies towards the wounded soldier, but he quickly deflects with his shield. However, the projectile is soon followed by a massive hairy creature, a Valrolden. He slammed into him, knocking him over and quickly lifting him up a few feet off the ground. He wore an unusual armor piece that he'd never seen before, designed specifically to fight in this environment. But before he could bite down on him, the Imperial attempted to strike the large beast with his gladius, but his arm suddenly was unable to move. The Valrolden held the Imperial's arm in place as he attempted to break free. The assailant smiles at the soldier, almost taunting him as he proceeds to bend his arm back slowly until a sudden snap could be heard. The soldier let out a painful yelp as he dropped his weapon, now at the mercy of this beast which began to bite down hard on his shoulder. A painful scream soon followed as the soldier attempted to break free when the Valrolden suddenly released its grip and dropped the man. The wounded soldier watched as the attacker took a swing towards its back. A female orange-haired, brown-striped cat people rolls back, crouches, and pounces back towards him. She wore the same battle armor as the warrior bunny, albeit a few slight changes like shorts instead of a loincloth with metal thigh pads along the side. More armor covering her arms that attached to a type of metal clawed gauntlets and clawed footwear. The Valrolden took a few steps back while holding his blood-drenched face, trying to keep his eyes on the cat person. But she refused to give him time to recover and relentlessly charged at him, striking different parts of his body. The Valrolden attempted to block or dodge her attacks, but she was relentless. Her speed and flexibility gave her the edge against him. The wounded soldier watched on as he laid there slowly bleeding out, but he kept an eye on the marvelous spectacle before him. The cat person gracefully dodged and weaved and struck at any opening she saw. It was like a beautiful dance of death that was amazing to look at and dangerous to be on the receiving end. He was envious. That should have been his final fight. then he wouldn't have minded dying here, but instead he is slowly bleeding out. The Valrolden surrendered to his fate, kneeling there, covered in lacerations, looking up at the cat person and panting. He sighed and closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable. She stands there looking down at her prey with anger as she reaches for a blade behind her on her lower back. It was a peculiar, short, blackened blade. She holds the weapon tightly as she lifts the Valrolden's head by its fur and jabs the blade deep into his neck. She continues upward, quickly going to his jaw, splitting his jawbone, and releases her grip on his fur as he keels over to the side. She wipes the blade, sheathes it, and looks over to the side as the warrior bunny makes her way to her. Beautifully done, Nellia, but how many times do I have to tell you not to toy with your prey? The warrior bunny says to the cat person. The cat person just shrugs and lifts her arms up about halfway as if to say, and, while giving a cheeky smile, but it's his fault for not standing still. Besides, my way is funner. And well, he's dead, so isn't that all that matters, Molina? Nellia responds. Molina just sighs and continues. Because that's what they do, Nellia, and if we do it, that makes us no better than these sacks of wyvern crap. Just watch how far you go with it. Now. Molina trails off as her and Nellia face the dying soldier. He weakly lifts his arm and beckons them to come over. They obliged the man and walked over to him. They knew he wasn't going to make it. As they kneel before him, he tears a type of charm he had placed around his neck and extends his arm with it to the cat person. Please, return this to my family in the capital. Return this to my Aurelia. Tell them Marcus went down fighting, he says as Nellia takes the charm from him. We will make sure they get it, she assured him. And I cannot die like this, he says while pointing to Nellia's blade. I am a warrior. Give me a fitting end, one that I deserve. She places her hand on the hilt of her blade and nods. She unsheathes it while Molina gives her final words to the man. You were a fine warrior. It really is a shame and a waste. May your afterlife be as peaceful as your former life was glorious, she tells him while giving Nellia the signal to finish him. He closes his eyes. She thrusts her blade into his heart, killing him instantly. May your soul rest in peace, Nellia says as she pulls out her blade from the body, cleans it, and puts it away. She then proceeds to lift his hands and place them on his stomach. It really is such a shame, but we accomplished our goal. Now let's see if Alden and Creun were as successful, Molina says as they walk over to the dead Valrolden. She crouches down to retrieve something from the corpse and places it in a small pouch she had strapped around her lower back. So you got the other one too then? Nellia asks. Yes, and if the others were successful then this should be all of them. Finally, I was getting restless coming after these damned wyvern piles. Honestly, it's no fun coming after them. It just feels like a job. That's because it is, Nellia. We were tasked to find them and we did. I know, she sighs. I would be happy if they all just decided to jump in a ditch. If it were only that easy. Now let us move. We have to go meet up with the others. Thanks to you, we now have another task to take care of before our main mission, she says as they start walking, and she points to the pouch that Nellia had placed the charm in. Well, I had to do it. It was not right just leaving him there. I know, I am not blaming you. I would have done the same if you had not. They continue down their path towards the direction of their companions, the scent of gore still fresh in the air. They didn't have to walk very far as they noticed two cloaked figures heading in their direction. They quickly went for cover, one heading to the left, the other went right. They positioned themselves ready to attack, just in case their companions had failed. The two figures kept walking in their direction nonchalantly, and when they were in between both of them, they stopped. One of them dropped their cloak, revealing a long blonde-haired, blue-eyed elf. He wore sleek armored forearms and shin guards. He had more armor going up to his shoulder on his dominant arm, but most of his body barely had any armor. Just darkened garments that were more for concealment and assassinations than a brawl. His bottom part of his face was covered, only really revealing his eyes while small sheathed blades covered his body, easily accessible when needed. He pulls down his mask and begins to speak. You know, I understand. With a face this devilishly handsome, I would not be able to keep my hands off me too. It is not the first time I have been surrounded by beautiful women, you know? What followed was a small gust spell from the other cloaked figure that pushed him face first into the ground. The sight of Alden's face planted into the ground drew out Nellia as she burst into laughter. Molina soon followed, coming out from the bushes with a giant smirk on her face. The still cloaked figure drops her hood, revealing a blue-feathered siren. You know your mouth has a real bad habit of getting you into trouble, Alden. Molina chuckles while trying her hardest to hold back her laughter and keep a serious demeanor. Nellia, still reeling in laughter at the elf's expense. Well, it's to be expected. It's also not the first time they have attacked me too. Heh. Alden responds while rubbing his face and slowly getting up. If you are killed by a deranged woman at an unknown town in a sleazy inn instead of in the field, we will disown you and pretend to never have known you. Molina jokes, but with a serious demeanor that would make you think she was serious about it. She then looks over to the blue-haired siren, who waited patiently for them to finish their shenanigans. You know you two were careless, Kriyun. We sensed you two coming from way back there, almost as if you were purposely making yourselves known, Molina points out. What if it was not us and those individuals of Karagon Dung had bested us? Then we would be dead too. I knew you two would kill them, and if by some miracle they did finish you two off, we would not have fared any better, Kriyun admits. Yeah, I mean if you could not stop them, how could we have? Alden chimes in. Aw, you hear that, Molina? We have fans, Nellia jokes. Well, we were referring to Molina, but whatever makes you feel better, Kriyun says while Nellia sticks her tongue out at her. Ahaha, who knew you would have a sense of humor? But now, how did you two fare? Molina asks. Kriyun brings out 2 items that they'd taken from their targets and handed them to her. It was the same items that Molina had taken from her targets, some sheathed worn-out blades that didn't seem to have any real value to them. Excellent, we're done here, Molina responds as she puts them away. Now if you are ready, let us head back to Sebel at the inn. We have got somewhere else to be now. Somewhere else? Kriyun asks, confused and bothered. I thought the gate was our next priority? Sneak into their ranks and be a part of the first wave to stake our claim. I know how important this is, but we have already made a pledge, Molina responds as Kriyun nods, understanding what that meant. I will explain when we are all together at the inn. Sometime later, in a nearby town. As the party approaches the inn, all members are fully cloaked to avert much attention from the townsfolk. But those who've interacted with these individuals knew who they were, and that earned them some admiration from those ignorant enough to know that they were adventurers. They quickly enter the inn and begin to head upstairs to their room when Alden breaks away from them for a moment to order a drink to bring up. Alden, Molina sternly orders him back. One moment, this won't take long. He responds as he picks up the mug and continues with them. As they approach the door, Molina begins to knock on it in some sort of pattern and slowly begins to open the door. As they move in, a sharp needle-like object the size of a small pencil flies directly at them as Molina raises her hand and uses her forearm guard to deflect the object, directing it towards Alden's mug. Its contents now spilling over onto the floor. What the hell? I just ordered that. Alden shouts into the room as a blue aura reveals herself from cover. The aura turned out to be a small fairy that was giggling at Alden's expense. Sebel, have you forgotten the knock already? Kriyun asks. Just testing out your reflexes. Cannot have you all going rusty. You know, Sebel says in a cheery tone. That could have been dangerous. How so? I mean I got my intended target, Alden. She chuckles as she quickly dodges an emptied mug from him. Just so you know, you are cleaning that. You little rat with wings, Alden teases. A visible annoyance comes over Sebel's face, but before this continues and gets out of hand, Molina steps in to get everyone focused. Always bickering like children, you two. Sebel, Alden. You will both take care of this mess after we are done discussing. Baffled, Alden responds. Why me? She is the one who tried to kill us. Molina merely points to the fresh new hole in the wall that seemed to have been made with a blunt object, while a mug lay a few feet from it. Oh, was all he could say. All right, everyone just group up. They each began to circle around and sit near the end of one of the beds in the room as Molina sat at the very top. All right, some of you are not going to like what I have to say, but we are heading back to the capital. What? That far? Alden asks. Why would you take on something like this when we are so close to establishing a new home for us? Relax, Alden. Even if we make it through, it is not like we can get started right away. Since we are missing the most important thing, Kriyun reassures him. Sebel looks around confused, Feeling the only one left out, so Nellia begins to explain. There was a dying man there, in the center of those animals' domain. A warrior who, on his dying breath, begged for us to deliver something to his family, to an Aurelia, and I accepted. I chose to honor the warrior's request. The looks on some of their faces were disapproving, but they understood what she meant. But if we go that far, we will miss out on being in the first waves of this invasion. We will not make it back in time, and the spoils will only go to the Empire, Alden complains. I know, but we all know that we have to see this through. If we hurry, we can make it back to be in the second wave, or at the very least trail right behind the first to pick up anything missed. Molina responds. It is okay by me, Sebel chimes in. Maybe it is fate. Maybe there is a reason why we are not going in first. I mean, we do not even know what will be on the other side. Do you really believe that? Kriyun asks the little sprite. I mean, did we only stumble upon those people in the forest by accident, and now have received another quest in the middle of that one? It is just a feeling, but maybe we should not go in just yet. I mean, those savages could have been waiting in that forest for the invasion just like us. But I see what you mean. Alden agrees, surprising everyone. Well, whatever the reason, we are heading to the capital now. Everyone get ready to go. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can return. We might even make the next wave. Molina orders as everyone begins to gather up their belongings. She ponders what Sebel had said and dismisses it, hurrying with her stuff. Sometime after the invasion, Alnus Hill. The ground shook heavily as lights could be seen from a distance. The explosions could be heard along with the screams of thousands of wounded until it all fell silent. The sight was horrific. It was as if the hill itself had erupted, enveloping the Empire in fire and ash. Red balls of light illuminated the entire hill, with the gate clearly visible atop of it with what appeared to be the enemy spilling out from it. The adventuring party, the Anestus Venators, stood side by side in awe. No words could describe the sight that laid before them. Molina looked on, breathing heavily, engulfed in fear. The other party members were not faring any better as the explosions continued. What kind of monsters have been unleashed upon this world? She asks herself. Present day, Alnus community. Date, March 26, 2026. The warrior bunny awakes abruptly in a cold sweat with Nellia at her side. Molina, are you all right? You were tossing and turning, mumbling in your sleep. I tried waking you, she says with great concern. Yes. Just get me some water, please, she pleaded. Nellia quickly rushes to get something to drink as Molina begins to slowly get out of bed, walking towards her window. Upon reaching it, lets out a sigh of relief as her nerves begin to calm. Up on the third floor of her housing, she could see the town that had sprung up here from amidst that chaos. A peaceful, busy place where races of all kinds lived in harmony, and it brought a smile to her face. Here, the water, Nellia offers as Molina takes it. Is everything okay? You had me worried. Do you need to see the doctors? No, I'm fine. I was just dreaming of the past, but I'm fine now. She reassures her companion and places her hand on her shoulders. She continues to look out the window and smiles. I'm all better now. Reference. Support. Co-creative support. Tom Richmond. Head editor. Rockerboy Airy. Story artist. Comples and Milk Duds 100. Discord. https://discord.gg/xe7nnhs. Editors. Tales of the Clanless. Aligned Interests. Sadera. Date, July 26, 2025. Raise. Another mug. A blonde elf exclaims as he brings his mug onto his lips and begins to take a big swig of his ale. The mood in this small tavern was both warm and uplifting as everybody celebrated the triumph of the young long-haired blonde elf, Alden. He had recently returned from his hunt and brought back his prize, the fangs of the poison night trappers that had moved in to terrorize this small village. Other adventurers had taken up this request only to never be heard from again. With the war going on, even the Empire had no available troops to spare to clear the creatures out, dooming the village to its fate. The village folk even banded together to drive out these pests, but to no avail. As the weeks turned to months, the population began to dwindle as many began to move away, while some were dragged away by these monsters. Eventually, even travelers stayed clear, knowing how dangerous it had become. The village folk, losing all hope, began to ponder on their next moves when all of a sudden, a lone hooded fellow arrived into town. They were surprised at first that someone would come here, but that quickly turned into hopefulness once it was known that the traveler was another adventurer, and a silver rank no less. Normally, any bronze rank or higher wouldn't have bothered with this quest because of how little night trappers paid. But that hope quickly faded once they found out only he had arrived. They were sure he would die once he set out. Alden chuckled at the thought. If he would perish at the claws of these creatures, then all of his efforts would have been pointless. He ignored their comments, not really caring about the fate of this place. He was just here for his prey. He was only here after hearing the tales of how so many warriors were bested by these animals. The exhilaration of hearing how dangerous these beasts were made his blood boil with excitement. Not wanting to waste much time, he quickly set out into the forest housing these foul beasts. Blades of all sorts littered throughout his body, ready to be thrown. The sun still shone brightly, so the creatures would still be lurking in their lair. He hoped to get them all at once and avoid any one of them from running away. He moved quickly and cautiously, following the tracks they'd left behind, his sharp eyes easily picking up their trail, examining the disturbed brush and broken branches. Knowing that these monsters hunted in packs, he carefully moved further towards their direction, keeping his ears up to avoid being ambushed. Though they were primarily nocturnal, it wasn't unheard of for some of them to venture out during the day to attack any intruders. He hears a high-pitched shriek coming nearby as a grin begins to form on his face. "I'm getting closer," he thinks to himself as he faces the direction of this screech, slowly reaching for one of his knives in anticipation. As his attention was focused elsewhere, a creature merely watched as it bared its fangs. A primate-shaped beast with a long protruding snout sat up in the trees. The hairless armored creature licked its snout, slowly opening up its jaws as it began to quietly move down from the tree. It let out a soft, quiet hiss as its hind legs pressed up against the tree, ready to pounce. The trapper began to position its sharpened appendages that protruded from its back, ready to strike at its prey if he somehow managed to dodge. It holds, waiting for its opportunity until it lunges forward directly at Alden. Alden merely smiled as his hand grabs the blade he was already reaching for and launches it at the beast while he rolls towards it, barely escaping its claws as the beast flies over him, tumbling on the ground and lays there, lifeless. "Ha, not that it matters now, especially since I knew you were already there. But before pouncing, maybe you should not alert your prey of your presence," he teases. He walks up to the dead beast to claim his prize and remove the blade lodged into its brain. Alden hears another screech coming from the same direction once he finishes here. He smirks, knowing he has found their home, and all he can feel is the excitement. He creeps up closer and closer to the nest of these hideous abominations with a smile painted across his face. The scurrying of these monsters heading towards his position exciting him further. "I am here. Come hunt me," he says quietly to himself. It wasn't too long that he returned to the village unscathed. The villagers were surprised by his return, but were more surprised by the dozens of night trapper fangs he had brought back. He only took on this request from his guild to kill the boredom from his leader's indecision, as well as to take his mind off the horrors he had witnessed during the Otherworlders' initial invasion. But to his surprise, the people of this village treated him like a savior. He smiled, chatted, and waved to the village folk. It was just another hunt like many others he had been on before, but it seemed to have a greater impact on the residents. However, he wasn't going to complain about the free drinks, food, and attention. The party was going on in full swing, and he was enjoying every second of it. One drink after another was paid for as he gulped them down. Delicious pieces of meat and other dishes lay all across his table as he sampled everything this place had to offer. The perks of being an adventurer were sweet, he thought to himself. I can get used to this kind of treatment. He engaged with the happy and cheerful villagers, wooing women left and right, singing songs to keep the mood going, and offering more rounds as people drank. A pretty young flower approached him and whispered a candied treat into his ear as he smiled and turned to face her. He reaches to hold her chin, giving her a sweet kiss before releasing and giving her a wink. He knew what he was planning to do this fine night. A few streets away from the celebration, two hooded figures were making their way to where the commotion had originated. Drunk men could be seen littered all over this road as they made their way towards this tavern. One even dared to lay a hand on the leading figure, only to be thrown back by his companion. They continued as they eventually reached the village tavern that held their target. Alden finished up his last drink as he stood to make his way to his rose that he wished to conquer for the night. She waited by the door, discreetly baiting him over as he finished his engagements. Once he rose, he felt another hand land on his shoulder. "Why don't you take a seat with us?" said the person who laid his hand on him. He quickly looked over to see this male dark elf with a determined look on his face as his companion. A human with a scared face made his way to the opposite side of the table. "Look, I'm flattered. Really, not many people have been able to keep their hands off me all night. But you both are really not my type," Alden responds. But before he can say anything else, he feels a sharp sensation poking behind him. "So that is how you two want to play this then?" he says as he sits down. "Let me warn you then. He begins as he's interrupted by the human's actions. The human with the scared cheek removes a blade from his pouch and unsheathes it, revealing a darkened blade and strikes it down onto the table. The dark elf removes the blade he held at Alden's back and moves over to take a seat next to the hooded human. The tavern's still up in a roar, celebrating, masking their actions. Alden merely stares at the blade, anger visible on his face. "How did you get?" he began but was interrupted. Now, the hooded figure begins as he pulls down his hood. "I know how your kind can get sensitive with this kind of thing." "Crisis," Alden mutters through his gritted teeth with no hint of humor or sarcasm left in his tone. But before he can say anything else, that same village flower wraps her arms around him. "Hey, are you almost done? I'm getting quite lonely here and could use your company," she says as she gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. Alden quickly looks over to her with murderous intent. "Leave us," he commands. Feeling frightened, she backs away and walks out of the tavern. He draws his attention back to Crisis and continues. "You do have a lot of nerve ruining my celebration, so this had better be good, especially since you have ruined my plans for the night." Do not worry. I do not plan on keeping you away from your distractions. Besides, this blade was taken from someone who will not be needing it anymore, but I am willing to return it to you for some information." Crisis finishes with a smile. "What kind of information?" Alden asks with his guard still up, hostile eyes trained on him. "Relax, trained pup. I don't want to let you loose on both of us, so take heart in knowing I took this back from the hands of those your kind considers enemies." "So are you willing to listen to us then?" Crisis asks as he finishes with his usually dramatic flair. Alden sighs as he thinks before he responds. "Fine. What kind of information are you looking for?" "Well, I've been led to believe that your kind witnessed the invasion of these other worlders onto our lands. I want to know everything you saw, every last detail." "Tell me everything," Crisis commands. Alden squints his eyes and responds, "And why would that matter to you? As far as I know, you're nothing more than an exiled warrior, a coward who betrayed his oath, responsible for attempting to overthrow the existing emperor. It has nothing to do with you unless—" "Stop," he orders. "I know what you were thinking, but that is not what I am after at all. Your kind might understand, but I look for the survival of my great empire and nothing more." Alden still looks at him with suspicion, but understands his sentiment and continues. "Then have you decided to challenge these devils? What else is there? Your kind prides themselves in seeking out these types of monsters, and yet hides themselves from them. Now tell me, who are the real cowards?" "You had best watch your tone," Alden responds. "We are merely waiting for the right opportunity. No need to throw our lives away needlessly, as your empire has thoughtlessly done. Even you can see the folly of the empire for recklessly starting this war. No matter which side wins this war, the empire will not relish in the power it once had. You and I both know this." "Exactly," Crisis agrees with Alden, confusing him. "That is why I need to make my move, before this war gets any more damaging." "What are you planning, Crisis? Has this empire not abandoned you? Why risk coming back to a dying nation?" Alden asks. At this moment, his dark elf companion chimes in. "Do not mistake my master's intentions." Despite his appearance, he is well aware of his actions and the consequences they may bring. He is also no fool. Something to keep in mind, elf. Fren, I have already told you to stop calling me that. Chrysis orders as he faces his companion. But my companion here is correct. These otherworlders are both a curse and a blessing. One that I wish to exploit to my advantage. I do not know what your aim is here, Chrysis, but I do not care. Though holding something like that, Alden says as he points to the blade still lodged into the table, can be unhealthy? Chrysis chuckles. Oh, I am well aware of the consequences, but believe me, the risk is necessary. So are you willing to agree to my terms? Alden thinks on his proposal. It wasn't a bad deal, and he could easily give him the information he sought as it didn't implicate himself or his group. But why was he after this information? That question circled around in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it as it had nothing to do with him. Fine, but if you try anything, know I will be the least of your concerns. So we have a deal then? Alden sighed, knowing he couldn't do much else on the matter. He sits up and looks directly at him. Here is what I know. If you plan to face them, good fortune to you because you will need every bit of it. Although the entirety of the hill was covered in darkness which should hamper any large force, it did nothing to slow them. They knew exactly where the enemy was and quickly ended them, he says as they're interrupted by the waiter bringing more mugs for the table. Enjoy. These are from those gentlemen over there, she says as she points to a celebrating group at the other end of the tavern. Well, I will not say no to free drinks, Alden says as he eagerly accepts his mug. The waitress places the other mugs in front of Chrysis and Fren. Chrysis smiles and accepts while his companion merely stares at it. The waitress smiles back at all of them and takes her leave. You were saying, Chrysis insists as he takes a swig. After Alden finished his first drink, he continued. I heard many cracks of thunder throughout that hill. I saw many small sparks that night, and with each, the sound of dying men followed. They appear to fight from a distance with lethal accuracy, he says as he takes another drink. Whoever they are well trained. I see. So they primarily fight a great distance away from their enemies, dispatching as many as possible as quickly as possible. Being able to see somehow in the darkness. I can see how that can be troublesome. I can see some of the arrogant commanders viewing this as cowardly, but it is effective. Being able to see in the night is strange, but is not unfamiliar to Falmart. Fren chimes in. Speak your mind, Fren. What do you mean? Chrysis asks. There are many creatures residing in this land that hunt in the dark, each having their own way to stalk their prey. Oh yes, he does bring up a good point, Alden says as he thinks of previous hunts he's been on. The Edra's bloodhounds hunt through their strong sense of smell. The night screechers hunt through sound, while some like the basilisks primarily hunt using heat. The varying creatures that exist here never ceases to amaze me, Chrysis says, admiring the beasts. Well, it cannot be sound by the way you described it. The battlefield would have been deafening. Smell? No, with the blood, fire, and ash, they would not be able to keep locating us. Then, heat? That would make the most sense, but how? He keeps pondering these ideas and scenarios to himself. There is one more thing, probably the most terrifying, Alden says, breaking Chrysis' concentration as he leans in to listen. I do not know what they did, but they brought the entire hill to life. Explosions could be seen all over. There were no reliefs. Nothing but screams could be heard with every impact. It was as if the hill itself had erupted and came alive. Alden finishes with a grim expression painted on his face. With that look, Chrysis could tell how deadly serious this was. Magic that erupts the ground, engulfing our troops in fire and ash, Chrysis repeats back. How interesting. I am surprised. Most would have dismissed these claims as mere nonsense, Alden responds. Maybe, but with the staggering losses the Empire is facing, it makes sense. Only a fool or the arrogant would dismiss these claims when the evidence is littered all across the battlefield. That kind of magic would certainly be devastating, but how many talented mages would you require to cast it numerous times? I wonder, Fren ponders out loud. No magic, actually, Alden answers him. What? Chrysis and Fren exclaimed, fully focusing on Alden's next words. How could that be possible? That much destruction and no magic? Fren asks. Afraid so. I sensed nothing at all, and I am very good with appraisal magic, but I saw nothing at all, Alden says grimly, picturing the sight he had witnessed as he looks up to the ceiling. He refocuses as he hears a clunking sound and sees another one of those blades laying in front of him. He looks up to see Chrysis finishing his drink in one chug and places the mug back onto the table. You had two. Alden started, but was interrupted. That was all I had. You know they do not travel alone. I thank you for this information. I am truly grateful. We have much to think about. Fren, we are done here, Chrysis says as he and his companion begin to get up to leave. I am in a good mood, so I will let you go tonight. But do not ever show your face to me again, Alden warns. I got what I needed, so I do not plan to. Unless I need more information, Chrysis says with a smile. You enjoy your celebration. They begin to exit as Alden watches them intently, and as they finally disappear, he places both blades in his pouch and breathes a sigh of relief. He reaches for the mug Fren had left behind untouched and takes a nice long drink. Now let us see if I cannot find another flower I can enjoy the night with, he says to himself. Day with Noriko. Sadera, Royal Palace. Date: February 18th, 2025. Noriko looks around, confused and scared. It was another day with her family, being taken to school by her parents. Before she knew what was happening, everything went upside down. Strange men and monsters attacked them, killing her parents and sister, and she was taken through this strange structure with hundreds of others. Now she is in this strange room, sitting on the floor, wearing this loose dress. The only light is the moonlight leaking through the small window next to the ceiling. It has been hours since she was tossed in here, hungry and freezing. Where are you, Mommy, Daddy? Noriko says as she huddles up. Where are you? Shut up. Even Aniko is not this week. Hearing a feminine voice, she looks around. Hello? She gets up and walks to the window with bars. On the other side is another room just like hers. To Noriko's shock, she sees this woman with long ears, a puffy tail, and gray fur all over her naked body. This woman looks like a bunny, but in human form. She can see scars, stains, bruises, and more. What are you? The bunny looks at Noriko, confused. So, you are weak and dumb? Everyone knows about the warrior bunnies. The bunny looks at Noriko. You are from the other world, are you? Noriko struggles to reply, not understanding the terminology. By now she knows she was taken to another planet, which is still confusing her. She never liked science fiction. Other world? I guess I came from Earth. Then Earth will suffer the same fate of my people, the bunny said. I am Tayul, Zorzel personal slave. The word slave terrifies Noriko. She heard that word a lot as she was processed at the slave guild facility. These men came and bought her for a man called Zorzel. She was hoping that he would be a nice man that could help her get home. Seeing the quality of Tayul, she no longer believes that. I just want to go home, Noriko said, crying. Your home is gone, destroyed, Tayul said as she cleans herself. Women like you come and go through here. Zorzel rarely likes to keep the same-sex slaves. She then looks closely at Noriko. I have never seen a human like you before. Very exotic. Weak and exotic. You might not get tossed out like the others. How frank Tayul is speaking terrifies and baffles Noriko. She cannot understand how casual the bunny is saying this, like it is another day. This is something she saw on Game of Thrones or The Witcher, not in real life. How can you speak like this? Be happy, little one, Tayul said. Once your master is done with his sex slave, the Oprichnina takes them away. Trust me, when they come for you, you will disappear into Bosun prison. No one ever comes back out. Noriko shakes as she listens. Everything about Sadera is horror. How can you act so comely? Tayul stares into Noriko's eyes and then goes back to cleaning herself. What a strange question from a woman, especially by a human woman. Earth must be different for you to be this blind on how the world works. The strong rules over the weak. That is the law of nature. If you are weak, you will be dominated and controlled. Only the strong have value and respected, and you, my dear, you are very weak. You make Aniko look stronger. As Noriko listens, the main door opens. She looks and sees a guard walk in. This Nico walks in. Nico is the Japanese name for a cat person. She has seen this in manga all the time. Even Elon Musk joked about creating them. Girls love to buy cat ears headset or create Nico virtual avatars and so on. They become a cultural icon. Seeing one alive is shocking. Unlike Tayul, this Nico is well-dressed, wearing high-quality clothing, well-bathed and small. clearly someone of importance. Hello there. My name is Caslita, mid-level head slave. Please follow me. Crown Prince Zorzal has summoned you. Hearing that, Noriko wants to say something, beg to be freed, but her fear takes over by the guard. The guard grabs her arm and starts pulling her along. Walk, slave, the guard said. Noriko is tossed forward and starts walking. She holds her arms as she looks around. The hall looks beautiful in a medieval way. Red carpet and strange-looking paintings. Fancy torches moving down the hallway. When they turn around a corner, she accidentally walks into someone and falls over. Damn, slave. Watch where you are going. I am sorry, Noriko said. She fixed her robe-like dress and stood up. She looks and sees this burgundy-haired and eyes. She has a crown, a high-quality, colorful robe. You are lucky I won't order your crucifixion for touching royalty like this. The young woman pushes Noriko out of the way as she dashes forward. Damn, slaves. Hurry up, Hamilton. Following behind her is brown hair and emerald eyes. Princess, wait. Caslita laughs once the two women leave. You are lucky. Don't piss off Princess Pina. She is not ladylike, but more like an angry fire stone. Let me tell you this, slave. It is wise to learn to know your place around here. If anything like that happens, it is your fault. Never touch royalty, nobility, and free folk without permission, or you could be killed on sight. Do what you are ordered, and you will last. Pina? Noriko mumbles before being pushed. When they reach the Zorzal room, she is brought in. Caslita introduces Noriko to him. Zorzal walks over and pets Caslita on the head, rubbing her ears. Good girl. You are a good servant. Thank you, master, Caslita said and left. Once alone, Noriko gets this painful, cold chill moving down her spine as she looks up at the crown prince. She can feel his eyes and hands all over her body already, even though they have not touched yet. Looking up at Zorzal, she sees he is a massive man. Big arms, big chest, strong and dominant figure with his blonde hair. He has this cocky smirk. So, you are the other worlder woman, Zorzal said. The women over there are vastly different looking. I like the new look. This being the second time Noriko heard this, she realizes there must be no East Asians on this world. Now that she thinks about it, all the humans she has seen so far seem to be Mediterranean whites or Arabs like skin color. Not purely white like in Europe and North America or Arab like in the Middle East. I am Japanese. Japones, Zorzal tries to say before stopping, no longer caring. I don't care. You are my new personal slave. You will come here and serve all my wishes without question. He smirked evilly as she rubs his hands together. Now stip. This man scares and confuses her. While Zorzal looks like he is in his late 20s, he acts like a 14-year-old boy like in her high school. She covers herself, holding the robe onto her body. No. Without hesitation, Zorzal grabs her by the throat and arm. He easily lifts her off her feet and rams her against the wall. He leans close and whispers, "Never say no to me again, or next time I will make sure you pay for it. Now strip. I like to watch for the first time." He then tosses her onto the floor. After hitting the floor hard, Noriko begins to cry again. What Tayul said is flowing through her head, that she is weak. She slowly stands up and removes the robing around her, scared to fight back. The next thing he sees is Zorzal taking off his white and golden robe. He walks up behind her. She feels his rough hand be placed on her shoulder and the other being placed on her left breast before being forced onto the bed, legs hanging off the side. Her eyes widened from a sudden sharp pain. Alnus Community. Date: May 20th, 2026. Noriko bursts up, breathing heavily, hands on her upper chest. She is breathing heavily, and she looks around. What she sees is her apartment, once Sharpe's apartment before moving to Fort Minnick. She sees her dresser, television, and the rest is her baby stuff. After calming down, Noriko realized that she was dreaming about when she first came to Falmart. The first time she met Zorzal and what the next 4 months was like. That does not stop her from crying as she feels the mental and emotional pain from it. That is when Noriko hears Tenchi in his crib crying. With a long breath, Noriko stands up and walks over to her baby. There, Tenchi. You like to be fussy, do you? Are you hungry again? She then sits down on her bed and takes off her tank top. Once comfortable, she begins breastfeeding her baby. Looking down, She is still surprised how a horrific experience could produce such a beautiful child. Tinchi does remind her of his father, always fussy, always needy. She is worried that he might end up like his father when he gets older, but Sharpe and Pina always tell him that will never happen, that she is a good mother, so nothing to fear. While Noriko is not confident in being a good mother, she knows she loves him so much and will always love him. Once you are done, we are going to go to the Columnalactaria, Carlin's temple. We are going to help the orphans since Mommy has the day off from the school today. Later, Selena will come over to the temple, and you two can play. You like her, don't you? She is so adorable, just like you. Noriko's friendship with Selena has been strange. Selena was her first friend in Alnus and helped her through her pregnancy. 1. Having Selena as a friend helped her recover after being freed, too. Since then, Selena has loved to play with Tinchi, which has helped with the overbearing of being a young mother. Yes, 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 Amy said in a panting voice. James continues to thrust quickly into the brown hair Nico. They both go at it as he moves her tail out of the way. That is right, soldier boy, Amy says in a sexy tone. Come conquer me. James moves his hand up Amy's body, moving through the fur. He then flips her over and gets close. He continues to thrust into her until he finishes. Once done, he takes a deep breath and pays his head on her breast. Amy moves her head through his hair as she catches her breath. You are more comfortable than last time. And aggressive. This is not the first time for Specialist James Ward coming here. Out of the 3 exotic clubs there are in the Red Light District, he prefers the Dancing Princess Strip Club. The primary business is the strip booths, serving food, and other erotic entertainment. However, the brothel booths are in the back. As James lay there, he enjoys hearing the purring of Amy, finding it relaxing. Moments like this help him forget the war and the horrors he has seen. He has heard what people are saying over the internet. Soldiers with rifles destroying an enemy with swords. How hard can this war be? While on paper, yes, James has seen things that would terrify anyone. Soldiers being ripped apart, blood-soaked piles of civilians and soldiers who were caught in an ambush, goblins appearing out of nowhere and attacking, a man being eaten alive by an ogre, and more. Most in the media, legacy, and online seem to forget that while soldiers have superior technology, they must witness every day the horrors this world has taken over. There is no PG rating movie like Lord of the Rings or video game that to out the brutality, the gore, and the remains of victims. Vanguard 5. The unit James is part of returned from a mission 2 days ago. They were on a 1-week mission in the Leeward Forest, west side of the Tube Mountain Range. While far away from the front lines, the League has a small army working with the Alguna and Elba resistance forces. While not the primary threat, they use the Tube Mountains as a safe passage to move around NATO-occupied territory and conduct raids. Bailey's unit, Vanguard 5, was to assist the National Guard to help a battalion from the 79th Infantry Brigade, 40th Infantry Division. While the operation was successful and the forest was retaken, an engagement of Battle of Lee Creek was a bloody engagement for Charlie Company. If it was not for Vanguard 5 there, and with their experience and proper artillery support, James wonders if that platoon would have been wiped out by the enemy or by friendly fire. James recalls the order of the battle. Once half the platoon crossed the creek, Bridget blew up. This summoned a dirt beast with rock fists, then raised from the creek bed and ambushed the guard platoon. The 2 Humvees that crossed the bridge were taken out quickly, one being hit by a powerful fire spell, and the other having those armor-piercing javelin ballistas cut down the last Humvee that crossed the bridge. In the distance, catapults and 5 new mobile spear launchers being pulled by 2 centaurs came charging, firing more armor-piercing javelin ballistas. 3. To the right flank, 3 trolls and 2 hobgoblins charged at them as the summoned dirt monster attacks. The unit's support striker cut down all the trolls and hobgoblins before they got close, but the Parabessel ballista bolts punch heavily damaged the M2 Browning .50 caliber turret. Everyone knew the enemy was close thanks to the MQ-9 Reaper, which detected heat signatures up the mountain slope. Their mission was to annihilate them. However, it was discovered those heat signatures were faked with fire pits, fake bodies, and only a few real soldiers to help make the illusion real. The only thing that stopped the Empire was bold leadership, Captain Robinson and the company commander, Captain Stonewall, with proper artillery support. Once the Canadian Rapid Response Force with an Estonia-attached unit arrived to assist Charlie Company, was then the battle stabilized. A Chinook brought over a new bridge, and they were able to cross. At the end of the battle, Vanguard, 5 had to be detached from the main force to recover 2 wounded National Guardsmen that were taken by 2 Leonoids. Both of their uniforms were covered in blood. That was the first time he saw a Leonoid, and he assumed they were just stronger Nikos. He was wrong. They were far stronger, faster, and more warrior-like than Nikos. One of them almost killed him if it was not for crazy Delilah and her enhanced abilities because she is pregnant. Sorry, James replied as he rests. Just been a rough week. People forget that while we are trained for this, we are still human, people. So much death and blood all because some drone pilot at a computer made a mistake and assumed the enemy was to do May to trick our thermal tracking. Burned corpse. Never having a chance to get out of the vehicle to defend themselves. I am sorry, Ami said. Just rest and sleep. Feeling relaxed and safe, James takes a short nap. After a few hours pass, he gets dressed and pulls out his wallet. He pays her $210 plus tip. While this is the second time with Imi, he has come here 4 times now, slowly becoming a regular. Hold on, Imi said as she counts. You didn't bring a condom. Remember condom, remember? Now pay up. Shit, James mumbles angrily. He pats her an extra $5. Kind of a rip-off. Imi giggles and shrugs it off. You know the rules. If you did not bring one, you had to buy from me. You didn't bring one, so it's your fault. But you were on the pill? You should be safe anyway. Annoyed by that comment, Imi rolls her eyes as she puts her clothes on. Look, James, the first like you. But this is business, not love. You come here looking for comfort, and I do this because I want to help you guys. And this is how I choose to help. I have seen some of you soldiers come back after seeing something barbaric. A little comfort goes a long way, but I am not risking a baby with someone I don't love. Once the transaction is finished, James grabs his personal goods and leaves. He passes a female high elf Lyenaru and a human woman Benki. They say hi to him, and he returns the gesture. Once he gets to the main dance floor, he sees 2 of his comrades. Private First Class Daisy Wallace and Private First Class Adam Hopkins. What are you 2 doing here? Daisy looks away from the bunny dancer. I don't know. You and Adam here talked about this place a lot. I wanted to see if they had some sexy men eye candy to look at, and she forced me to bring her, Adam adds. I wanted to see if you wanted to check out the new shipments in town. They are opening a new theater here. I know you were kind of a bastard kid, but you don't have to follow in your father's footsteps, Daisy said. What Daisy is referencing is that James's father met his mother at a strip club when he was in the army, and then his grandfather met his grandmother in a brothel in Vietnam before being her to the States. Both his male father figures, especially his grandfather, has a history of such activities. What? James said. You of all people say enjoy life. Being what, a hippie? Libertarian hippie, Daisy corrected. Got to add that first part, or people will think I am a pussy. James shrugged, never seeing a way to win. Always have a response. Ladies' night is on Tuesday. Both Rangers are his teammates from Vanguard 5. All 3 of them were replacements for the losses Vanguard 5 suffered early in the war in the Elise Forest and first raid on Sadera. Daisy, or Diz, she came from money. Her father owns a logistic company in New England. She always jokes around that she got caught with drugs, so she enlisted into the army rather than going to jail, which no one believes. From what James knows, she is a free spirit girl than most of the Rangers, ditching college and enlisted. She saw college was a waste of time and boring, and though the army would bring more excitement, who knew she would end up being right? She never likes fantasy or science fiction, however. She enjoys the diversity of Falmart. Different bad guys to kill, better stories to tell. Adam, always been more of a follower and believes that it was Daisy who dragged him here. He was the one who introduced James to this place. Usually a quiet guy. Once he gets some drinks in, he likes to become the life of the party. That is why so many like him at parties. Unlike Daisy, he felt like he did not have a choice. Grew up in a poor family from West Virginia. He wanted a way out of poverty and saw the army as his only chance to get out and gain some trade skills. James shrugs. I believe this place has male prostitutes. You must talk to the head manager, Mizari. After the adventurers assaulted a Nico and trashed the place, she has been vetting her customers. I actually respect that, Daisy said. I was surprised how clean and decorated this place is. I was expecting some dirty, looking gross and smelly. Not this flower scent. Food is not bad either. I see why our superiors came here. Far quieter than I expected to. Expected nothing but groans. Shut up, Diz, James said. Mizari wants this place to be a legal and safe establishment, Adam said. She lobbied hard to establish this district here to help the economy and escaped slaves and prostitutes like herself. I don't care, Daisy said as she stands up. Whatever excuses you can come up with to make yourself feel better. But, I admit, this place feels nice. Now let us head into town. The three head out. It is a cloudy day, but nothing serious. The town of Alnus is busy like always, and foot traffic consumes the streets. James turns around as he describes how cool a recent film that was released was. Distracted, he feels someone rams right into him. His training kicked him, and he ended up on top of this woman, holding her down. Getting a good look, he noticed it was a Japanese-American woman with short bob-cut black hair and copper-brown eyes. Her eyes show that she is terrified. To his shock, this woman is beautiful, more beautiful than the other fantasy races. James. Hearing his name from Daisy, he snaps out of his trance and helps the girl up. I am sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you and toss you onto the ground. Brushing her shirt and shorts off, she grabs the stroller from Adam. Thank you, sir, and I am sorry. I thought I saw. I am late. I've been around soldiers. I know you were only acting on reflexes. James noticed that she changed her story halfway through. He looks at his teammates, and they seem confused. Whatever you fear, you don't have to worry about us. We are Rangers. This is Daisy, this is Adam, and I am James. The woman looks away and looks back at him. Yes, I think so. I think I just saw something, but I must be wrong. Daisy elbows James to get his attention. She points to the woman's wrist. James sees a scare bondage mark on her wrist. Paying more attention, he sees some scars, mostly hidden by makeup. He understands what happened now. She was once a slave. Okay, ma'am. The woman looks at them all. Vanguard 5, Captain Bailey team. I thought you guys looked familiar. I hand out with Vanguard 7 all the time. Oh, you are that girl, Daisy said. Cute baby. Love the eyes. Thank you. My name is Mochizuki Noriko, but you can call me Noriko, Noriko said. Again, I am sorry, but I should go. Hold on, James said, and then realized he sounded needy. Would you like an escort to your location? I got nothing going on right now. Off duty. Noriko looks at him closely, then plugs her nose. She looks behind them. Dancing Princess Strip Club. I can smell it all over you. Thank you, but no thanks. I cannot handle. I don't know. Sorry again. She bows and leaves. Not knowing what to do, he stands there, watching Noriko leave. He takes a depressing breath and then smells himself. I do smell like sex. Need to shower. Adam walks up behind him and pats him on the back. I wouldn't bother, man. Broken goods. She has a baby, so you are better off finding someone else. Hey, that is rude, Daisy said, slapping Adam's arm. She then walks to James' side. But he is right about one thing. You should look elsewhere. That is Noriko, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe's little side project. If you want to bang that, you would have to get both the captain and Sharpe permission, and no way Sharpe will grant you that. Better off woody hookers. After a frustrating breath, he starts heading out, but for some reason, he feels like he cannot drop it. Tales of the Clanless, A Day of Leisure. Alnus. Date, May 4th, 2026. The flare shone down on the buzzing community of Alnus. Children playing, running up and down the streets as everyone else proceeds with their daily tasks. A blue-feathered siren made her way down the main road, wearing a cute, flower-decorated, white sundress that reached just above her knees. Kryun held a small, black, thin, strapped purse as she quickly made her way to her destination. She is on a mission. She had an appointment at a new shop that had appeared in town. A beauty parlor had just opened, and she was excited for the treatment she was about to receive. A manicure and pedicure was just a few feet away from her, and she couldn't contain her excitement. As the town of Alnus grew in both population and size, many new shops began to open up, from varying restaurants that included one with golden arches to another with a bell. As time began to pass, many forms of entertainment began to become available to the inhabitants of this bustling town, such as bowling, theaters, and even more physically demanding activities like paintball and sport fields. Varying clothing stores and now something known as beauty salons also began to pop up around town. As the new age began on Falmart, not many were more accepting than Kriyun, who seemed to embrace these changes with open arms. Though she was mostly neutral when it came to dealing with the developments of this town, the blue-feathered siren loved the new changes coming into this world. She loved the food, the culture, the products, and even began to enjoy the genre of music these Americans called country. Slow down, an orange-haired, brown-striped Nico pleads. I can't keep up, you are going too fast. Huh, oh sorry Nellia, I didn't think you were still behind me, Kriyun responds as she stops to wait for her companion. Nellia caught up and responds. Wait, did you seriously forget I was behind you? She responds as she pouts. I'm sorry Nellia, but I need to make this appointment. I really need this. Nellia giggles as she looks back at the siren. I understand, not many things make you this excited, so I won't stop you. Go ahead. Kriyun merely blushes. It is not that I am excited, I just really want to do this, she responds as she plays with her fingers. You know you don't have to come if you do not want to. I mean you will be just waiting for me, and I know how easily you can get bored. Nellia just smiles, watching how hard Kriyun struggles to express her feelings. I know this is only for you, but if it makes you happy, then it makes me happy to join you, Nellia says encouragingly. I appreciate that. This is something new for me, and I am glad I have a friend coming with me, but I know you. I know you would rather do something a bit more exciting, so if you want to go off, I will not stop you. Thank you. I knew you would understand. I'll see you after, then, but message me if you need anything. Okay. Bye. Nellia quickly responds as she runs off, leaving Kriyun with her mouth open. She stands in disbelief, but quickly brushes it off and chuckles to herself. Well, whatever then, she says with a smile. I'm still looking forward to this. Hope she is fun. Whatever it is she has planned. The little siren continues down her path, humming and singing a new song that had recently gotten stuck in her head. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. She hummed with a smile painted across her face as she gleefully made her way down the road. With just a quick glance, you wouldn't be able to tell she was a skilled warrior. It wasn't too long before she reached her destination. The beauty salon really stood out with its varying, vibrant pink color scheme, contrasting with the more subtle look of the other buildings. The store looks so cute, she thought to herself with a slight grin. She continues to look through the glass and sees a row of oddly shaped seats with mirrors in front of each of them. She noticed a few people in there, but it was mostly empty. A smile still painted on her face. She shook a little in both excitement and anticipation. She slowly opens the door to the store and is greeted by two pretty little fairies in some stylish-looking dresses. Hello. Welcome. Just one. What would you be having? The fairies spoke one after another, making it somewhat difficult to keep up and answer them. A pedicure and maybe a manicure. Oh yes, please follow us. One of them spoke as both fairies led Kriyun to a comfy-looking black chair with what looked like a type of bucket down in front. Both fairies began getting the water ready. As you sit, please remove your... One of the fairies begins to explain before realizing the guest was a siren. Never mind. Please have a seat. She sat, dipping her feet into the tub of water in front of her as the chair began moving on its own. She began to panic a little until one of the fairies attending her assured her of the massage chair. She started to relax and went back to enjoying her experience. Her massage, the fairies catering to her requests, country music playing in the background, and finally someone arrived to begin working on her feet filled her with such enjoyment and comfort. She closed her eyes, indulging in this heavenly treatment. Is this one of the privileges Americans get to enjoy on the other side of the gate? She thought to herself. A girl could get used to this. She accidentally chuckles out loud as the two little fairies giggle with her. A smile was painted onto her face as her talons began getting scrubbed. I wonder what Nellia is up to? She thought to herself. Somewhere outside the edges of Alnus, in a nearby forest, Nellia ran frantically to nearby cover as shots barely missed her, hitting places she once had been. Her ears perked up, trying to listen for her assailants, but heard nothing. Damn, it looks like they know what they are doing, she says to herself. She slowly peeks her head out of cover to get a look, but a few shots make their way towards her, prompting her to duck down again. You're persistent, she says as she pants. She looks for more cover behind a fallen tree. Perfect. She grabs a good-sized stone and tosses it towards the opposite side, getting the attention of her attackers as they shoot it. She quickly makes a dash for that better cover and leaps towards it, still panting hard. They've been following her for quite some time, not even giving her time to catch her breath. She peeks around the side of her cover to get a good look at her attackers, but is quickly shot up, prompting her to head back into cover. "Crap, give me a chance, you pieces of Karagon dung," she shouts at them. Her hair on her body begins to stand up as she feels a hand being placed on her shoulder. Imagining her fate, she looks back to see familiar eyes. 3 humans that were assigned to help her eased her uneasiness. "What took you all so long?" She shouts frantically at them as they look at her confused. "You know this is merely for fun, right?" One of them jokingly asks as balls of paint splatter on the other side of the cover they were hiding behind. "Yes, sure, I knew that," Nellia responds, and even though she wore a mask, you could tell she was a bit red. "And I'm sorry, but none of us can keep up with you," another adds, further contributing to her embarrassment. She realizes what he means and responds, "I'm sorry, I have always been told I jump in before thinking." "Don't worry about it. How many have you seen?" her allies asked her. "I don't know, 2, maybe 3. I didn't get a good look at them, but they are moving together, closely." "All right, I'm going on to move over there," one of them says as he points to a different cover near where she had just come from. "Just cover me when I say so." Nellia and the other 2 nod. "I'll move over there," Nellia says as she points to cover in the opposite direction. "I'll move first to draw their attention towards me. Then you 2 will shoot while the runner makes it to his next location." She instructs the remaining 2 while pointing to the volunteer. "Trust me, they cannot hit me," Nellia assures them as her team nods. She faced her target, some more covering a few feet in front of her as she crouches and finally pounces towards it. She didn't think she could move that fast as she heard whizzing shots barely missing behind her. As she reached her destination, she quickly looked back to see that the 2 companions she'd left behind had taken out one of the assailants. She quickly spotted another and used the contraption one of her companions allowed her to use to take out another. She smiles with her success as she sees her lone companion rush in from the other side to take out what she thought to be the last assailant. However, fire from another gun shot up her companion. "No!" she shouts as she rushes, firing her weapon at the last attacker. She ran in, quickly dodging and jumping, frantically, in all sorts of directions towards her assaulter. Once atop him, shot him up with her weapon. She stood there panting as her other 2 allies caught up with her. "Nice fucking job," they said as they congratulate her. She smiled and was about to reply when the celebration was cut short as both of them were shot up by a hidden, unknown shooter. She quickly took cover once more, realizing that she was alone once more. "You will not have me," she shouted. Readying her weapon, she breathed heavily, knowing this might be it for her as she stood up quickly, ready to fire. She spotted them and was about to fire until she realized something she'd forgotten. As she pulled her trigger, she realized she hadn't reloaded her weapon and it was now empty. Her attackers fired at her as she was struck from multiple directions, hitting her all over. She fell backwards, rolling down from her cover, just looking up. This was it. She had tried her best, but she had failed. "Crap. To be taken out like this," she thought to herself as she faced up. "I'm sorry, Molina. I thought I could do better." She continued to look up as she thought she heard a type of bell. Maybe? No. It was a whistle being heard as a man wearing a bright yellow-colored shirt appeared next to her. "You all right, ma'am?" he asked. "Yes. This just hurt a lot more than I thought it would," Nellia replied as she sat up. The referees escorted her up and out towards the edge of the field where the rest of her fallen comrades had waited for her. Once out, she peers back into the fight as it resumes. She watches in excitement as the fight continues. Though she was out, she would know that her teammates would avenge her as they pushed their enemies out. After the match was over, she walked back out towards the main parking location where people can reload and refill on air among other necessities. She smiled as she waved at the other players. This is a completely different experience, she thought to herself. She walks back with the rest of the players that lent her some equipment and prepares for her next fight. This was an unusual activity, but she enjoyed every minute of it. The excitement and rush as you run in attempting to take out your opponent while they try to do the same, but not having to worry about dying. She smiled once ready for the next fight. As she makes it to the next match, waiting for the whistle to signal the start of the fight, she smiles in anticipation and thinks, Is this how the Americans feel getting into a fight? I'm envious. The match commences as everyone rushes forward towards their opponents, guns blazing. From behind cover, she peeks her head from cover, firing her gun as she sees paintballs flying towards her. She ducks for cover, blood pumping, when a thought pops into her head. One of her teammates reaches her, asking if she's okay. She responds with a thumbs up and replies, "My blood is rushing. I can barely contain my excitement. Just don't go running off again." Her teammate teases as Nellia nods. She faced forward, thinking, these Americans sure come up with some of the funnest things. A girl can get used to this. As she continues to fire, she wonders how Kriyun is doing on her end. Sometime later in Alnus, Kriyun walks down one of the streets, getting ready to meet up with her companion, excited to show off her painted nails. As she stood there in that flowing white dress, a smile painted across her face, she wondered what Nellia had done for the day. She didn't have to wait long as the Nico appeared covered in dirt, sweat, and paint. The sight of her shocked Kriyun as she took a few steps back. "Hi, Kriyun," Nellia shouted as she made her way towards her friend. "No, not another step closer," Kriyun warns as Nellia abruptly stops near her. "Come on, don't tell me you don't want a hug," Nellia jokes with a big smile as she extends her arms. The siren begins to prepare her gust spell as Nellia backs down. "I'm just joking," Nellia responds, "but those are pretty. So that's what you wanted to do," Nellia continued, admiring her nails with small bird designs. "Yes, it was a lot of fun, but I am guessing you had your own type of entertainment?" Nellia stops as she looks at herself. She chuckled, "Heh, I guess you could say that. As they put it, I got lit up. You should come next time." No, I do not think so," Kriyun says as she laughs. Getting lit up does not sound like a pleasant experience. They laughed as they continued their conversation while heading back home. Looking at them both, you could tell they had an eventful day. Reference. Support. Co-creative support, Tom Richmond. Head editor, Rockerboy Airy. Story artist, Comples and Milk Duds 100. Discord, https://discord.gg/xe7nnhs. Tales of the Clanless, Common Ground. Alnus Community, May 20th, 2026. A lone hooded figure makes her way down a now lone road. Alnus, usually buzzing with the laughter of children and the commotions of everyday life, is now silent as the sun has yet broken the dunes mountains. Too early for most folk to be up and about, but it didn't stop this lone figure with her ears propping out from her hood. Molina, filled with excitement, is heading towards the main entrance into Alnus to head for a hunt. Since she and her companions arrived in Alnus, there really hasn't been a need to practice their skills, but she couldn't have hers dulling. Molina wore a cloak that covered most of her body, leaving mostly her ears and face visible. With her traditional hunting armor underneath, she would surely draw the attention of others. As she moves, nearing her destination, she stops to look behind to see if her companions were keeping up, only to realize she was by herself. "Oh, right," she says to herself with a hint of sadness in her tone. Before Alnus, her companions and her would always spend all the time together, especially for early hunting trips. She wishes her companions could have joined her, but they were each busy with their own distractions. Alden is looking forward to seeing the new elven nation, Sebel volunteering at the school, while Kriyun and Nellia are wanting to look at a new sweet shop that is making a grand opening. Molina just grins, glad that everyone has found something to smile about once more. As she nears the exit, she notices a small shop with interesting items for sale. She approaches the stand outside, displaying weapons of varying sizes and uses. Intrigued, she leans over, carefully examining the throwing daggers. One with an exotic design etched on the handle really stood out to her, as she imagined the different uses the weapon could be useful for. From the window, she could see more items inside that piqued her interest. No harm in just taking a look, she thinks to herself as she opens the door to enter. She quickly goes through the aisles, but the longer she looks, the more she feels eyes staring at her. The shopkeeper has been keeping an eye on her as soon as she entered. He watches her intently as she strolls, but it was an all too familiar feeling, especially with her being a warrior bunny. Warrior bunnies were looked down upon, seen as a barbaric race, and it only got worse as they were conquered. Now they were mostly seen as a slave race, one primarily used for either protection or pleasure. Normally, Molina would have taken her business elsewhere, but she couldn't blame the owner this time with how she was dressed. She hadn't really seen much of that same discrimination as she made her home in Alnus. However, here, she wore a cloak that covered most of her body and head. Only her ears were visible as they protruded from holes on top of her hood. Being cautious is only natural in this case, she thinks to herself. As Molina continues to browse the items here, she can hear the door open once more, but she didn't turn around as she minded her own business. One of her ears slightly turns to face the entrance as she can hear a set of footsteps approaching her. Molina is still facing forward, not turning to look at the person as she picks up a type of throwing dagger on display. The unknown person stood there, hesitantly trying to get her attention, but it would be Molina who would break this awkward silence. "Do you need something?" Molina asks sternly as she turns to face the stranger. She raises an eyebrow as she sees a silver-haired warrior bunny with ruby eyes standing in front of her. "A few minutes earlier. And you are sure about this?" Tile asks Delilah as they casually stroll around the small town. "Yes. If you want to carve out a home somewhere for all of us bunnies, you will need to start interacting with more of them. Help convince them to rally behind you, my queen," Delilah responds encouragingly. With the help of the United States, Tile, former queen of the warrior bunnies, had escaped from bondage and has been living with them for quite some time now. The more she stayed here, the more she began to trust them, so she has helped them with some of the threats that Falmart had posed. More so, with the prompt rise of an elven nation by the US, she began to envision a place where all warrior bunnies could one day call home. A dream she had once given up once enslaved. But what if they refused to hear me? Many still blame me for what happened, as they should. I should have never taken that deal, Tile says. You should let that go and focus on the future. Most do still blame and resent you, and might not even give you a chance to explain, Delilah responds as Tile droops her ears just a bit. But as their queen, it is still your responsibility to try. Tile breathes in and lets out a deep sigh, her ears now propping up as she holds herself up in her usual proud manner. "I know, Delilah. I know. I have been out of practice for some time now. How would I even approach them? What would I say? Well, first introduce yourself. Let them know who you are if they do not already," she says with a smile. "And try to explain what happened if you can. Maybe listen to them, hear their struggles, and provide some comforting word dash," she says as she's interrupted by a slight kick. She rubs her now swollen belly with a smile. She is nearing the end of her pregnancy and is extremely nervous to finally be a mother. "Don't worry, you will do just fine," Tile reassures her as she places her hand on Delilah's belly. "They will be just adorable, and you will do just fine. Do not worry. I know they will be, and I am glad that Bailey's here to help as well. Honestly, he can feel smothering at times, but I don't know what I would do without him. So you are glad that he is putting in this much effort?" Tile questions her as Delilah's face turns red. She continues to smile at Delilah as she finds someone to divert Tile's attention towards. "Look there. Here's your chance," she says as she points to another bunny walking into a shop. "Well, let us go to her. Once inside, I will watch you, but if you look like you need help, I'll come to you." "All right," Tile responds as she holds herself up while walking towards the shop and enters. Once inside, she quickly sees the other warrior bunny admiring some weapons and goes to her as Delilah waits. She stops just next to the browsing bunny and raises one hand to tap her. She hesitates as her hand shakes a bit, but begins to get her composure back. She clears her mind and opens her mouth to speak. Do you need something?" The warrior bunny asks Tile sternly as she turns to face her. "Present time." Tile stands there a bit surprised as she faces Molina. She notices strange tribal markings painted on her face, not unlike the same battle markings her own warrior bunnies would paint on themselves. "Did you need something?" Molina asks once more, prompting Tile to regain focus. This stern attitude was something she was expecting, but it would not deter her. "Hello. I can tell by your attitude towards me that you already know who I am." "I do. Well, let me first say that whatever you heard about what had happened is false. I would never betray my own people, but I do apologize for the horrific treatment you might have endured because of it," Tile finishes, expecting a type of negative reaction but was confused to see only confusion on Molina's face. "I know what happened to you and your tribe, But what does that have to do with me? Molina asks puzzlingly as one of her ears angles a bit to show her confusion. Were you not taken and enslaved or ran when the Empire struck at us? Tyle asks. No, I was never a part of your tribe, she replied. Seeing the bewildering look on her face hasn't subsided, Molina continues. My grandmother belonged to your tribe, but she was taken long ago. In servitude to her master, she birthed my mother who birthed me. After she had escaped and had me, she told me where we were supposed to belong. Hearing this shocks Tyle, but another question pops into her head. But then why didn't you return to us? We would have accepted you with open arms, we da. Because it was your kind who rejected us for not being born within the tribe. You refused to accept us and casted us out. My mother, with no better option, became a prostitute and died that way. I was orphaned, and if not for the mercy of my clan, my party, if not for my party, I would be in those same streets selling myself or dead. So whatever happened to you and your people is of no concern to me. My loyalties lie with my party, my family. Molina finishes calmly but sternly as Tyle's ear twitches a bit from that last part. Tyle is left speechless. What can she say to her? She didn't remember this happening at all, but she can definitely see her mother doing this. She begins to try and mutter some words as she opens her mouth, but nothing seems to come out. Delilah places her hand on Tyle's shoulder and smiles at her. She turns to face her and says, Delilah, I didn't hear you walk up. I know. I figured you would be busy talking to your new friend. Not exactly. I know. Delilah chuckles. Can you go a little easier on my friend here? She asks Molina. She is really trying, you know? I am Delilah, by the way. Molina, the cloaked warrior bunny responds while now facing Delilah's noticeable pregnant belly. May I? Delilah nods as Molina begins to rub her belly and smiles a bit. She looks back up and looks over to Tyle. Don't feel bad or apologize. I don't harbor any resentment towards you or your people. Life can be cruel, but everyone has to find their own way in it, and my upbringing served to make me stronger. She finishes as she smiles at them both. Tyle. Molina begins again. There is nothing you can do about the past, and I know you didn't betray your people, so I do not see why you need to apologize to me or anyone else about it. Instead, learn from it so that something like that never happens again. Improve and adapt. Promise security to your estranged people. Comfort them with words of a better future that's to come. I see what you were meaning and thank you. Those were words I didn't think I needed to hear. But that's okay with you? How things ended up for you? Tyle responds. Life is cruel, but you make the best of what you have. Molina answers reassuringly. Sounds like something Bailey has said before. Delilah interjects. You just have to deal with the cards you've been dealt. I believe it was. Wise words, Tyle says as something catches her eye. Something she hadn't noticed before. And thank you once more for your words, Molina. Now, on a different note, if you do not mind me asking, why are you in a shop like this with those tribal markings on you? Yes, I'm curious. Not up to anything bad, I hope, Delilah teases. What? Molina says as she remembers how she was dressed before and why she came out today. She pulls down her hood to reveal a part of her armor headpiece. Oh, I plan to hunt. I haven't really had much need to hone my skills, but I cannot have them dulling. I am curious about something now. What's that? Tyle asks. Come with me, Tyle. Show me what you can do and lead the party. Maybe you can change my opinion of you. She finishes with a smirk. Is that a challenge then? All right, but I need time to change. Well, I'm not done looking here, so go. Well, I guess that means I have to come along as well. Can't have you two having all the fun, Delilah chimes in. But you are with a child. Isn't that reckless? Molina asks while Delilah just rolls her eyes. Now you sound like Bailey. Tyle giggles as she adds, do not worry, she can handle herself, and besides, the way she is now makes her more capable than even us. Not really understanding what Tyle meant, Molina shrugs. Okay, then I'll wait here. Sometime later, 3 hooded figures make their way outside of the Alnus community and into a nearby forest. They stop by the edge and begin removing their cloaks, revealing 3 armored warrior bunnies. Tribal marking covering their bodies. Molina wore her traditional hunting armor while Tyle and Delilah had their warring armor, though Delilah's was slightly modified to fit with the recent changes to her body. Strange-looking outfit, Tile points out to Molina. And yet, I'm not the one trying to fit into something not made for a swollen belly. She teases back towards Delilah. Hey, it still fits. Delilah defends as they all giggle and begin to head deep into the forest. After heading towards the center for a while, Molina stops to look around. All right, this seems far enough. Go ahead. She motions towards Tile. All right then, what is it that we are hunting? Tile asks. You tell us, huntsman. This is your hunt. Molina responds. All right, then let's see what we can find. Tile finishes as she begins to scan for anything out of the ordinary. She looks and notices some disturbed brushes. She makes her way over to it, trying to pick anything up. Here, I see some tracks. Okay, what are they? Molina asks. Delilah uses her ears to scan in multiple directions until she picks up something peculiar. I hear a squeal, a few snorts and grunts. Pigs? No, I hear boars, she says to herself. Looks like there might be boars there in that direction. 3, maybe 4. Delilah tells them as Molina faces her both surprised and impressed. You were able to get that from a few footprints? Impressive. Molina commends her. No, I can't tell what those prints are. I just heard them. Heard them? Molina asks as she attempts to hear as well but picks up nothing. But I don't hear anything. I told you, in that state, she might be more capable than both of us. It's the heat, Tile adds. The heat? Molina asks puzzlingly. I'll explain later. For now, it looks like we have our targets. They all nod and begin moving towards the pigs, quickly moving to where the sounds were coming from. According to Delilah, eventually they all could begin hearing the same sounds that Delilah had picked up. They stop as Molina speaks. I'm going up to get a better vantage point. Molina begins to rapidly ascend upon one of the trees, her equipment making it easier for her to scale upward. She begins to move in closer as both Tile and Delilah just watch her, impressed. She signals to them, pointing out 3 boars and their locations. Tile nods and tells Delilah to head in one direction as she went the other way. They begin circling them as Molina watches from up above. Tile points out Delilah's target and Molina hers as she focuses on it. They begin moving in sync as they get closer and closer towards them when one suddenly lets out a loud squeal. One boar begins charging towards Delilah as she quickly dashes out of its way and unsheathes her blade. Before they could all focus on her, Tile lunges towards her boar and jabs her blade into it. The boar squeals loudly and begins to run, taking Tile's weapon with it. Damn it! She shouts as she brings out a smaller blade from her side. Molina watches from above, focusing only on her target. She needs to get its attention off of the other 2, so she grabs her side axe and throws it. Her boar begins charging towards Delilah, but her axe strikes it first, diverting its path. She leaps down as she draws her spear, her boar running back around, stopping a few feet in front of her. Delilah stares down her boar with a blade in her right hand. She unsheathes a small knife from her side and holds it in her left hand. She was taken off the field due to her pregnancy, so she missed this feeling. Her blood pumping from excitement. Come on, she shouts at her target. Tile watches as her boar runs around sporadically until it finally heads back towards her, charging at full speed. She crouches down, ready to pounce with her knife firmly gripped in her hand. As the boar approaches, she lunges forward, barely missing it, and strikes at its feet. It tumbles forward as Tile quickly turns and follows it. As it laid there squealing, she rams her blade deep into the boar's neck until its struggle subsides little by little, eventually ceasing for good. Molina rolls to one side, and then another as her boar keeps charging towards her. Every time it would miss, it would come back around and charge again. Molina just keeps dodging, just watching its movements, waiting for an opening. When she is comfortable with its movements, she readies herself. She gets ready to launch her spear as the boar makes one last round towards her. I have you, she says as she throws her spear towards it. The spear strikes it in one of its eyes as the boar's body falls, sliding towards Molina. She merely moves slightly to the side as the boar slides past her. The final boar stumbles to both Tile and Molina with a large laceration on one of its sides, blood drenching the ground where it walks until it keels over. It still kicks as Delilah walks over and uses her blade to finish off her kill. Honestly, I thought they would put up more of a fight, she says with a smile. Molina just smirks. I like you too. You both show great promise as hunters, you know? Well, I am glad we could live up to your expectations. Tyle responds with a smile. Delilah walks over to Molina's kill, picking up the axe she had thrown at it. This is a beautiful-looking axe. Would you mind if I borrowed it for a moment? She asks Molina. Thank you and sure, but why? She begins to say but was interrupted as one last boar charges to them. Delilah, reacting quickly, throws the axe at it, striking its head. The boar begins to slow and move to the side as it squeals in pain. The axe lodged deeply in its skull. Delilah leaps on the back of the boar, using the axe as something to grip on while she uses her small knife to jab into its shoulder blade. The boar begins bucking and kicking as Delilah attempts to dislodge the axe. Tyle and Molina panic a bit as their companion rides this beast, attempting to bring it down. Stay back. This one is mine. She reassures them with a smile. She manages to dislodge the axe and strike it back down on its skull where it had once been lodged. This time, the boar stops bucking and its legs give out as it drops down. No longer moving, Delilah dismounts the slain beast. Molina stands in shock at what she had witnessed. Delilah is pregnant. How could she put herself into that kind of danger? She thinks to herself. She is about to scold her, but stops herself as she remembers what Tyle had told her. The heat, you said it was? Molina asks Tyle as she just nods. That was something. Most hunters usually get caught off guard by the Hogus boars. They get close before some careless hunters can react. Fine job striking it down. It was no problem, Delilah says as she feels a slight pain on her leg. There was a small laceration with some blood. Her eyes widen as she looks at both of them. Don't tell Bailey. I will never hear the end of it. If he asks, I stumbled. Well, I don't know Bailey, so I don't think I can tell him anything, Molina responds. Don't worry. Your secret is safe. Tyle reassures her. Molina just smiles. The otherworlders have influenced you, Your Highness. Molina teases with a smirk at Tyle's annoyance. Well, let's wrap this up. I would love to continue this hunt, but no reason to let these go to waste. Let's secure them and then get help bringing them back. They move all 4 boars together as they decide which one of them to go back for assistance. Delilah happily volunteers, as the remaining 2 bunnies are left to guard their kills. As they wait, Molina walks over to the boars that Delilah had killed and begins doing something to their corpse. After a good while passes, Molina turns to face Tyle. So what else did you want to know? I'm assuming that's why she left us here. Well, about what we talked about earlier. If you mean about being casted out, then do not worry. I've already made peace with it. Besides, if I hadn't, I never would have met the family I have now. Molina finishes with a quick smile. That's good to hear. You found a place where you belong, Tyle says, giving a warm smile. She then sits up straight, indicating now she is getting serious. But then what brought you to Alnus? I noticed something you said when we spoke earlier. Your loyalty being towards your new family, but not the Americans? The ones providing you refuge. I'm curious about what your actual intentions are. Not hostile, I hope. Molina sighs as she begins to sit up straight to match the same serious demeanor Tyle is displaying. Sebel, Alden, Creune, and Nellia are my family, or at least what's left of them. All we have is each other now, and they look to me to guide them, to lead them. I cannot let my guard down again. So yes, my loyalty is with them, but with these Americans, I haven't decided yet. Tyle simply nods, understanding all too well this feeling of loss. I'm not fully convinced of these otherworlders' intentions either, but from what I've seen so far, they, unlike the Empire, honor their word. It can be seen with how they treat everyone who comes here to Alnus looking for a new start. Their arms are open. If you're looking for a new place to call home, I'd say take advantage of it. I will see. I mean, with what I hear, Sharpe is starting to sound like an attractive option. Tyle smirks. Better not let Sarah hear that unless you're intentionally looking for a fight. I mean, they are bonded romantically. Molina looks at her with confusion until she realizes what she had meant and begins to turn red. No, not like that. Tyle merely laughs at Molina's annoyance. You owed me for that one, she says with a chuckle. I don't know your entire journey, but I guess I can understand your situation. I hope you find what you're looking for, truly. And if that doesn't happen, You and your family are welcomed with us once we have a land we can call our own. Molina looks down while hiding a smile. She hands Tile 2 sets of tusks. These are for your friend. She didn't say, but I could tell this was her first hunt, so tell her to treasure these. Thank you. I'm sure she'll appreciate these. And thank you for your words. Molina finishes as they see a group of people with Delilah heading towards them. Well, I hope we can hunt again after this, Molina. Tile tells her. I hope so too, she responds with a smile. And Mal. My friends call me Mal. Understood then. Mal. Tile finishes, matching her smile. Home. Tales of the Clanless. Apex Liberty. Alnus Community. Date. June 10th, 2026. Don't get too far ahead. You too, Sarah says, trying to keep up with both Sebel and Selena. They both play as they walk along towards the popular pub known as Apex Liberty. Sebel poking and evading as Selena attempts to catch her. Sarah just smiles as she sees her soon-to-be daughter laugh and act as a girl her age should. It had been an eventful first day for Sebel, as she had agreed to volunteer and help out at Sarah's school. It was off to a rocky start with Sebel arriving late, but she proved to be a quick learner with how serious she took her duties from there on out. Sarah smiles, happy that she has another hand at school now, and from someone who genuinely wants to help. Sarah watches them play as they make their way down the sidewalk towards Apex. She watches the little fairy, beginning to get lost in lingering thoughts about her before her train of thought is broken. Sarah, you there? Sebel asks, floating directly in front of her face as she jumps. Yeah, sorry. I was just thinking. Thinking about what? The fairy asks. Mama, you were supposed to turn back there with us. Selena chimes in as she grabs her hand. It was nothing important, but right, sorry. Let's head back, Sarah responds. They move towards their destination once more, Selena and Sebel continuing with their shenanigans as she keeps an eye on the little fairy. The same thoughts coming back to her. Call it a woman's intuition, but she feels something is off with the fairy but decides to just brush it off. Moments later, as they reach their destination, laughter and playful shouts could be heard coming from the place. We're here, Selena shouts as she points. Sebel smiles, landing right on top of Selena's head. She just looks up as she feels the fairy sitting on her head. Sarah catches up with them and sees Selena holding the door open for her. Ladies first, Selena says. Why thank you, little ladies. Sarah teases back at both of them as she walks in. Sebel was about to respond but quickly picked up on the innocent joke and merely kept her smile. The cheery atmosphere enveloped the entire establishment with a warm, welcoming presence. The bar was filled with all sorts of people, some appearing to be workers, some girls enjoying their night out, and some soldiers blowing off some steam. It was just what you would expect in a standard pub. Sarah quickly leads them all inside while she scans for an open spot for them. As they search, a prickly-faced, burly man drinking by himself from a corner of this restaurant eyes the group. A crooked smile finds its way on his face as he sizes up Sarah, appreciating all of her feminine features. Watching her, he licks his lips and takes another gulp of his drink. His eyes make their way past her and onto the girl behind her, Selena. Growing up just nicely too, he thinks to himself, still smiling. But someone had taken notice of his gestures and how he looked at the girls. The man continues to watch them, but something catches his eye. A blue aura begins to shimmer right on top of that little girl's head. As he focuses, he can see a small fairy sitting there, but she is staring right at him. Her demeanor shows hostility as she slowly shakes her head towards him, almost as if warning him. Upon noticing this, he finally looks away and continues on minding his own business. Aha, here we go, Sarah says as she finally finds a table. They all begin taking their seats as Sebel moves from her friend's head and onto the table. I'll be with you in a minute, a waitress quickly says as she struggles with multiple mugs in her hands. No rush, Sarah reassures with a smile. She takes out her phone to see how far along Sharpe is. Selena has a large smile on her face as she leans in, elbows on the table as she rests her head on her hands, her dangling feet kicking back forth. Sebel sits there, legs crossed as she stares back, swaying back and forth. Every so often, without Selena's knowing, staring back at that creepy man. Well, that was an interesting day today, huh? Sarah asks the two, breaking their silence. Yes, it was. Honestly, I cannot see anyone handling those kids like you did. Do you have kids of your own? No, no. Sarah responds quickly but then turns to Selena. Not yet, at least. Selena responds with just a grin as Sarah smiles back before turning back to the little fairy. What about you, Sebel? From what I saw, you've dealt with kids before, haven't you? Of course, it was the duty assigned to me before. Before? Sarah asks puzzlingly. Oh, nothing. It's not important anymore. So how far along is Sharpe? Sebel asks, trying to change the subject. Sarah finds it weird that she dodged the question, but before she could say anything else, the waitress returns with menus and begins passing them around. Do you know what you would like to drink? She asks them. Water for now. A beer and… A Coke, please. Selena interrupts with a cute smile. And I'll have a lily drop ale. The small fairy says energetically. Got it. Anything else, or do you need more time with your menus? The feline waitress asks. Sarah, making up her mind, continues. Well, actually, can I have an order of pulled Hogus boar sliders and 2 wyvern steaks? Medium rare, please. What about you, dear? She finishes while asking Selena. Can I get a night trapper burger with fries? She says while licking her lips. Sebel flutters up to Selena's ear and whispers something into it. Can I also get it with a wingtar sauce? She finishes asking. Well, of course, and a good choice. It pairs well with this burger. Anything else? The waitress asks. Yes. Can I try this new molten chocolate cake? It sounds delicious. Sebel adds. Understood. I will bring your drinks out shortly, the waitress finishes saying before walking away. The three continue to engage with each other, laughing and joking while Sebel still avoids any personal questions about her, somewhat frustrating Sarah. Not too long after that, the drinks arrive as everyone eagerly takes a sip of their respective drinks. Sarah takes a quick sip while having to stop Selena from finishing her soda in just a few gulps. Sebel grabs her shot-sized ale and takes a deep, long drink, finishing with an ah. Is that really that good? A man's voice could be heard from behind them. As they all turned to see who had said that, Selena's voice could be heard springing into excitement. Daddy! She shouts as Selena rushes to hug this tall stranger. Sebel is confused at first until she remembers who Selena refers to as father and nearly choked on her drink. Sharpe stood there, rubbing the top of her head with a caring smile on his face. Good to see you, Squirt, he teases. Sarah pats Sebel on her back with her finger as she coughs, keeping her eye on him. Once she regains her composure, she flies close to his face, startling him a bit. So you're Sharpe? Sharpe, Selena, annoyingly, corrects. I am, Sharpe says while staring at the little sprite. I thought you'd be bigger, she teases with a smirk. And I thought you'd be more sparkly, Sharpe retorts, earning a slight giggle from Sebel. After a short introduction, they begin sitting down at their table just in time for the waitress to bring Sharpe his drink and the food for everyone. The intoxicating aroma filled their nostrils as steaming plates of varying foods lay before them. Beautifully seared steaks faced Sharpe and Sarah. A slice of butter melted across the top as they peered at this moist piece of sizzling meat. A plate of blue-colored, pulled Hogus pork sandwiches lay between them, its buns still steaming from the heat of the grill. A burger whose patty held a slight blue tint of color gave off a mouth-watering smell. Its buns slightly toasted, giving it a golden brown color. A small toothpick with a small plastic bow is lodged into it, holding the burger together. The last plate to be set has a small warm chocolate cake with a scoop of ice cream nestled right on top. Hot fudge was poured right on top as the plates were set down, melting the ice cream down the sides just like lava flowing from a volcano. Sebel couldn't contain herself any further as she dove straight for a taste. She jabbed a few fingers in, picking up a piece of the cake with the freezing cream and samples it. Her face lights up with joy from the sweet treat. Sharpe and Sarah begin cutting into their meat as they notice a slight difference than what they were usually accustomed to. Instead of the usual glossing ruby pink, a glistening sapphire center awaited them. The meat's juices trickled down after the first slice. Both quickly go in for a bite, filling them with an unbelievable flavor as the meat practically falls apart in their mouths. Selena was quick to follow, taking a large bite out of her burger as a smile forms on her face. The crispy toasted bread provides a nice crunch as the tender meat patty explodes with flavor. This is good, Selena happily says. Isn't it? Sebel adds, taking a sip from her ale. Ah, and this is just amazing. So it is that good then? I always wondered if little fairies could or would drink alcohol. Sharpe chimes in, taking a sip of his beer. Little? Sebel repeats while staring back at him with an annoyed face. Father, Selena says, trying to defend her new friend. What? Sharpe asks, now visibly confused. She doesn't like being called that. Sarah whispers in his ear as he nods in understanding. I'll let it slide this time because of who you are. Sebel comments as she flies up and raises her shot-sized mug. How about a toast? Sharpe smiles and raises his mug as well to match hers and gently toasts. After a good sip, she flies back down next to her cake, which slightly dwarfed her. As the atmosphere begins to pick up again, they continue to chat, joke, and tease for a bit as a sudden slam onto the table between Sharpe and Sarah startles everyone. Sebel's eyes quickly narrow as she recognizes the same burly man she had noticed early today. An alcoholic odor protrudes from his body, which becomes more prominent as he speaks. Ho, how are you doing, pretty lady? He blurts out, barely keeping on feet and leaning in close to her. Sharpe's demeanor changed from the laid-back person that was once observed into a defensive one. However, seeing the man was completely drunk, he maintains his composure and sternly tries to get the man to leave. Sir, you're too close to my fiancée. Sharpe says to try and let him know he is unwelcomed here. Not seeing a reaction, he continues to speak. You need to back away and go home, he calmly orders as he places his hand between them. But the drunk does not bother to even look back at him as he continues to try and engage with his soon-to-be wife. What is a fine woman like you doing with him? Why not come see what you can do with a real man? The drunk says, leaning in closer. At this point, Sharpe has had enough and quickly jolts up to push him away. As the drunk stumbles back, he gains his footing and now focuses on Sharpe. The buzz of the restaurant begins to die down as all eyes focus on them, some eager to see the fight about to happen, some soldiers getting up to try and de-escalate this. One even runs out of Apex to call in any nearby MPs. But before this can escalate, the sound of some type of porcelain shattering could be heard coming from behind Sharpe and Sarah. They quickly break their gaze to look, but Sharpe quickly turns back to, briefly, catch a glance of a blue blur whizzing past him. Ah! The drunken fool wails as he holds his hands up to his face. My eye, I can't see. He begins to shout as he collapses over another table. As if on cue, the MPs show up to collect the injured man and collect statements. No one really saw what had happened or what caused a toothpick to get lodged into the man's eye. After giving their statement, the mood is much ruined for the night, but Sebel and Selena's pleading convinces them to stay to finish their meals. Things begin to settle as the restaurant slowly resumes its merry ambience. A person sitting at a table nearby begins to sing a cheery tune that brings the atmosphere back up as everyone resumes their distractions. Sharpe is still somewhat serious by having his family time that he hardly gets time for, interrupted by a drunkard. Sarah attempts to calm him down, reassuring that the distraction is now gone. She felt happy and found it cute that he came to her rescue. His mood starts to lighten up again as his smile soon begins to creep back onto his face as he hears giggling on the other side of the table. Pieces of fried potato slices are being flicked at him as both Selena and Sebel look in different directions, pretending to not know where it came from. Not to be outdone, he flicks the fries back at them while also looking all around. Sarah merely shakes her head with a chuckle. Children. I'm having to deal with children everywhere I go, she thinks to herself as she looks over to Sebel, and now it looks like I have another. As the shenanigans begin to slowly subside, Sarah sees Selena lean in close, so she does the same. The little girl whispers something into her ear with a red face as Sarah just nods with understanding. Excuse us, Sarah says as she and Selena get up. We have to use the little lady's room. Have fun, Sebel says cheerfully as she waves. They quickly walk away, leaving only her and Sharpe alone at the table. The little fairy picks up her cup and takes a good long sip as Sharpe just stares at her. That was impressive, what you did back there, he says as he takes a sip of his beer. Where did you learn to do that? Sebel nearly spits out her ale and coughs a bit before responding. I don't know what you mean. He eyes the small little sprite. It was a split second, but I saw you. With your size and cheery attitude, hiding what you can do looks like it can be pretty easy. Easy? Sebel responds annoyed. Do you know how hard it is for me to learn to keep a straight face and act innocent? It's not as easy as you think, she finishes saying, hovering near his face. So you did prick that man's eye, Sharpe says as Sebel quickly covers her mouth and flies back down near her ale. I don't know what you mean, she says nervously as she quickly goes for another sip. Then do you know what happened to that pick that was once in that burger next to you? Relax. I'm not mad and I'm not going to turn you in for what you did. I'm thankful, actually. Thank you for helping me keep my family safe. The usual cheerful smile on Sebel's face completely vanishes as a serious demeanor now washes over. Well, that moron was asking for it. Drunk or not, he should have minded his own business. Not many people seem to realize that they will live longer if they do. She finishes while taking another quick sip. But thankfully you didn't kill him, Sharpe replies. That would have been bad. Then I would have had to say something. I know, that's why I didn't. Besides, only a dull blade would reveal themselves to the common folk. Right? Sharpe responds, not fully understanding. Yet I caught you. One of the little fairy's eyes twitches with that statement. But you're no ordinary person, so it's different. Sharpe chuckles a bit while taking another sip. But on a serious note, where'd you learn to do that? Sebel remains silent, not really sure whether to keep responding. She has been caught, but the less she gives away now might be for the best. However, on the other hand, when will she get another opportunity to have a one-on-one chat with this potential candidate? She decides to take a chance, lightly smacking both of her cheeks to regain focus and answers. Taught. It's what I was raised to do. My group and I. So there are more of you with these types of skills then? Yes, but isn't that true for most people that come here? And no, we aren't here to cause any trouble, just looking for a place to call home. For a new start. Sharpe nods, understanding that sentiment. It is the land of opportunity and new beginnings, of course. Okay, I can understand, but where did you live before coming here? What made you look for a new home? It's personal. I get that too, but if you're going to be around my family, volunteering at Sarah's school, I need to know I can trust you, he answers sternly. She lowers her head, dwindling her fingers, thinking back on the fun day she had earlier with both Sarah and Selena. She also thinks of her own family and sighs. She looks to see if Sarah or Selena are coming back, but not seeing them, she answers sharp. It is a long story, but I'll keep it short. We were once a part of a larger family, a clan. It was primarily a hunting one and was led by a great man, Attilius. He was our father in a sense. He pulled us from nothing, seeing something redeemable in all of us. He raised us, taught us, empowered us. She begins as she dips her finger into her drink and begins to move it in a circular motion. We're each identified by our clan marking etched onto each of us. Mine is on my back, and a darkened black blade, which we each carry. And what happened? What brought you to Alnus? Sharpe inquires. Our former home is gone, attacked by disgraced individuals who went against our ways. They destroyed everything, killed everyone. She finishes as she begins to tear up. I was tasked with protecting the younglings. I was supposed to keep them safe, but when they needed me most, I couldn't protect them, she says as she wipes the tears coming down and sighs. So I want to help Sarah, help teach and protect them. Please let me. I promise I won't fail a second time. Sharpe simply nods, finally getting a better idea of who she and her people are. Survivors. Okay, I can tell you're sincere. I believe you, he responds while handing her a napkin. Don't want to let them see you crying now, right? And bedsides a smile better suits you. Sebel thanks him and begins to wipe. Once finished, the same bright smile begins to find its way back onto her face. But can you not go killing whoever you please? Sharpe teases. I don't want to hear about bodies dropping left and right. I make no such promises, she teases back. Just a few more questions. Are these rogue clan mates still around, and will they be a problem? Some yes, but they have and are actively being hunted, so they shouldn't be a problem here. But just keep an eye out for anyone with this type of emblem, Sebel replies while describing the insignia, sort of shaped like a type of beast. Thanks, I'll keep a watch when I'm out there. And if you do see one, let us know. We'll take care of the rest, she says eagerly. Now can I ask you something? Shoot. Shoot what? She asks. Never mind. Just ask your question. There is one thing we do need in order to officially make this place our home. And we are wondering if you can fulfill that role. What do you mean? Sharpe asks, now being the one confused. By clan law, we cannot set up another branch without a qualified clan leader. When our home was destroyed, no successor was left. So as it stands, we are a part of the clan in name alone. We're basically clanless. From the tales heard from many sources, you're the most qualified to lead us. Sharpe thinks deeply on this. I don't think I can be that person. I don't know anything about how your clan operates or what is required of me. We can let you know. Maybe hear what this is all about before making your decision. Think on it before making your decision. Okay, if you agree, you will have us whenever you need us. Just reach out to me if you decide to do it. I will not tell the others I have told you, so you do not feel pressured. The fairy says gleefully. Thank you. I'll keep it in mind, but don't get your hopes up. And thank you for at least thinking about it. She finishes while holding what remained of her ale. Toast for now. They proceed to toast and take one good gulp. They continue speaking with one another on different topics. Sharpe is interested in the adventures Sebel had experienced, while the tall tales are thoroughly entertaining Sebel as she hooks onto every detail as fact. After some time, Sarah and Selena find their way back to the table as Sharpe questions, "What took you so long?" "I was just about to report you two as missing." Selena's face just begins to turn red as Sarah answers, "A gentleman shouldn't dive his nose into the business of ladies in the restroom." "Fair enough," he finishes, knowing better than to keep pushing the subject. "Well, what did you two talk about while we were away?" "We were gone a while," Sarah asks, trying to change the subject. "Well, he was just telling me how America was born." Sebel chimes in, cheerily. "He said that a person famously known as Uncle Sam rode on top of this massive eagle, found a Lady Liberty hidden on top of Rocky Mountains, and with a short yee," she says, trying to imitate Sharpe. "Just like that America was born." Sebel finishes excitedly as she turns back to Sharpe. "Right?" Sarah just rolls her eyes and shakes her head while Selena begins to laugh. She knew she'll have to explain to Sebel later about Sharpe's exaggerated tales. Hawaii vacation. Honolulu, Hawaii, United States. Date: July 16th, 2026. With the calm, relaxing breeze of the Pacific Ocean flowing through the hotel room, Sharpe looked toward the ceiling, reflecting on recent events. It had been so long since he had left Philadelphia since he was deployed on the other side of the gate. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd gotten away from the duty of a soldier. However, he was with his own family, but he wished he was in better moods. With the refreshing, gentle wind being surprisingly comfortable, thanks to Hawaii's lack of humidity, it was one of many reasons why so many people rushed to vacation there. For Sharpe, while not a Navy man, he always enjoyed the smell of the Pacific. That, or being forced to live it with the number of times he passed through Hawaii during his deployments. Still awake? Looming over, his wife Sarah laid there with only a thin sheet covering her beautiful body. "Nothing, just thinking." "That is my job," Sarah said with a yawn. "What are you thinking about at this hour?" "I thought you would be sleeping soundly with your beautiful wife cuddled up beside you," Sharpe replied. "I prefer the real thing." With a kiss on Sarah's forehead, after receiving a light poke on his bare chest and listening to a flirting insult about being a naughty man, Sharpe continued, "But I am worried about Lelei." "You mean, turning into you?" Sarah pointed out. "That has crossed my mind." Once Sharpe's deployment at Rondell was finished, his wife informed him about how Lelei had been struggling to deal with Cato's death. Then being rejected by Swordon's school, had sunk into a near-depressive state. He knew where this would lead to. The beating hot rays poured onto the beach's surface, and the combination of a chilly breeze sweeping through the Pacific Ocean's air created such an unreal experience. The combination of the two different temperatures had created a near-perfect feeling on Lelei's bare skin, finally understanding why so many females love to sunbathe. To Lelei's surprise, the weather had helped her body relax after the difficult time at Rondell, even though it had done little to reduce the pain of losing her first adoptive father, Cato L. Alteston. The only hotter thing than the earth sun called soul is the fire deep within her heart, the desire for revenge. "Hey sis," Selena said as she approached, "come on and play with us. I think it will be cool if you do your water magic in the ocean. It will be one heck of a splash fight." "I don't want to, Selena," Lelei replied. "I just want to sit here." okay? Not enjoying the response, Selena boiled up with annoyance as she grabbed her older sister's arm and said, "Come on, you have been sitting here for 2 days." Lelei then raised her palm in front of Selena and magically generated a tiny repulsive force, slightly pushing Selena away, and gave a warning glare. While she had not literally sat here for 2 days, both times they had come to the beach, she refused to join Selena and Rory in their fun. All she wanted to do was sulk, just sitting here and staring out at the endless Pacific. You realize that was rude? Knowing that voice, Lelei crossed her arms and mumbled, "I know, but I want to be left alone." Hearing Sharpe had sat down, Lelei knew that he would talk, which was the last thing she wanted to do right now. "Look, I know what you are going to say, but I just want to be left alone." "I did not know your abilities included mind reading," Sharpe replied, looking in the general direction Lelei was looking at. After stating that, a long silence hovered between the two, which bothered Lelei. The awkwardness forced her to think about what was going on in Sharpe's head. He most likely wanted to talk about Cato, that seeking revenge was terrible, and she should remember the good times, that she should carry on the spirit of her loved one and move on. Tired of the silence, Lelei looked toward Sharpe with much fire in her tone and said, "I don't want to move on. I want to punish those who took him from me, who destroyed my home, and took away the man I considered as a father before you." To Lelei's annoyance, Sharpe did not respond. All he did was take a drink from his soda and look out. For as long as Lelei had known him, she could not recall a time when he was left speechless. He always had a plan, sometimes a plan within a plan. She knew he was not sitting there for no reason, and it was driving her crazy as her mind raced to figure out what he was plotting. Looking back to the endless ocean, Lelei mumbled, "Just tell me what you want to say." He leaned back after taking a long drink. Sharpe maintained his stare as he watched Selena and Rory play with other children in the water. He finally replied, "You are not entirely wrong. Sarah wanted me to come down here and tell you exactly what you said." How he said that slightly confused Lelei, as the wording was carefully chosen. He told Sarah and did not, including himself, catch her off guard. While looking out, she glanced toward him to listen closer. "That is Sarah for you. Soft-hearted." Sharpe continued, "If Rory was here, she would lecture you not to succumb to the hatred that you are experiencing now. That was what she did with me when we first met. That seeking revenge would ultimately lead you towards the path of Palapon, and following his path would lead you to destruction. Like that prick of an elf, Lord Lashin," Lelei added. "Yup, that bastard is a good example of when you let revenge consume you." Sharpe agreed. "With Tuke, well, she probably would just have a bath with you just to relax. Some spiritual thing. So you got to ask her." Still trying to follow what was being said, Lelei directly looked at Sharpe and asked, "And you?" Taking another long drink, finishing the soda, Sharpe said, "You are completely right to feel how you are feeling right now. It is what makes you human, Lelei. After everything we've been through, I am surprised you said that," Lelei said. "There still isn't a day I don't think of that Mexican family where I don't imagine what they did to my two buddies," Sharpe said. "If I had the chance right now, I would kill that bastard for what he did. Saying anything else would be a lie." "Are you saying that it is okay that I want to kill all of Darko?" Lelei asked, surprised by Sharpe's response. The more she thought about his failed mission in Mexico and her experience with Sophia, the more she understood the meaning behind his words. "The only thing I am worried about, Lelei, is that you will sell yourself out to go on a revenge spree," Sharpe said. "Rory was right about one thing. The worst thing you can do is to allow it to control you." "Then what do I do?" Lelei asked. He reached around Lelei and pulled her in close, letting her head lay on Sharpe's shoulders. He answered, "Live with it. There will be a day when they have to answer for what they have done. You can have your revenge, but you have to wait for life to present it. Live your life. Be thankful for what you still have, and be ready. And don't forget, kid, you don't have to do any of this alone. The enemy isn't, so you shouldn't either. You know, we are a family. It is okay to rely on us. If you ever need anything, we'll be there right alongside you every step of the way." Taking a deep breath, Lelei wiped tears from her eyes. "Thank you, Dad," she replied with much emotion. She sat there, holding him for a while until the tears finally dried. I think I am going to apologize to Selena." "Don't let me keep you." "Then," Sharpe said before removing his arm as Lelei stood up. "But later, You and I will have a chat about recklessly using your magic on your sister. Ah, Lelei muttered before turning her gaze from him to her sisters and hurriedly moved over to them. Ticaret Affair. The Half Moon, Ticaret Conglomerate. Date, July 11th, 2026. While on her knees, Tuke, the famous blue-feathered siren prostitute that worked at the Half Moon brothel, looked above at her client, Lord Wagra Gummis. While she did not know where he was at the Gummis hierarchy of bastard sons, she believed he was somewhere in the lower middle. His father, Mortimer Gummis, has so many bastard sons no one knows how many he truly has. Hearing the young man grunt, Tuke wondered why this man was sent to her out of all the bastards that were fighting in the war. He physically did not impress her compared to the other nobles and warriors that she had comfort with. What she did find attractive is the aura of confidence and pride for some reason. Taking a rag, Tuke cleaned her mouth and stood up, turning around so the young man could see her rear as she seductively walked away toward her expensive bowl made out of marble. As Tuke cleaned herself, she shyly said, "Impressive amount, my lord. I can tell you have been on the front for a long time." Once cleared, she looked at the young man. While physically strong, she found his attitude disgusting, just like the rest of the Gummis house. But her duty as a prostitute required her to serve these people. There was a time when her master and brothel owner, Nara Tezuko, forbade the Gummis house from her services, but thanks to the war, both houses made amends. 1. Because of this new alliance, Tezuko has allowed many of the Gummis bastards back into her brothels and banking organization. This has resulted in the great public betrayal between the House of Alton and the House of Tezuko. Traditional allies, the topic of the war split their friendship. What the Ticaret didn't know was that this was a ruse. "That was amazing," Wagra commented as he breathed heavily. "My brothers were not kidding. You are the best whore in the Ticaret." "Miss Tezuko only provides the best," Tuke replied. "After I was told of your glorious achievement, whatever it was, I knew I had to be the one to sleep with you." Listening to the young man laugh, Tuke wondered what Wagra did to please his house this much. Slapping Wagra's hands away, she turned around, placed hands on his chest, and leaned into him, pushing him onto the bed to where she was on top. As Tuke moved her index finger around the man's plain but smooth chest, she kissed him and then gazed into his eyes, mumbling, "I do wonder. What did a great man like you do to please the houses? I bet it must have been a great achievement." The young man laughed as he felt joy coming from the siren's movements. He said with great pride, "I am no fool to tell a whore, even a fine one as yourself." Flipping Tuke over where Ugra was on top, he grinned and added, "But I will finally be in the good graces of my father. Hell, to the point where I might take the high seat of our house. None of my bastard brothers can top me with my prize." The excitement coming from Ugra's eyes reminded Tuke of a boy getting his first sword toy, that nothing else mattered besides what was in his grasp. Over the past 6 months, she had comforted many nobles, generals, house heads, and other men of importance, secretly listening for any news of importance. Usually, her clients only emit that glory-seeking charm males have, hoping to achieve something for themselves in this war. Ugra, on the other hand, his eyes told her that he accomplished what he was seeking. Tuke used her sweet voice as she moved her hand down the man's side, allowing her feathers to brush against his bare skin, and said, "Oh, I do wonder what he could be. Is it one of the other worlders?" "You can see it like that," Ugra said. "Now, stop talking." While not a soldier and has no knowledge of military importance, Tuke understood whatever Ugra meant. It must be important. She wondered if her favorite client, Falson Alton, and her master Nara Tezuko would find this importation useful. The Ticaret Conglomerate, located in the great western desert of Falmart. If outside, the scorching heat would even succumb to a draconian. If it was not for the wind and water mages, maintaining a balance in the temperature in the building, this time of year would be considered uninhabitable. With a sip of wine, Falson Alton, the head of the House of Alton, leaned into his chair, annoyed by the lack of progress in the negotiations. Being the only one who opposed going to war against NATO, it publicly disgraced his house. According to Nara Tezuko, that was her plan. The people, blindly following the leadership of the government, marching to battle, following pro-war propaganda blindly. Only opposition would be considered traitors. At least until the casualty reports came in. Just as expected, once the populace learned about the amount of dead with so little gained, the appetite for war became to wane. I am sorry, but there is no way I will be able to convince my lord to abandon his support for the war, Oki said. Oki, the gray fur lionard across the table. The lion represents a subgroup within the Tessim Union. The Tessim, being the largest house and trade bloc in the Ticaret. Why is that? Falcon asked. As you can see, the war is not going well. That is the problem, my lord, Oki responded. The war is only a front. My master and the other houses have been profiting off the war greatly. While the news of Falcon fellow elite using the war to profit. Regardless, this is information that he needs to convince the people to abandon their loyalties and join his house. The burden has grown on his shoulders, knowing that so many of his countrymen will die because of greed and corruption. Until the war comes here and everything we built comes crashing down, Falcon said. I thought Boldus was a wise, old man. When did he allow such short-sightedness to influence him? Probably because no one believes the war will reach our borders, Nara answered. Leaning back, reflecting on the point Nara made. The war is hundreds of leagues away. The war would probably be won or lost before reaching these lands. Even if the other worlders came, most believe the towering mountains that divide this desert from the rest of Falmart. While most of the househeads left for the war, Boldus Keswick on the other hand remained. At first Falcon assumed the old man's mind was clouded like gummus. Now, Falcon can see the old man's real plot. While all the houses are at war, getting weaker, Boldus is using the war to elevate his union, becoming the dominant power within the Ticaret. There is no motive for Boldus to side with Falcon. It wouldn't matter who won the war, the old man would win. I hate to say this, but I see no path for your master, Falcon said. He has too much invested in the war. Okay, that is why you need to pick a side, Nana said. You came to us, disgusted by this war. When the time comes, you need to pick a side. The Lionard took a nervous breath as he quietly debated the options, taking a long gulp of his wine. Oki then said, what about Martimus Onur? The real threat to the plan, Martimus Onur, the apostle of Deldort. Currently Falcon has no method of defeating such an opponent. While he opposed the war, by law he still has to support it. Any hint of dissent and his life. His house is forfeit. I will bring that up with my contact inside the second sanctum, Falcon said. End of an era, tales of the clanless. Nellia wakes up one early morning, slightly teary-eyed as she begins to take long, deep breaths in an attempt to calm her nerves. She curls up, clutching onto her pillow. Damn it, she says to herself. She starts to regain her composure as she slowly wipes away her tears. Will these terrors ever leave me? She asks herself. She sits up on her bed, looking all around and notices everyone has already gone to do their daily activities. Nellia starts to stretch all over, her limber body, now more prevalent as it moves into positions not humanly possible. A loud purring comes with each movement, preferring to sleep in her underclothes to better appreciate the softness of her plushy bed. Unbeknownst to her, not all of her party members had left as one watches the spectacle unfold before her. Nellia continues purring as she starts to groom her forearm, beginning to lick her arm excessively as her mind trails off. You really should not do that, a voice says coming from the doorway. Nellia's hair stands up along with her tail as her widened eyes slowly make their way to where the voice originates from. The Nico's face slowly begins to turn red as she slowly retracts her tongue. Cryony, you know it's rude to watch people as they bathe. You creep. It's Kriyun. She sighs in frustration. And when did Cryony start being a thing? Nellia merely sticks her tongue out goofily. Right now, she giggly responds. But what are you doing here? I thought you wanted to see this new face paint shop that opened up. It is a makeup shop, and yes, I did. But Molina wants us somewhere near the center of Alnus, so I decided to stay back to make sure you got there. And besides, you seemed a bit distressed, so I wanted to make sure you're okay. Ah, you do care. Nellia teases as she leaps and tries to hold onto Kriyun, but a minor gust spell sends her right back into her bed. You're no fun, Nellia responds. So, it is okay for me to guess you are all better now? Kriyun asks while adjusting her pink bracelet. Yup, I'm all good, so go. You don't have to wait for me. I actually have something amazing planned, but I don't think it is something you would like to do. No, that is why I am here. Molina says she wants to see us, and that means all of us. Nellia groans and gestures to her to go. I am fine, so go. Besides, I want to finish bathing. Do you even know where we are supposed to meet? The siren asks. Yeah, the center of town. I'll wait for you in the kitchen. Don't take too long. Kriyun finishes as she exits. Nellia sighs once more as her smile quickly fades. The thoughts, the horrors of her past never ceased, and it has begun to get more and more frequent. Why won't you just leave me alone? She thinks to herself as she finally gets out of bed. She takes a deep sigh. Well, no use in dwelling on it. Let's get this day started, she says to herself. An entrance to Alnus. A lone figure casually walks up to the gate separating the wildlands of Falmart to the flourishing civilized city of Alnus. His blonde hair, practically shimmering under the bright flare. He wore a cloak that concealed his clothes, a smile forming on his face as he faces forward, finally being able to make out another figure waiting for him, Molina. He reaches into his pouch and takes a canteen of water, casually strolling over to the warrior bunny. He closes the gap, and after taking a good long drink, he faces her boss and asks, "Did you really miss me that much? Have you been waiting long?" Ignoring the remarks, she asks, "So how was your trip? Did you learn anything from that fledgling nation?" Alden removes his cloak and reveals a beautifully decorated garb. Upon closer inspection, you can tell that it is elven-inspired. Vibrant colors of green and gold decorated his wardrobe. It was a splendid mix of Elven culture with modernized American inspiration. It was amazing. Honestly, I never thought an elven nation would ever exist again in this world. And there was no shortage of women, drink, nor food. That, with the accommodations that the new world has to offer, has me excited to see what this nation can become. I didn't know you could give an honest smile. Molina responds with a giggle. I'm glad you found some enjoyment there. And it looks like the influence of NATO is beginning to be deeply rooted within this world. Anything else? The people there were genuinely happy. They looked content, grateful. No fear of what the future might hold was seen in their eyes. The warrior bunny ponders on that thought, slowly beginning to nibble on the knuckles of one of her fingers. Molina, you are doing it again, Alden says with concern as she pulls her hand away from her mouth. Look, I know how badly you want this clan to continue. But the world around us is changing. Everyone else is moving forward with the changing times. Eventually, there will come a time where the Dark Blade clan might not be needed, at least not on this continent. Molina sighs as looks up into the sky. I know that, all right. Nellia and Kriyun seem to be adapting to this new world. Sebel, well, she seems to be enjoying her time at the school, and you? Alden stands there for a moment before answering. He can tell all these changes were deeply affecting his leader, and she wouldn't take what he was going to say easily, but he had to say it. I'm thinking of moving into the Elven Kingdom. It is a good start for my people, but I feel like I can really help there. I have expertise with these lands and have interacted with many people. Molina swallows the lump in her throat, fighting back some tears before responding. What about our clan? We can still start once again. We just need a new qualified leader. Boss, I will be here for you. Always, Alden reassures her while placing a hand on her shoulder. I know what I want to do, and everyone else seems so as well, but know that we will never leave you alone. Despite it all, we are all still family. If you need us, we will still be there. Thank you, she responds with a sigh. But let's go. There is another reason why I am here. I told everyone to meet at the center of town, near one of the mercenary companies. Looking to see if our skills have rusted then? Alden responds with a chuckle. All right, let's not keep them waiting. Molina nods, and they begin moving toward the entrance checkpoint. Alnus School. Sorry I couldn't stay longer than this, but I have to go somewhere today. Sebel apologizes sincerely to Sarah. It's all right. You are volunteering here, so I'll take any help I can get. But if you have something important to do, then go ahead, Sarah replies. But it's just that I know how important this dash. Sebel. I said it's fine. Sarah interrupts with a smile. Go ahead. I have it covered. The little fairy gives a slight bow before making her exit. She lost track of time and has only realized that she is running late to a meeting her and her clanmates agreed upon. She frantically zooms through the exit doors of the school and onto the streets ahead. Crap, crap, she thinks to herself as she continues to move faster, slowly reaching her destination. Sebel floated there as she pants, trying to catch her breath. So, sorry. There was traffic. Ferry traffic? Kriyun points out while raising a brow. Ha, it's okay. I'm never on time either unless Kryani is with me. Nellia reassures the fairy. Kryani? Alden asks while staring at the siren and Nico. Since when has Da? Ignore that. She's just getting lazier, it seems. Ah, I see. Alden nods in understanding. What's that supposed to mean? Nellia asks defensively. Nothing at all. Alden teases while directing his attention back at his fairy friend. Well, whatever the case, punctuality was never your strong suit, little friend. Sebel's exhausted posture dissipates as an annoyed look comes over. She flies up to Alden's face and begins to say some not-so-friendly words as he responds with a cheeky smile. Nellia faces Kriyun, not wanting to let her off the hook with her lazy comment. Molina watches her brother and sisters squabble, just like when they were a part of their old clan. She gives a slight smirk, knowing that even though they moved here, they still haven't changed much, but she did notice the slight differences. Alden's earlier words slowly crept in on her mind once more. Sebel looks cheerier. Nellia finally has a place that is safe once more, while Kriyun and Alden's attire hints at where they should belong. She sighs, realizing that maybe it was time to end this crusade. The Dark Blade clan was over with Attilius' death, and maybe it should stay that way. She builds her nerve and interrupts. Enough. Why can't we all just meet up like this without any type arguments? Can't you all just act like adults for once? Now where would be the fun in that? Alden responds while receiving a smack in the back of the head by Kriyun. Honestly, it's like I'm dealing with children. Huh, where have I heard that before? Sebel thinks to herself, before Molina grabs everyone's attention once more. Look, I am going to speak plainly, so do not interrupt until I have finished. I don't know where we will all be after this conflict with the Empire ends, but I think the clan is finished. Maybe I was too obsessed with continuing Attilius' legacy that I hadn't realized that the world is changing. But I see it all around me, she says as she looks at all her companions. But I'm not such a fool where I can't see where the wind is blowing. Alden's expression changes from his laid-back demeanor to a more serious demeanor. He remains silent and only watches as he sees his companions' reactions. He could tell they were shocked by what they were hearing, but they remained silent as well. At some point, they each began to come to this conclusion, but none would dare voice their opinion due to their loyalty to Molina. They indulged in the benefits of these changing times and enjoyed every bit of it. With the gate bringing many changes within this land, there was something for every member to enjoy. Slowly, they began to worry less and less about their purpose here until it was the last thing they thought about. But the time had come to address it. I knew this day would come. Eventually, Sebel begins. But what about our fallen comrades? We can't give up on this clan. They wouldn't. Attilius wouldn't want Dash, Nellia responds, but is quickly interrupted. I know, and maybe that would be the case if the gate hadn't opened when it did. If NATO, America wasn't as generous they are now. But look all around us. Molina gestures to this fledgling town. Eventually, towns like this one will be seen all around Falmart. Alden chimes in. The old ways of doing things are dying. It's already happening with different guilds being disbanded. There will be a day where people like us won't be needed anymore. You too, Alden? The Nico asks. Nellia, don't forget one of Attilius' lessons. We have to learn to adapt to the changing times eventually. Kriyun tries to reassure her friend. No. Nellia tearfully answers. Please, I don't want to lose another family. I've lost too many. Kriyun and Sebel embrace their friend as Molina speaks up once more. This isn't for certain yet. I will not judge nor scold you all on your decisions. Whatever path you choose to follow, I will fully support you, and I will always be there to help you all if need be. You are still my family, and I hope you all see me in that light too. She finishes while Nellia hugs her. They join in the hug as Alden nods on the side. Don't be stubborn. Come over here, Sebel encourages. Well, what can I say? You all can't seem to get enough of me, he says. Never mind. Stay over there. Molina chuckles while wiping a tear. But before we decide, would you all be interested in a few more hunts? At least until this war is over, and we can decide then. They all look at each other and agree for old time's sake. All right, what do you have in mind? Alden asks. Here. Molina points up to a nearby building with a sign reading, Night Watch. Apparently, NATO can't be everywhere and are looking for individuals with special skills to help in contested areas along with clearing monsters, the warrior bunny explains. It's a job practically made for us, Kryun adds. Yes, it will be good to see if all this peace hasn't dulled any of your skills, Molina teases. They begin moving ahead to the building to see what adventures lie ahead. Severinus. Outside the palace, few minutes earlier, Severinus leaned against the wall of a house, while marveling at a piece of tech in his hands. On one hand was a device barely the size of his palm. Captain Albert of the British SAS called it an infrared strobe. Severinus was confused when Albert explained to him and his men on how to use it, because when he turned it on, it did nothing. But Albert convinced him that it was indeed turned on by lending him his NVG, and sure enough, the strobe was blinking, emitting lights that were invisible to his naked eyes and only visible by using NVG. Albert then explained to him that this was one of the means to mark targets for airstrikes with pinpoint accuracy. On his other hand, Severinus held some sort of clay with a small metallic rod object they call C4 and took a small device. A plastic explosive and a remote detonator, as Albert called them. An explosive so powerful, Albert said it could topple down a castle wall tower with just one block of it. Whether it was true or not, Severinus had no idea, but he did not want to find out. At least not when he was not the one holding the detonator. Who knew that such a small and unassuming object could be so dangerous? Severinus mumbled to himself while looking at the inactive strobe. And this explosive too, Severinus mumbled while looking at the C4 block this time. If somebody did not know any better, they would probably give this to their kids as a toy, or maybe to a pottery craftsman. I wonder if you can actually make pottery from it, he joked with himself. Then, Severinus heard a commotion from the other side of the house. Currently, Severinus was in an alleyway with a concentration of Ticaret men on the other side of the block and their barracks just a bit further from the house Severinus was hiding behind. Secluded, but still close enough for Severinus to enjoy the commotion and what was about to come. Hey, what in the hell is all this commotion about? Sir, these Aprakanina soldiers just came to us and accused us. You are their commander here? We found this in the common area of our barracks. This thing is the Otherworlders' device to mark targets for their airstrike. We have checked all of our men, and that only leaves you, Ticaret dogs, who went to have drinks with us just a few days ago. What nonsense are you imperial pigs talking about? I am saying that there are traitors in here, and that could be you or all of you. What is wrong? You damn merchants want to cut your losses, and now you are colluding with NATO. You damn bastards. Is this also your way to get back at us for Mount Opto? Good, Severinus thought to himself, while barely able to contain his face from grinning. Keep following the script, and keep building up the tension. Mount Opto, a bloody chapter in Imperial Ticaret War that happened over 300 years ago, where the Ticaret army was slaughtered when their leaders were invited to a peace talk by the Empire, leaving the army leaderless with their guard down. A dirty move by the Empire. But then again, when does the Empire ever care about honor? Only when it suits them, that's when. Now, it was an exploit Severinus could use. Severinus kept leaning against the wall as he heard the commotion getting more intense. Hearing all of that commotion brought him back to his old days. Akusho district, Sadera. 20 years ago, long before Severinus joined the Imperial Army ranks with the simple goal to leave the streets and survive, he had to survive as a street urchin on the streets of Akusho in his early days. At one point of that chapter of his life, he was a target of bullying for a local gang. All the money he earned, all of it would be taken. He would be lucky if they left him some spare change just for the giggles. When they felt like it, Severinus would get beaten up just for their fun. Finally, at one point, he had enough. He wanted to get back at them, hard and thorough. But instead of taking them head-on, he decided to use his brain instead of brawn. He started to look into the gang, more specifically, the leader. Apparently, he had become arrogant with the fact that he and his gang were quite strong among the other gangs in one part of the Akusho district, but it seemed that he was relatively unknown in the other part of the district. That was when he found an exploit he could use. On the other part of the district, there was a really strong gang, one that does not know or care about each other's presence. A perfect pawn for Severinus. Severinus snuck into the rival gang's headquarters and stole a diamond necklace from the leader's room, a necklace that was supposed to be a gift to the leader's love interest. Thankfully, his attempt was undetected and successful, allowing him to move on to the next part of his plan. He purposely passed through the bully gang's territory before he came across the gang again, with the leader included. Sure enough, Severinus got beaten up again and had all his belongings stolen, including the necklace. Perfect, Severinus thought to himself as he was laying on the mud with bruises all over his body. Next phase, he spread rumors in the rival gang's territory about a diamond necklace spotted in the hand of a gang leader on the other side of the district. Naturally, Severinus thought about keeping his trace to the minimum, so he recruited fellow street urchins to spread the words. Few days later after sundown, the angry rival gang leader barged into the bully gang's hideout with his entourage and came across the bully gangs along with the leader, intoxicated with an ale bottle in one hand and a diamond necklace on his neck. Severinus, who watched the situation unfold from a safe distance, could barely hold his excitement. The timing couldn't be any more perfect. He knew that the bully gang often got drunk at night, an exploit that he wished he could use. But often is not the same as always, and thus it was too random for him to exploit. And he also couldn't set the time when the rival gang would show up, so it was a mere coincidence that the rival gang would show up when the bully gang were smashed. The bully gang leader shambled towards the rival gang leader while giving the rival leader some colorful words smugly, in his intoxicated mind thinking that the rival gang leader was a mere nobody challenging him. The rival gang leader simply asked him if the diamond necklace on his neck was his. "Yes, it is mine." "Show what?" "Ya jealous I got more money than ya. You damn worthless dung," the bully leader intoxicatedly replied. And thus, he was immediately rewarded with a throwing dagger to his head, ending his life instantly. The bully gang members, with their finite sober minds, charged at the rival gang members to avenge their leader, starting a massive brawl. This brawl turned out to attract the immediate rival gangs of the bully gang. They think that it is their chance to finish the bully gang for good, and thus they join in the fight. The problem was, the rival gang did not know who these newcomers were and immediately thought that they were the bully gang's backup, and thus they fought them instead of working together, resulting in an even more massive brawl. "This is awesome," young Severinus mumbled to himself as he watched the ensuing mayhem. Severinus, who was still watching, was in awe with the sequence of events that unfolded. From this, not only that the gang who kept bullying him was no more, he drew two lessons from it. First, one person is smart, people are dumb, easy to get swayed by the flow around them, and usually it was the bad flow. Second, you could create this kind of scenario provided that you know what you are doing. Use every exploit you see. Deep in his mind, Severinus wished there could be another chance where he could hone his newfound skill. This one worked so perfectly and brought great results. But unfortunately, the great result involved sheer luck, and he did not want that. Next time, he wished that his attempt would be more planned. But unfortunately, or fortunately depending on who one asked, that chance never came again for Severinus, as his life was pretty much uneventful where he did not need to use his subterfuge skill again. His life as street urchin was still hard, but definitely easier without the bully gang around. Outside the palace, Thaluila's present time, and today, his chance finally came. Done reminiscing about the past, Severinus focused his hearing back on the ongoing commotion on the other side of the block. "Everyone, please. Right now we have otherworlder infiltrators in the city. Some of them are even in the castle where our lord and yours are. We cannot fight amongst ourselves right now," said a voice whom Severinus guessed as one of the Thaluila's knights. So far, he was quite satisfied with how his plan was going, but he was more proud of his men who were doing their part, disguising themselves as Oprichnina soldiers. He knew that quite many soldiers from Fabius ranks decided to leave his ranks and join the Oprichnina under Katsuo, giving him valuable men, but at the same time, many new faces which the Oprichnina officers would not and have not recognized. "Exploit number one." "No, this is more important," said another voice, whom Severinus recognized as one of his men assigned by him to disguise as an Oprichnina soldier. "Right now, nothing happened. But like hell am I gonna wait until something happens? We need to root out the traitors now. We do not know how many of these devices are out there. By the gods, we do not even know if these devices were the only things the traitors have used. Maybe there are much more destructive weapons spread out in the city for all we know. Exploit number 2. Even unknowns can be a weapon. Even though much had been uncovered about NATO, their equipment, and their abilities, admittedly much more were still unknown about them. Everything that they knew came from their observation on the field, coupled with any info they could get from NATO territories. But without full understanding of what they have on the other side of the gate, any day NATO might bring new weaponry that was alien to them from the other side. And thus, the unknown would always haunt them. With these 2 exploits, Severinus could cause anxieties among the League forces, evident by the commotion. The beauty of his plan was, Severinus did not need many men to incite the commotion happening on the other side of the block. Just 2 of them bringing the IR strobe to the Oprichnina officers and lying to them that the small contingent of Ticaret are in cohort with NATO was enough to incite the volatile situation that was still growing even right now. Just one stupid man doing one stupid action would be enough to start a fight between the Oprichnina and the Ticaret forces. But that was not enough. The Ticaret forces still outnumbered the Oprichnina and the Thalluila's Knights combined. He needed more. If I may, maybe there is a way we can thin out the suspects, said a new voice. Exploit number 3, thought Severinus. Among us Second Sanctum, we have received reports that the smaller contingents of the Ticaret forces have been talking about leaving the war and if possible join NATO in hopes to receive trade permits with them and obtain their goods to enrich themselves. I believe that they have the highest chance to be traitors. WWH what? It's not us, I swear, said a new voice whom Severinus guessed as the commander of one of the smaller Ticaret contingents. It's not us either. We thought about it, I admit, but we decided that we have gone too far to even have hopes to trade with them. That is all. Damn you. If you really are innocent, then show us your tents and the house you have been using to sleep. We will tear them up, and if I find something alien in there, I swear by Deldort's name I will gut you all alive. Severinus enjoyed the voice of accusations and vain defenses being thrown around. He felt more satisfaction as the 3rd exploit had done their job, which was collaborators from the enemy side. Severinus, accompanied by Captain Albert, managed to make contact with Albin's second-in-command, Dalial Perios. Thankfully, he was willing to listen to Severinus due to him and the rest of the Second Sanctum's men seemingly losing contact with their leader, only receiving orders via Gagnog's men. After he listened to Severinus, he thought that the dots finally connected and agreed to help him and NATO in exchange for guaranteed safety by NATO, and their leader received treatment should he was still alive and wounded by torture. From there, Severinus allowed them to fracture the Ticaret faction and incite more fear and anxieties within the League. They didn't even have to lie, as many of those small Ticaret contingents were indeed talking about pulling out of the war and, if possible, joining NATO in the hopes of being allowed to purchase their goods and thus enriching themselves. Thinking about it, Severinus could consider it as the 4th exploit. Everybody silence. The booming voice instantly shut all the commotion down and replaced it with complete silence. Severinus recognized this voice. It belonged to one of the high commanders of the Thalluila's Knights. Well, this could be a problem, Severinus muttered to himself. The enemy is currently attacking this very city and the castle itself, and all of you monkeys think this is a good time to fight against yourselves? Shame on all of you. Now, I want 4 platoons to come with me to secure the castle. Then I want 3 platoons from both the Oprichnina and Ticaret to scour the camps for more of these other worlders devices and the traitors. The rest of you, spread around the city for those NATO infiltrators. Work with the Thalluila's Knights to lock down the city. We will sort out the traitor problem after we deal with the infiltrators. Do I make myself clear? Severinus' expression turned from full of satisfaction to worry. The Thalluila's Knight commander's order had some holes, such as by spreading most of the League forces around the large city without even a slightest hint of to where to prioritize, it could give the traitors a chance to escape. Even still, giving the men something to do while being angry and confused was better than letting them be angry and confused senselessly. Right now, despite the silence, the atmosphere was still thick of fear, anger, anxiety. Severinus could feel it. However, that atmosphere will dissipate when the High Commander repeats his order to the League men. Severinus guessed that it will take 2 more repeats before the League men spread out and started doing the commander's order, and all of Severinus' effort will be for naught. Come on, Your Majesty. I am waiting for your signal, Severinus thought to himself worriedly while his finger was rubbing on the trigger of the detonator in his hand. As much as he wanted to pull the trigger now, he couldn't. Timing would be the key. He had told Pina and Albert about this. Trigger it too soon. He feared that the chaos would dissipate before Pina managed to evacuate out of the city. And if Severinus triggered it too late than Pina's signal, he feared that all of the League forces would converge towards the castle attracted by her signal instead. I hate to admit it, but I guess I'm relying on luck again, Severinus thought to himself before sighing. Boom. A large explosion erupted from the backyard of the castle, diverting everyone's attention to it. Meanwhile, Severinus grinned after receiving the signal. What took you so long, Your Majesty? Severinus mumbled before he finally pulled the trigger on the detonator. Barely a couple seconds passed after the castle's explosion. More explosions erupted around the city. More specifically, the castle's food storage, the cattle's western and eastern walls, the city's western and northern walls, the city's plaza, some buildings from the castle towards the sewer entrance and the opposite direction, the Legrath barracks, Legrath Knights barracks, and lastly the Ticaret's barracks. Severinus could clearly feel the shockwave despite him taking cover behind a building. By the gods, I guess that Albert fellow wasn't joking, Severinus mumbled. Right after the explosions, Severinus noticed the roads were beginning to be filled with smoke. There was so much smoke, some of it spilled into the alleyway where he was. This smoke is so thick and coupled with the smoke from the explosion fire, this will be perfect. What caused these smokes to appear was from all the smoke grenades from the NATO group. Severinus managed to receive quite a number of them, and with the help of Albert's men, those smoke grenades were jury-rigged to be triggered by remote blasting caps instead of the conventional striker percussion time fuse. Now, the stage is set. The League forces are panicking, confused. Now all it takes to start the chaos was a little push. You bastard! Some of the League men, or more specifically, Severinus disguised men and Sanctum collaborators, starting to attack the League men. The Legrath disguised men were attacking the Ticaret men. The Sanctum collaborators were attacking the Legrath soldiers, Legrath Knights, and the suspected small Ticaret contingents. They skillfully used the smoke cover to attack the League forces before slipping out of sights to regroup far away from the carnage. The dying screams of their comrades and the glimpse of their comrades being slain was more than enough to start the snowball of chaos. Everybody attacked anybody. Thanks to the thick smoke, they barely had any time, if at all, to identify their targets, resulting in many friendly kill incidents. Even the Legrath Knights, who were just a bystander, also got pulled into the chaos. Try to catch us now, and consider this as my resignation, Severinus said towards the League forces who were too busy with their own battle before making a break towards the rendezvous point. Fren Wrath. Fort Alnus, Army Hospital. Date: August 9th, 2026. Molina hurriedly made her way down the hospital hallways, following the directions given to her by the lady at the front desk near the entrance. All the white and artificial lights confused her, and she lost a few times before being pointed in the right direction again. Although she enjoyed many advancements, these trinkets always had her on edge as the unnatural lights somewhat confused her senses. But she pushed these thoughts to the back of her mind as she pressed forward. Her mind was more anxious about finally meeting with the solution to her dilemma, but witnessing the state he was in made her second guess. Hopefully, the advanced medicines of the Terrans could get him back on his feet and back to some strength. Once she calmed her nerves, she was set on the hope and excitement of finally getting a chance to meet the general. She knew she had to meet him if his feats were enough to impress her former master so much that he'd take a liking to him. Her late leader, Attilius, had met with Crisis at Sadera some time ago and talked about that experience, leaving an impression on her. She went to the Ticaret and helped the Terrans with a military mission into a foreign land to get this opportunity to meet this man, something Molina normally wouldn't do, assisting these types of strangers on such a risky mission. But she had one question that needed to be answered. She finally reached the door before being stopped by a familiar voice. "Excuse me, what business might you have here?" Turning around, she noticed a prominent dark elf, Fren. "Just need to speak with him," Fren raised a brow before recognizing the warrior bunny. Ah, yes, I remember you. You are that bunny that was tasked with rescuing my master. You seemed very eager to go. I meant to ask why. That's personal. Ah, even more so why I need to know. I do not mean any harm to him if that's what you are concerned about, Molina replied defensively. I do not doubt that. If you wanted to, you would have had many opportunities out in the field. But still, mind if I join? I was heading there anyway. Do I have a choice? Not really, Fren replied with a smirk. Remembering the horrific screams from the Ticaret chamber, Molina realized it was best not to challenge this apostle. The screams still echoing through her head days after saving Crisis. She has killed hundreds, if not more, men in combat. It came with the job, the ones that could scream, begging for their lives as fear took over. However, this was different. These screams, the sounds were so horrific that she couldn't think of a single example to compare it to. Those gummus men sounded more like men slowly being eaten alive by a monster. Slowly, intentionally, painfully until the last moment. You are spending too much time with Rory, Molina said with a slight smile, admitting defeat. Fren merely smiled as he gestured to her to go in first. Molina took in a deep breath as she reached for the door. She opened it slowly just in case Crisis remained asleep. To her surprise, he sat up facing the door. No doubt from their conversation. There was a stand near him with a couple of tubes connected to his arm. His other arm was wrapped in bands as well as his head and his eyes. You are looking far better than I had imagined, Molina commented. Is that a joke? Crisis responded. Well, considering, you could have been in an even worse state, my master, Fren chimed in. Crisis started before a dry cough interrupted him. Here, Molina said as she lifted the cup of water near his bed. Take a drink. After a sip, he addressed her. I remember you, Bunny. You said your name was Molina, right? Thank you for dragging me out of there. Molina's ears twitched before responding. She was surprised and glad to get the recognition. It was my mission, so there is no need, but it is appreciated. I did not think you would even remember. She turned her head to face Fren, who seemed to pick up on the gesture and walked up too. How are you feeling today, my master? Not as bad as I look, I hope, Crisis answered with a chuckle. He then looked at his missing hand and showed a slightly depressed look. Well, you've certainly had better days. Very much so. You certainly do not match the man my former master, Attilius, described. Attilius? I remember him. One. And former? He has passed since you last saw him, Molina responded, slightly drooping her ears. I see, Crisis replied. Now, tell me more about that later. Right now, I'm more interested in what happened to my rescue. I remember you, Molina, and us moving, but the details are blurry. I blacked in and out a few times, and everything seemed hazy at the end of it. I can shed some light on that, Fren said. Allow me to shed some light. 3 days ago, back at the Gummus Mansion dungeon, the relationship between master and servant was complex. However, there were many variables to such a dynamic. It was always someone superior, commanding over those who were weak. It could be an enslaver and enslaved person, someone looking for employment, or an apprenticeship. However, Fren found long ago that one type of variable triumphs over them all. It is submitting to a man whom you deeply respect. Believing that his master was killed, Fren dedicated himself to following Crisis' dream. Now, realizing that his plan worked and that his master lived through the slaughter at the arena, he was ready to fall back into a subservient role. As Fren moved through the Gummus massive mansion, he is impressed by the size and scale. Normally, if he had to search this place alone, it could take hours to find his objective. Even with his phasing ability that would allow him to go through walls and floors, the sheer size of this place almost made that ability useless. That was why Fren had always been fascinated by the Terran's radios. Not just the ability to communicate from long distances, but be able to track them with radio waves. Holding a tracking device that Fren borrowed from the Rangers, he searched for the signal. He saw the frequency point toward the southern end of the mansion, many floors down. Following the signal, Fren found himself at the center where the signal was the strongest. He looked down and phased himself out of this realm and passed through the floor, heading to Molina's position. After passing 3 floors, Fren phased back into this realm and landed on the floor. Around him were 36 Gummis warriors, surrounding Molina, Alden, and Tuel. The two clanless was barely holding them off due to sheer number. Fren phased in at the center of them, surrounding himself with the enemy warriors, all confused by his sudden appearance. "Surrender now, or we will make your death extremely dreadful," Wagra Gummis explained. "This will be your last chance, Dashda." The room stopped as one of the warriors informed the leader of his presence. Fren noticed everyone turning toward him. Molina expressed relief to see him, while the enemy leader showed annoyance. "Who might you be?" Wagra demanded. Taking a careful look around the crowd, Fren noticed a mixed group: humans, draconians, dwarves, and elves. "I am here to guarantee the release of those people there," Fren said. Everyone laughed. Clearly no one saw him as a threat. One of the warriors to his left jokingly said how he was carrying no weapons, and even with magic, he is outnumbered by the elven soldiers surrounding him. "Kill him," Wagra ordered. Noticing a guard on the proper striking, Fren quickly grabbed the man's throat with such speed that it stunned everyone. The man struggled, shocked that he couldn't break free or that Fren had barely moved. While keeping his eyes focused on Wagra Gummis, Fren only listened as the man panicked. With ease, Fren raised the man until his feet no longer were touching the ground, freaking everyone in the room out. Feeling the man pounding on his arm, trying everything to break free, Fren's right hand glowed brightly with a massive amount of heat coming out of it. The man screamed, flailing around wildly as he kicked and screamed at the apostle while the heat was painfully transferred throughout his body. The heat was so intense that it melted his body from his head. A moment later, the headless body dropped to the ground. Fren moved the head to where he was facing it, watching the eyes look around as the last glimpse of life faded. Once all life passed, he tossed the head to the side as if it was nothing. Everyone froze and stared straight at him. Even the clanless and consorts were shocked by what they just saw. All frozen like time, suddenly stood still. Hearing movement from behind, Fren allowed a spear to pierce through his body, seeing it come through the other end. All he did was slowly look down at it and grab it. Pulling it forward, he reached behind and grabbed the spearman's face with his left hand. His right hand glowed bright again, and he grabbed at the guard's head, and the entire body of the guard burst into flame until it turned into ashes. "What are you, a demon?" someone yelled. "Wait," Wagra said. "They say that Chrysis always had this dark elf slave by his side. One with magical powers beyond natural limits. Could it be?" "Correct, young one. I am Fren, the Apostle of Alange, guardian of the Library of Eloish, servant of General Chrysis of the Northern Legions." Allowing his words to spread throughout the chamber, the fear spreads as they realize they are not fighting a powerful elf but an apostle. "As I said, let them go." Out of fear, Wagra pointed his sword to the group and yelled, "If you try anything, I will order their death now. Even you cannot move fast enough to stop them all. Somebody call Martimus Honor or Morzafit here. We need them here." "Don't bother," Fren replied. "Rory and I defeated him and the Jinn already." Fren held his hand toward one of the warriors closest to Molina. That is when he saw the condition of his master. Handless, beaten, humiliated, disgraced. An emotion he had not felt in years, anger boiled deep inside. At that moment, he has decided what to do with them all. Fren's hand radiated once more, forming an energy bubble around that man next to Molina. The trapped man's head then exploded when the energy bubble imploded as his body collapsed, spilling its contents everywhere. "I was not asking." Molina looked at all the warriors and realized none were moving. She gathered everyone, and they started heading to the sewer exit. Fren watched as they escaped and followed them just in case anyone tried anything. Once at the exit, Molina turned and yelled, "Fren, they get the point. Let's go." He did not look nor reply. All Fren did was stare directly at Wagra. Once Molina realized that he was not coming and what he was about to do with the Wagra and his goons, she left with the rest. "Fren," Wagra calmly said, "we can talk through this. See, I let them go." Ignoring the pleading by the warriors, Fren pushed aside all emotion until everything became clear. The sounds of the warrior voices tuned out, fading into the background sounds. "You, young man," Fren said in a cold and calm voice. "You commented that I had no weapon. You are right. I am the only apostle that has never forged a weapon. You see, young one, Elange is the god of knowledge. For generations, all of civilization had waged an arms race. To do this, known weapons, tactics, and ideas were forged and passed down to future generations. So, you see, throughout the time, knowledge is the only weapon that has really mattered. As Fren finished speaking, he brought both of hands together as a light flicker could be seen between them until a flame formed between them. Then, he unleashed a mighty inferno into a group of 3, incinerating them. Before anyone could react, Fren aimed his hand at another 3 elven warriors to the right who were about to unleash their magic on him. Closing his fist, 3 monstrous stone hands emerged from the ground. The fingers wrapped around the elven warriors and squeezed them until the blood squirted from the body like a sponge. Dodging a combined strike from the surrounding warriors, he raised his hand toward the remaining group. Taking a lesson from earth science, he created an orb above them. Unlike most magical balls, this one emanated a strong magnetic field. The group watched in awe as the ball of light pulsed, twisted, and turned. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen before when a sudden pull brought them back into reality. Their weapons were suddenly ripped away from them and pulled into that light. Some of the unluckier ones in closer proximity with heavier metal armor were lifted off the ground while everyone else pulled away toward the center of the chamber. A sudden energy field appeared around the orb. While ineffective, one of the Gummis mages tried to cancel the spell. Noticing this, Fren quickly merely gazed at the mage and instantly nullified his spell. With his other hand, Fren causes the magnetic magic sphere to repulse the weapons and the armored soldiers that suck into it in all directions with high velocity, causing multiple troops to be pierced by their own weapons and the armored soldiers being flung hard at the wall, killing them. One of the surviving elves cast a fire burst aimed at Fren while another of them joined him. The 2 joined their spirit magic against him. The other mages followed them, casting a continuous lightning strike against the dark elf. Seeing the joint strike, Fren held up both hands and formed a mana deflection field, holding the 2 attacks back. Usually, he would have phased out in this situation, allowing the attack to bypass him. But the magical enemy used lightning. The electric current was one of the few natural elements affecting the phased realm. Once both strikes dissipated from lack of mana, Fren focused on the 2 elves first. Forming a strong wing burst from behind, he pulled both elves toward him. Once they got close, he grabbed both by the heads and incinerated them immediately, denying them the opportunity to scream out in pain. Seeing the middle group recovering from the magnetism spell, Fren found where Wagra Gummis laid among them. He then brought the ceiling down around him, creating a protected dome with the debris. Until he finished with the rest, he wanted to guarantee that nothing would happen to him until then. Bracing his footing, Fren held out both hands wide. Channeling as much mana as possible, both hands glowed bright white. A long barrage of energy blasts exploded from the staff of the enemy mage, which nearly destroyed his debris barrier. Believing that Fren was weakened as his debris barrier broke, all the remaining warriors charged at him, a total of 11. As they got closer, their movements slowed, and they were all dragged to the ground, violently. Fren watched from their confusion. During his time with Lelei, he had learned many concepts discovered by the Terrans. The one that intrigued him was the concept of gravity, how every movement across the cosmos was affected by it, from the giant flares that provided life to Uros to the most minor grain of sand on a beach. And at this moment, he intended to master this power by generating a powerful gravity well around him. For Fren, being at the center of the gravity well, he felt the force of gravity pressure against him from all directions. If it was not for his apostle regeneration and superhuman strength, he knew he would have been crushed by the pressure. The gravitational spell brutally crushed the surrounding troops. The ones wearing heavy armor died gruesomely as their own weight crushed them into paste, while the rest had their blood leaking out of their eyes and ears as the gravity ruptured their blood veins and organs. Once finished, Fren took a deep breath and looked around and saw what remained of the corpses. The crimson liquid painted the room, drenching every inch in its warm embrace. Not a single soul remained, but for one. Walking to the small dome he created to protect Wagra Gummis, he reached inside with his phasing ability and pulled out the bastard sun. "Let me go," You monster! Wagra screamed until he saw everyone around him. His eyes were in shock from the unbelievable sight. You killed them all. Fren grabbed the man's chin without replying and forced his mouth open, forming a small green ball of mana. He forcibly shoved it down Wagra Gumma's throat and then pushed him away. What did you do to me? Wagra said, patting himself down. What is this feeling? Taking a step back, Fren watched as Wagra fell to his knees. As the painful screaming began, he managed a root burst out from the man's side, then another, and another until he burst as a small tree grew out. Through your death, may a new life sprout, Fren said. He turned and prepared to leave the way he came. That is when he noticed that his uniform was soaked with blood. He heated his hand and moved it around his body, steaming out the blood from the heat. Once he decided he was clean, he left the chamber. Molina's Purpose. Written by Perios. Molina takes a deep sigh as she looks up into the sky. After the recent battle, something was beginning to become more apparent. Normally, after a successful hunt, her clanmates would be there to celebrate with her. Now she stands here alone. Though she is watching over these men in crisis stead, it just isn't the same. These aren't her people. She has no attachment, memories, nor familiar bonds that bound them. Though this last battle with demons, the undead, and a deranged god strengthened their ties a bit, there was a long way to go before she could ever see these people as anything but just soldiers. Molina was a bit surprised and wanted to protest when Crisis told her to watch his men in his stead as he quickly went away with Sharpe. Before she could even question him, he had already bolted. The annoyed feeling quickly went away as she realized where she was now. Although she wanted to know what was so urgent that both warriors were needed, she knew her place for now as a subordinate. If Crisis trusted her enough to leave in charge, she was satisfied with that, for now. She slowly reaches for the blade that hung around her hip. As she stares at it intently, she gives a half-smile as she reminisces about her cherished memories, sometime before Operation Mjolnir. So, it's actually happening then? Alden asked. It is, Molina confirmed. The group stood in silence as the news started to set in. They all felt that the end was inevitable, but it was a concern pushed to the back of their minds. But it doesn't have to be the end, right? We can still dash da. No, Nellia, the warrior bunny interjected. She placed her hand on her companion and gave a reassuring smile. I just do not see how this can continue any longer. Like a wounded animal, sometimes it's just best to let it die. Besides, Creune chimed in, this all really belonged to Attilius. We were just fortunate enough that he invited us into it. Molina was about to defend herself, but part of her knew that she was right, so she closed her mouth once more. This did belong to her late master, and she couldn't help but feel that she had failed him. Perhaps if he was still alive, he could have come up with a solution to their current situation. If he was here, maybe they wouldn't have splintered as much as they did. Seeing his leader's concern with the expressions on her face, Alden added, but it's not like Attilius left a successor. And even if he had survived, he never could have predicted any of this happening. I don't know if even he could have kept things going as they are. We should be grateful that at least he wasn't alive to see its end. Molina noticed what he was doing and gave a slight nod of thanks. Well, regardless of the reasons or the hands of fate, the decision has already been made. The place these Terrans offer, Alnus, is great. It's peaceful, but it isn't the place for me. I have to go. Then we'll go with you, Sebel exclaimed. Yes, we're with you, boss, Nellia added. No, that's enough. I'm going off on my own, and that is the final. I've made up my mind. I'm going with Crisis and devoting my blade to him. This is my path alone. Molina finished as everyone started to take everything in. The warrior bunny took a deep sigh to hide her sadness and tried to lift up everyone's spirits. Besides, I've noticed how happier everyone has been lately, and I don't want to take you all away from that. You've all found something to be attached to, right? That's why you've been so quiet, Creune. The blue siren's eyes widened as she nearly spit out her caramel frappe. I don't know what you mean. Huh, be honest with yourselves, girls. You all know what she's talking about. Alden teased to everyone else's annoyance. After giving a small chuckle, he continued with a bit more serious tone. Don't get so upset. You all know it's the truth. Sebel, you can never stop talking about that school of yours. Nellia, I see how you look at your lost friend. It's obvious you want to go with her. And Kriyun, I don't believe you can separate yourself away from these Americans and their amenities. They each looked down, a little red in the face. They tried to protest but kept quiet instead. Each was a little too embarrassed to admit that he was correct. I'm no different. I, myself, have interests elsewhere as well. I plan to stay in the Woodline Nation and lend my services to help them grow. So, we are all in an agreement then. The Dark Blade clan is no more, Molina said as she slowly drew out her small darkened blade. She stared at it, gently looking it over as she let out a deep sigh. Before she could say anything else, she felt a hand land on her shoulder. I don't think it would hurt to keep these, Alden says as he takes out his dark blade. Agreed, Kriyun adds. Let these serve as a reminder of our bonds as brothers and sisters. The rest of her brethren followed and unsheathed their blades. No matter how far we go, we are with you. Forever, Nellia said. No matter how far we go, we'll be there when we need each other, Sebel chimed in. The warrior bunny merely smiled. Present. Sighs. And now my leader is off somewhere while I'm stuck waiting. Molina mutters to herself as she sheathes her blade. She begins to continue delegating the troops under crisis charge and making sure to aid whenever possible with cleanup and moving injured individuals. At first, the newfound Republican soldiers were hesitant to let a warrior bunny lead their ranks with their history, but the last battle made many grateful she was fighting alongside them. And if Crisis put her in charge, they would trust his judgment. When things started to slow, and she had a moment to think, she sat by herself to eat some rations being handed out. But before she can begin eating, a few of her men approach her and invite themselves to sit next to her. You seem a little lonely. Let us join you, Commander, one of them said. Normally, she would have brushed off strangers, but remembering she was temporarily in command, she simply nods. They just sit around, beginning to enjoy their meals. They talk amongst themselves, sharing a laugh here and there while she just eats her meal. It is better than eating alone at least, she thinks to herself. Burden of leadership bringing down your spirits. Bunny? One of them asks as their focus now are to her. She looks up to them and responds, not really. I am just not used to commanding such a large force, even temporarily. Especially when I know no one around me. Huh, is that it? And here we thought you just thought little of us the way you kept to yourself. I apologize, that wasn't my intention. The warrior bunny defends. We are just teasing, Commander. From one warrior to another. We know where you stand. Another chimes in. We just thought you would be a bit more open, especially with how you begged for Crisis to take you in. Haha. One of them jokes before being nudged by one of his companions. Molina's face only turns red from the thought of it. She has never lowered herself to anyone except for her late master. I just found someone else worth following, and I wasn't taking no for an answer. She quickly goes back to eating her meal as they chuckle at her and flushed expressions. Such a tenacious woman, good quality for a warrior, but not for someone looking to woo over a man like Crisis, another says while taking a mouthful of his meal. Molina nearly chokes with that statement and coughs as everyone roars with laughter. So, we were correct. No, I cough. I am here as a warrior, nothing more. Why are we even talking about this? Molina responds, now beginning to get annoyed with these lines of questions. We do not mean to offend, Commander, but is that not why you sought to serve him? In that confession you said you were looking for a man, did you not? I didn't dash. She begins but stops when she realizes how she came to offer her services to her new master. I did, but to serve him. Agreed. Like a wife would serve her husband. Not like that. Is that right? Well, that is a shame. How do you mean? Molina asks, now entertaining their line of questioning. Well, not many women can match him as a partner. But with his station now, it won't be long before women of all sorts begin throwing themselves at him. Molina's ears perked and an annoyed expression now came over her face. Something about that statement bothers her, but she didn't understand why. Don't disrespect the man. If he's as great as everyone makes him out to be, he won't be swayed by soft-hearted and weak women, she proudly states. Well, then better make your move sooner rather than later. Be careful. With words like that, one would assume you would actually be interested to gain his favor. One teases before they all break into a roar of laughter once more. Relax, Commander. We are only joking. Molina sighs once more. That's just how they were. She thinks to herself, but she is used to it, no different than dealing with her old family. She lets out a slight chuckle as they continue with their conversation, now joining in on the fun and poking jabs with the rest of the men. But that question now lay prominent in her mind. Crisis? No, she was just here as a warrior, right? James and Noriko. Alnus Community. Date: August 23rd, 2026. As Noriko finished getting dressed, she heard the baby crying again. I am coming, Noriko said. She then stared at the mirror. Not like he understands what I am saying. Finishing up, she walked out and into the small living room. This place was once Sharpe officer quarters before being transferred to a new base nearby. Her home was destroyed by the earthquake last year. Seeing her son, Tinchi, sitting in his baby crib, sitting up, begging to be hugged. Picking him up, she started rocking him. You are such an attention seeker, Noriko said. What did you want? She then noticed the baby calming down. You just wanted to be with mommy. Hearing a knock at the door, she sat the baby back into his crib and walked to the front door. I wonder who it will be at this hour. Once opened, she saw James standing there and smiled. Hi there, James. Hey there, Noriko. I hope I am not bothering you, James said. I know it is early. She couldn't help but smile. She has found it adorable that a ranger who has killed people can be this nervous talking to a girl he likes. Wanting to speak, she felt that nerve moved throughout her body. A sense of shame and used goods ripped throughout her body, creating goosebumps. Every time she's been around James, this has been a feeling that only added to her insecurities. A short but awkward silence emerged between the two until Noriko spoke. I hear that all of you are flying east. Darlko? That is correct, James said. We are leaving in 6 hours. Does that mean everything will be over soon? I think so. I don't know what will happen afterward, but hopefully, it is the end. I wanted to say goodbye. Feeling another sense of awkwardness, Noriko struggled to respond. The only reaction she could make was to hold her arm. Well, see ya. Watching the young ranger turn and walk away, a sense of fear and frustration ripped through her body again. She realized that the war was hopefully coming to an end and that most likely would never see him again. Hey, Noriko said, catching James' ear. If you have time, I was about to make breakfast rice balls. Do you want to come? Yeah, James said. I have a few hours to kill. Feeling a sense of relief for finally asking him into her home, she went inside and into the small kitchen. She started to take her pre-made rice from last night and turn them into rice balls. Nice place, James said. This definitely smells like an office place. What do you mean by that? Noriko nervously said, turning to face him. Don't forget, I am enlisted, James said. I share a barracks with a dozen guys. The thought terrified Noriko. I thought my little one was smelly. I cannot imagine a group of guys. One girl, James jokingly said. Let's not discriminate here. I bet that's only because she is outnumbered 10-1, Noriko replied. I couldn't live like that. That is why we call it soldiering, James said. When Noriko finished putting together her breakfast rice balls, she walked over and placed them on the table. James' eyes glowed and quickly grabbed one, almost inhaling it. Seeing him enjoying the meal, she couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth from the funny sight. What? James asked. Oh, nothing, Noriko responded. Strange, James said confusingly. Speaking about the war coming to an end, what are your plans? Are you still going to stay here? Hearing the question, Noriko sat down and placed her hand on her arm nervously as she figured out her response. I am sorry, James said. It is none of my business. It is okay, Noriko said. It is a fair question. The truth is, I still don't feel comfortable going back to Earth. I just have nothing there, and I have more connections and a job here. Going back to Earth would only open other wounds and challenges that I don't think I can handle. I guess I can understand, James said. This place has come a long way, and with the war coming to an end, outside a security force, the bulk of the military will go home or move to other bases on Falmart. I have been hearing that myself, Noriko said. It would be nice to have more commercial and less military around here. The loud sounds from your vehicles and jets always wake me up. But I have to admit, I will miss the feeling of security by the large military here. I see that. Noriko then saw an awkward look on his face as he finished a second rice ball. She had a feeling about what he wanted to talk about and why he came over in the first place. Over the last few months, he had been courting her and she had turned him down one way or another. Not because she did not like him, however. Every time he asked her out, the feeling of Zorzel appeared and goosebumps ripped throughout her skin. Speaking of all that, James said, I wanted to know about us. If you are not interested, that is okay. I keep getting the vibe that you are, and I understand what happened to you in Sadera. It was horrible. It is just, once the war is over, I will be going back to Earth unless I have a reason to stay here. Taking a deep breath, she glanced down at the flowers on the table. Her heart wanted to accept him, however her emotions were trying to bring her down to the ground and struggling to summon the strength to speak past them. I don't know. Seeing an upset reaction from him, she felt sad. It is all good, James said. There is a lot of dashta. She watched as James stopped speaking and glanced toward the front door. Before either of them could react, the lock on the door melted away, and two men and an elf who was in Earth civilian clothing quickly rushed into the room. James quickly jumped from his seat and attacked the first man, quickly bringing him to the ground. He took a fist into the cheek, however. He grabbed the man's arm and swung him into the wall. Seeing the elf going for Tenchi, Noriko rushed over to the crib but was unable to reach it. The elf was closer and was able to knock her against the wall, grabbing the child, which resulted in Tenchi hysterically crying for his mother. Looking over, she saw the other two men grab James by the arms. What the hell is he doing here? One of the men said. That was not part of the plan. It does not matter, the elf said. We got the boy. Let's get out of here. What about them? The elf said. Same plan as before. The man said as one of the men pulled out a small Wayne-sized staff with a small green orb on the tip and aimed it at Noriko with the intent to murder them. It glowed and a flame ignited. Seeing that the mage was distracted, James was able to ram his head into the other man's chin. Feeling the man's grasp weaken, he knocked him over and kicked the mage's hand, causing the small flame to hit the ceiling. Seeing that James was able to break free of the two men and force the dark elf to focus on the young ranger, Noriko ignored the pain from her arm and grabbed the elf, trying to force him to let go of her son. Let him go, she yelled as she cried. As the two fought over Tenchi, James rammed the dark elf into the wall. Seeing that Tenchi was freed, Noriko grabbed him and held him tightly. Looking to the door, she saw no way to flee as the other two men were already standing up. This forced her to back up into the small kitchen area. She watched as James beat the dark elf's face. He turned and tried to deflect the incoming attack, however the mage punched him, knocking him onto the table. James recovered his footing and stood between Noriko and the three men. The two men took to the sides to prevent any escape while the mage aimed his mini staff toward them. As the orb glowed, it suddenly exploded, shocking the dark elf. A second dark elf emerged through the wall, freaking her and everyone else as they tried to understand how someone could go through solid matter. His hand was glowing before going back to normal. He stood there, arms crossed as if nothing was happening. Behind the three men, the door was kicked open and another man walked in. With getting a closer view, Noriko saw this man in the standard Imperial armor that she had seen in Sadera so much, and this man was missing his left arm. Looking back at the three men, they all looked terrified. What are you doing here? One of the men asked. I must admit, you three dodged my surveillance. I am very impressed. When you are not backstabbing the Legion, you can sneak around. No wonder the Oprichnina terrified so many people. This was a trap, the elf said. Get him now. The three charged the one-armed legionnaire. The man backed up, dodging the first attack, and moved to the left, knocking the elf into the wall. The legionary kept dancing around the three men, acting like they were moving too slowly before the man knocked another to the ground. When the mage tried to attack, the legionary was able to trap the attacker's arm between his arm and snap it. A warrior bunny burst through the now broken door and attacked the other man. Enough showing off. The three men were quickly put to the ground, all bruised and in pain. Seeing the events unfold, Noriko looked around confused before giving her full attention to her baby, trying to calm him down. Hearing James' voice, asking her if they were okay, she looked and saw bruises and cuts over him. She could not help herself but start crying from all the stress and rushed into his arms for comfort. James placed his arm around her and looked toward the other three and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" "House cleaning," the dark elf said. "You know them?" Noriko asked. "That man is general of the army, Crisis," James said. "The elf is Fren. We worked together before. And the bunny is Molina." Noriko recognized the names as she heard them on Alnus News. Crisis was a famous general and was friends with Sharpe and Pina. Just like Rory, Fren was a powerful apostle that followed this mortal. She has only recently learned of Molina, hearing about her from her fellow school assistant at Sarah's school from the cute fairy, Sebel, a noble leader who led her group of friends to Alnus. Why? Why are they here? Noriko struggled to ask. "They are Oprichnina," Crisis said. "While the war might be over with the formal empire, they still have spies all over this place. I swore to purge them from this world for their crimes." The three Oprichnina agents looked at each other with fear and started begging for their lives. Molina aimed her blade at them, threatening to remain silent or be cut down here. "Apologize to her now. My friend has worked with her, and she is too sweet to experience this." "Wait," James said. "You used the kid as bait?" "He is the son of my bastard brother," Crisis said. "And the Oprichnina are looking to restart their operations with the Herio tribe somewhere. I need to find out where and seek revenge for their crimes." "Calm down, big boy," Molina said. She then turned to the ranger. "The truth is, we intended to stop them before they entered your home but obviously failed. We apologize for putting you through this." Hearing sirens outside her home, she watched as Mute entered the room. "What is going on here?" Crisis then explained that they found three Oprichnina and they needed to be arrested for him to integrate them. Later that day, Noriko sat on the small couch, holding her baby. Next to her was James. Inside the room were Captain Sarah Sharpe, Empress Pina Colad, and Hamilton Steele were in the kitchen making tea while the other two were next to the cough talking about the situation. "Of course, the general would do something this stupid," Sarah said. "I will talk with him," Pina said. She then walked over to Noriko and said, "I am sorry that you and he had to go through that. That never should have escalated that far." "It is okay," Noriko said. "James was here, so it all worked out in the end. I am just happy they didn't take him." "I am so happy that you love Tenchi that much," Pina said. "Just always remember, you have a friend in Sadera. Whatever you need, I will grant it if it is within my power. Anything. Family must watch each other's backs." "Thank you," Noriko said. Noriko watched as Sarah summoned James. He stood up and presented himself in front of the captain. She then noticed Sarah glancing over as if she was wondering what their status was. With a blushing nod, Sarah took the hint and looked at the ranger. "Specialist James Ward," Sarah said. "When the lieutenant colonel arrives back from Earth, I am going to personally make sure he knows what you have done here. According to general courting regulations, I will personally make sure that you have Sharpe's full approval and support. Good job in not just doing your duty as a soldier, but as a man. You are dismissed." James' salutation and Sarah returned one. Then James left. She saw James stop at the door. Before he left, he turned to look at her. She smiled and waved before watching him leave. Tales of the Clanless, Split Roads. Written by Pariah. After the war, Apex. "Well, that's it for me, everyone," a blonde-haired elf says as he finishes his drink. "Is that really it, Alden? Come on. I know you can drink more than that," Nellia insists. "Yeah, Alden. Stay for another round," Creon insists. "I'll get the next one." "Oh, I know I can. And as tempting as that offer is, I have to get going. My ride will leave without me. These men were nice enough to give me a ride to the Woodline State, and I'd prefer it over a few days' ride there." "So you're getting used to getting around with the Terran's carriages than ours," Lartia interjected with a giggle. What can I say? They're much faster, and the trip is smoother. I can't go back to horse-drawn carriages anymore." "I agree. It's just so much better," Nellia agrees. "You only say that because you can sleep more peacefully with the cool air and without all the bumps waking you," Creon teases as Lartia laughs. "Yes, that's the best part." She responds with a cute smile followed by her sticking her tongue out at them. Alden stands up and begins to head out to the door as he says his final farewells to the three. Once he reaches the door and steps through, He moves just out of sight before turning to his little fairy friend. I thought you were too busy to make it. Didn't the school need you? Or did you ditch your responsibilities just to come see me? Don't push it. You're lucky I even came here at all. The little fairy responds. Once she found out about my situation, Mintiv said she could cover for a bit while I said my goodbyes. Mintiv? That dark race? That lady? Hey, don't say that. That's mean. She's actually a really nice lady. Sebel defends. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just surprised. Races like that never really got the respect that they have now. So much has changed and is still changing. Yeah, I'm excited to see what comes next. As am I, little friend. The elf finishes with a smile. Even on your last day, you can't help it, Sebel sighed. Wow, not even a reaction. I deal with children almost every day. I'm used to it. Besides, what's one more child? The fairy responds with a cheeky smile. Ha, you've grown. Alden whispered to himself. What was that? Nothing. It's starting to get to that time. I have to go soon. Don't go getting yourself in trouble out there. Just so you know, we won't be there to come and get you. Ah, I knew deep down you really cared. Besides, when do I need help getting out of any situation? Sebel merely sighed. Really? At least once a week. And you still owe me for bailing you out from that love affair issue with a chieftain's wife. Haha. Oh yeah. I was hoping you had forgotten about that. She really was such a beauty. Alden, the fairy said with a stern voice. I know. The elf replied with a warm, full smile. This new venture is different, so do not worry. But you take care of yourself. He finishes with a gentle pat on her head. Well, I'll be off, Alden says as he finally walks away. Sebel waves and returns the farewell. Safe travels, she says to herself before darting back to school. Back inside Apex. Well, I guess I better get going too, the blue-haired siren says as she takes a quick sip from her mug. Oh, already? I'm guessing you have another appointment. Nellia questions her friend. Not everything I do revolves around nails and hair, you know. Kriyun defends, slightly offended. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Clothes as well. Nellia teases with a cheeky smile. Kriyun sighs with a small smile. Have I gotten that predictable? Nellia and Kriyun just laugh as Lartia joins in. Well, to be fair, you aren't very hard to read either, Nell. A nice comfy bed and some warm milk, and you are set for the day. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side, Nellia says while sticking her tongue out at her. Looks like you have someone else that'll keep you in line, so I don't have to worry anymore. Hey, Nellia began before being interrupted. And if you must know, I have to go before that waitress leaves. Kriyun points out to another blue-furred Nico. Both Nikos turn to see who she was referring to. Why her? Lartia asks. She was apparently a personal slave to that wretched man of an emperor. She's been freed here this entire time, but I heard she's been having a hard time fitting in since she knows no one here. Why would that be your problem? Nellia asks her siren friend. Because I hear that she might have some self-harm tendencies, and I do not want her to do something irreversible, Kriyun replies. Kriyun. Since when have you become such a big softy? Nellia, Lartia starts. She is someone who is lost and needs some support. We were there at one point ourselves. I do not even want to think what might have happened to us if no one came to offer us a hand. Exactly. Attilius was there for us. And though our clan has ended, the lessons he taught us are still something that can be passed on to those lost that need to find their place in the world. With so many new people coming to Alnus for a new start, I hope to be able to help them. Nellia gets a bit teary-eyed as she pounces on the siren for a tight hug as others watch the commotion. Oh, I knew you would find your calling. You softy you. Nellia, stop. People are watching, Kriyun says as her face turns a bit red. It took Lartia yanking her friend back that finally got her off the siren. Nell, there is a time and place. Oh, sorry. It's all right, but I have to go. Her shift looks to be over. I expect you not to get lazy and keep in touch, Kriyun sternly says, emphasizing the lazy part as Nellia sticks her tongue out to be cute. I will make sure she does, Lartia interjects. Kriyun nods in return and leaves them. You have good friends. Do not ever lose that. I know. I'm glad I met them, Nellia responds with a somber smile. Well now, this goodbye is not forever, Nell. Remember that, Lartia says, trying to cheer up her friend. I know. she says with a cheerier smile. And I haven't forgotten you're here too, so it's all great. I like how fast your mood can change for the better, Lartia says while patting her friend as Nellia simply purred. I still cannot believe it, but I am glad I was able to find you again after everything. Yeah, I am too. Nellia responds while pulling her head away from her friend and looking back at her drink. Do you still remember Pirilla? Lartia looks down at her drink as well, slowly swishing it around. Yes, I still miss her. I sometimes wonder where she would be now. If it brings you any peace, know that I silenced the man who killed her. I did it the night I escaped. With these hands, she says quietly as her hands shake. Lartia gives her friend a warm, full hug. I know that must have been hard back then with everything we had been through. But maybe Pirilla found peace with that, and thank you. I hope she did too. There's one more thing. Lartia questioned. That lion man, Nellia said as she noticed a hint of fear in Larsha's eyes. He's dead too. You? No. From what I heard, Sharpe killed him while rescuing a little girl. His adoptive daughter. Larsha's eyes grew wide at the realization. My gosh, that animal was still at it. I am sorry for what that girl had to endure. That is why we must do our due diligence to ensure that practices like these become mere relics of the past. A man says as he places both his hands on Larsha's shoulders. Her fur stands up as her tail shoots up until she turns to see her husband. Ha ha ha, you should have seen your face. Nellia exclaims. Darling, I was not expecting you for a while. Do not startle me like that, she says while holding her chest. My apologies, love, Fabius says while coming in close for a kiss. I did not mean to startle you. Did you finally get your orders? Nellia asks as she slowly stops laughing. That is correct, Fabius says. From the Empress, I will be commanding the legions in Elis, working with the Elis state to bring stability. People like those who ruined both of your lives will not thrive under my rule. I will hold you to it, my lord, Lartia says. I do not wish to be chased around the countryside again. You are so spoiled. Nellia laughs again as she pokes fun at her best friend. Thank you for letting me stay. It is no problem, Fabius says. A friend of my wife is a friend of mine. She will need you by her side during these changing times. Lartia leans in and whispers into Nellia's ear as she looks at her in surprise. Nellia then looks at Fabius with a devilish smirk before turning back toward her best friend, and the two giggle. Why are you two giggling? Fabius asks. Oh, nothing. His wife teases with a cheeky smile. Nothing to be concerned about, I assure you. Seeing the two giggling again and being afraid to ask further questions, Fabius tries to change the subject. The carriage is ready. Are you two finished here? Yes, I believe so. I think it is time we go back home, Lartia says with a smile as they leave the establishment. And not to worry, my lordyship, Nellia says while unsheathing one of her blades. So long as you'll have me, I will lend my skill in anything other than cleaning. Fabius chuckles as he accepts her pledge. Then welcome. I am sure to find your skills most helpful. We have much to rebuild, many changes that will not sit well with those that cling to the past, and I will feel more at ease with my love, protected by someone capable we can trust. She will be safe from all harm, my lord. Glad to hear. Now let us head this way. I think it is time we finally returned home,